Chapter 15-20. Just think about it. If he were to exchange blows with an undying and indestructible person, he would be able to kill his opponent over and over again. However, his opponent would be revived over and over again. Over time, his entire body would become numb, and he would start to reveal flaws. Qi Xianxia was so fast that the Skeleton King could not lock onto her at all. He had been waiting for an opportunity to use the sky-shattering meteor slash. If only he had the grasp of the underworld and the flaming sun rope. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know that Qi Xianxia would come, so he let the old tree and the Skeleton King use them. Otherwise, he would have let the old tree and the Skeleton King use their skills to deal with Qi Xianxia. After killing the old tree 3 times, Qi Xianxia did not dare to use the death gaze again. The death gaze consumed too much of the will of death. After 3 times, she had used up the will of death that she had absorbed for nearly 1,000 years. Most importantly, it was useless and wasted. Therefore, she was thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Qi Xianxua's mind. By the way, after the old man and the Skeleton King died, they would resurrect not far away and kill me. Could it be? Qi Xianxua thought of this. She guessed that the resurrection of the old tree and the Skeleton King must have something to do with Yi Xian who had disappeared. Immediately, she moved quickly and looked around, trying to find Yi Xian. You found me? You're too naive. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, smirked and launched an attack at Qi Xianxua. Found you. Qi Xianxua sensed the aura and quickly attacked Yi Xian. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly broke through the void and appeared on the other side. When Qi Xianxua was fighting the old tree and the Skeleton King, Yi Xian had set up several void locators here. It was impossible for Qi Xianxua to find him. Damn it, come out! Qi Xianxua cursed and gathered the will of death again. This time, she was not going to use the death gaze, but to resurrect the dead. The earth began to tremble. Countless corpses and broken limbs broke out of the ground and then reassembled. Naive woman, do you think you can catch me like this? Yi Xian still showed a sarcastic expression and killed the battle corpses. He fought Qi Xianxua in a battle of attrition. And again. At that time, Yi Xian might be able to reach the upper limit of his killing intent once more. He hadn't tried to reach it twice in the same realm. Moreover, could Qi Xianxua hold on for 3 days under the joint attack of the old tree and the Skeleton King? After all, Qi Xianxua did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline. Even if she had a lot of death intent, it was impossible for her to run out of true Qi, profound life Qi and profound death Qi. Damn it, what should I do? Qi Xianxua cursed in her heart. She could not think of a way to end the battle in front of her. She was the most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. She could not even find a first-level Samsara realm brat. How humiliating! Fortunately, there was no one watching the battle, so no one knew that she had embarrassed herself. Bastard, the next time I see you, I'll send you on your way. Qi Xianxua cursed and turned to leave. Her speed was so fast that even the old tree and the Skeleton King could not catch up with her. The most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. She lived up to her name. Haha, she was actually beaten away. The old tree could not help but laugh out loud. Before Qi Xianxua could run far, he hurriedly shouted, Qi Xianxua, don't you want to know where your brother is? Qi Xianxua, who was running away, stopped in her tracks. She asked in shock. What did you say? Brother? Someone actually knew that she had a brother? How was that possible? Her brother, Qi Tianrui, had already reincarnated before the Xianyu tomb was built. However, his whereabouts were still unknown. No one knew if he had not awakened or if he had died. Even her confidant, the burly man with the white bone broadsword, didn't know about this matter. She only asked the burly man to find a person. The burly man did not know that the person he was looking for was Qi Xianxua's brother. After all, he did not even know her name. He only knew that she was the Lord of the Death Abyss and the most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. Haha, you must be wondering how I know this secret? The old tree laughed loudly. Who are you? Qi Xianxua asked subconsciously. At this time, she was wondering if the old tree knew this secret because he knew her brother. The old tree did not answer her question. He continued, It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your brother, Qi Tianrui, is dead. Dead. When Qi Xianxua heard these 2 words, her body trembled violently. Just now, She had some doubts about the authenticity of the old tree's words. However, when she heard the name Qi Tianrue, she believed most of it. How did he die? Qi Xuanyue's eyes were burning with anger. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Of course he was killed by me. And let me tell you, he died in the mystic moon tomb you built. On the day you descended, he was killed by me before the coffin was opened. His body was incinerated by me. The old tree told the truth directly. The Xianyu tomb. Qi Xianyue could not accept this fact. She had been looking for Qi Tianrue for thousands of years. She did not expect that he would appear in the Xianyu tomb that day. He did it on purpose. The old tree must have done it on purpose. I'll kill you. Qi Xianyue was furious. She suddenly turned around and attacked the old tree. Good timing. Seeing that he had successfully infuriated Qi Xianyue, the old tree immediately joined forces with the Skeleton King. In an instant, Qi Xianyue fought with the two again. This time, she was successfully infuriated, so her emotions were a little unstable. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. However, Qi Xianyue was an expert of her generation. She quickly regained her composure. A dead person could not be resurrected. She could not do anything to the old tree and the Skeleton King now. It would be a waste of time to continue fighting. I'll find a way to kill you. In the end, Qi Xianyue decided to leave. With her speed, she disappeared into the sky. Looking at her back, the old tree could not help but ask in his mind, "Young master, what should we do now?" She should have returned to the death abyss. Let's go after her. We can kill her when our skills recover. Chapter 15:21. Qi Xianyue had the death hunting order on her, so Yi Xian would not lose track of her. As long as his skill recovered, he would have a much higher chance of killing her. Just as Yi Xian had predicted, Qi Xianyue was returning to the death abyss. She had gathered all the experts here to find Yi Xian. The death abyss was the most dangerous place in the death battlefield. Moreover, this was not the reason why Qi Xianyue lived here. The death abyss was filled with dead creatures, such as walking corpses and skeletons. Any living creature that entered the death abyss would automatically revive after death. At the same time, the death abyss was filled with mysterious death energy. If one did not have some tricks up their sleeves, even a Samsara realm expert could die after staying in there for a long time. However, this was an excellent place for Qi Xianyue, who possessed the eyes of death. Here, she could continuously gather the will of death and become stronger. If no experts came, her position as the #1 expert in the death battlefield would be secured. In the previous battle, Qi Xianyue had exhausted a large amount of will of death. Therefore, she had to replenish it this time. As for how to replenish it, she would absorb the dead creatures. However, not long after she returned, Yi Xian and the others also hurried over. This is really a good place. If we kill our way in, our killing intent will definitely increase by a large amount. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The death abyss looked very desolate. The air was filled with white fog. However, once someone entered, corpses and skeletons would crawl out from the ground and attack anyone who passed by. These corpses and skeletons were all warriors who had entered the death abyss without any regard for their lives. Normally, after a person died, their flesh would rot and leave behind only a skeleton. After being nourished by the mysterious death energy for many years, these skeletons were not weak. Some powerful people's flesh would rot more slowly after death. They were the walking corpses. These corpses were generally weaker than skeletons, but they would all turn into skeletons in the end. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered close to 10 skeletons in the area where his eyes of revelation swept past. Moreover, their realms were not low. Among them, 3 were at the Samsara realm. Ribs, before you became the Skeleton King, you were also a skeleton, right? Yi Xian could not help but ask. After the Skeleton King heard this, he nodded slightly, but he did not completely agree with this sentence. So that's how it is. You were an ape when you were alive, and after you died, you turned into white bones. You stayed near a stranger all year round, so you mutated into the Skeleton King. Yi Xian immediately understood. The Skeletal King was a heaven-reaching beast when it was alive. It was because of this that he was able to subdue the Skeletal King. Didn't someone say that as long as we obtain the white-boned golden essence jade, the skeleton monarch will mutate again and become the Ghost Dome Great Emperor? The old tree could not help but ask. Yi Xian knew what the old tree meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, but it's not enough. This white bone gold essence jade is a material used to forge Tier 8 divine weapons, and not just any Tier 8 divine weapons. It's very rare. I don't think there's any in the abyss of death." Hearing this, the Skeleton King was a little discouraged. After all, who didn't want to become stronger? If it mutated again and became the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, its strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian patted the Skeleton King's rock shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll find you a piece in the future. Now, I'll help you take revenge." Back in the Penglai Divine Land, Yi Xian was almost killed by Qi Xuanyue's Eyes of Death. This was a grudge. In Xuanyue's tomb, Song Qingxing and the others were killed by Qi Xianyue. This was a second grudge. Qi Xianyue had suppressed the Skeleton King for thousands of years. This was a third grudge. These three grudges made Yi Xian determined to kill Qi Xianyue. At that moment, he led the old tree and the Skeleton King into the abyss of death. As soon as they entered, the corpses and bones broke out of the ground. "Trash! How dare you block our way? You're courting death." Without saying a word, the old tree flashed out and burned the undead creatures one by one. The Skeleton King also smashed the undead creatures, blocking their way into meat paste or bone dust. With the two of them around, Yi Xian didn't need to do anything. In the depths of the abyss of death, there was a scarlet kill floating. That was Yi Xian's target, Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue hasn't moved. She's probably still recovering. I have to deal with her as soon as possible. I can't let her recover. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, a day had passed since the last battle in the city, so the grasp of the underworld, the undying battle soul, and the other skills had already recovered. This time, Yi Xian wanted to kill Qi Xianyue for revenge. They quickly headed into the depths of the abyss of death. The undead creatures along the way couldn't stop them at all. However, in addition to the undead creatures, there were many of Qi Xuanyue's subordinates in the abyss of death. These people were guarding a section of the abyss of death. At this moment, Yi Xian stepped into the first stage. He was a third-level Samsara realm expert. However, the burly man with a bone blade had died at the hands of the Skeleton King. This person was naturally not a match for the skeleton and was instantly killed. His interspatial ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. The old tree's Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian can't increase their cultivation anymore. Once they devour, they will break through to the fourth level of the Samsara realm, exceeding the upper limit of the Abyss of Death battlefield. At that time, they won't be able to make a move. When he thought of this, Yi Xian suppressed his urge and threw the ring into the devouring space. If it wasn't for the rule of the Abyss of Death battlefield, Yi Xian would have advanced to the second level of the Samsara realm before killing Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue was the strongest person in the Abyss of Death battlefield. However, she didn't have many experts under her command. The few third-level Samsara realm experts she had were directly killed by the old tree and the Skeleton King. Soon, Yi Xian and the other two arrived at the depths of the Abyss of Death. There was a sinister mountain of white bones here and Qi Xianyue was inside it. Let's see how you're going to survive today once the cooldown of a few skills are restored. Yi Xian thought to himself as he immediately sent out the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian immediately transformed into a gigantic hammer that was thousands of meters long. The Skeleton King wielded the hammer and smashed it down on the mountain of white bones. Bang! The hammer was like a meteorite crashing down and instantly caused the entire mountain of white bones to collapse. However, Qi Xianyue already knew that Yi Xian was here. Naturally, she wouldn't be hit by the hammer. Countless white bones in the mountain of white bones were smashed into pieces by the hammer. The bone powder spread out and enveloped Yi Xian and the other two. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the Abyss of Death. Since that's the case, you can sleep here forever. Chapter 1522. Even without the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could use the Death Hunting Order to capture Qi Xianyue. Therefore, he broke through the void and arrived at the middle section of the Death Abyss. The old tree and the Skeletal King also launched an attack. Yi Xian felt that Qi Xianyue must have something to rely on since she was waiting for him. Therefore, he had to be careful. An Eye of Death condensed in the sky. However, Yi Xian had already used the Dark Night Sky Screen and concealed himself. The Eye of Death couldn't find him. In the blink of an eye, the old tree and the Skeletal King had already started fighting with Qi Xianyue. This time, Qi Xianyue didn't want to delay any longer and directly used a huge amount of death will. The Eye of Death suddenly turned around and landed on an empty ground. Then, the ground of the death abyss trembled and cracked open a canyon. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. Then, he felt waves of powerful auras. These auras were so powerful that they made his heart palpitate. 5th level Samsara realm? No, 6th level Samsara realm. Yi Xian was shocked. Back in the city, Qi Xuanyue's death will had revived a 5th level Samsara realm battle corpse. However, it was quickly dealt with. Now, there were 6th level Samsara realm battle corpses here. Most importantly, there was more than one of them. This is crazy. Is this in accordance with the rules of the Death Abyss battlefield? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. The Death Abyss battlefield didn't allow experts above the 4th level Samsara realm to fight. However, these were dead people. Therefore, the 3 administrators tacitly agreed that this was in accordance with the rules. Ha ha ha, the Death Abyss used to continuously revive the dead. I spent a lot of effort to seal them underground. Let's see how you're going to escape today. Qi Xuanyue's confident voice reverberated in the Death Abyss. At the same time, it also entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. Tage. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Qi Xuanyue didn't know what he was capable of. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian tore through the void and arrived at the entrance of the Abyss of Death. Qi Xuanyue had resurrected such powerful battle corpses and skeletons just to find Yi Xian. She thought that Yi Xian's abilities were similar to her Bridge of Death, where he could only move for short distances. Little did she know that the distance of the Eye of the Void was far beyond her imagination. As for the old tree and the skeletal monarch, they stayed in the Abyss of Death to fight the resurrected battle corpses and skeletons. I really don't know where this bitch gets her confidence from. She wants to capture the young master with this kind of method? I'm dying of laughter. Old tree's mocking laughter fell into Qi Xuanyue's ears. Qi Xianyue didn't believe it. She controlled the battle corpses to search for Yi Xian in the Death Abyss. But after searching for a long time, there was still no news. On the other hand, the old tree and the skeleton emperor killed a lot of battle corpses and bones. Where is he? Qi Xianyue was shocked. She naturally didn't know that Yi Xian was watching from outside the Abyss of Death. Although Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation couldn't see inside, he could share his vision with the old tree and the skeletal monarch to give orders. However, under the siege of so many powerful battle forces, the old tree and the skeletal monarch couldn't help but be killed once. Ding! The ash spirit has been resurrected. Ding! The skeletal monarch has been resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian has been resurrected. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and let the old tree and the other 2 enter. Now, Qi Xianyue understood that she couldn't deal with Yi Xian and the others with her own methods. What should I do? Qi Xianyue gritted her teeth. She was so angry that she was about to explode. The old tree had killed her brother, Qi Tianrue. How could she not take revenge? She was already at her wit's end. She had even summoned a 6th level Samsara realm battle corpse. With so many battle forces, it was enough to wipe out the entire Xian death battlefield. However, they couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Damn it, he must be outside the Abyss of Death. Qi Xianyue cursed in her heart. These battle corpses and white bones could only be summoned from the Abyss of Death. Otherwise, she would have already conquered the Xian death battlefield. However, Qi Xianyue had miscalculated this time. What she miscalculated wasn't Yi Xian, but something else. Rumble! Just as the old tree and the skeletal monarch were being attacked, the ground of the Abyss of Death suddenly shook violently. What was going on? Qi Xianyue was shocked. She didn't use the will of death to resurrect, and there shouldn't be anything down there. Why was the ground shaking violently again? Not only that, but even Yi Xian, who was outside the Abyss of Death, felt the ground shaking. Using the shared vision of the old tree and the skeletal monarch, he saw a huge figure rising from the valley that was rapidly splitting open. Bone dragon. It was a bone dragon. This bone dragon was huge, and its body was probably more than 10,000 meters long. However, as only a skeleton was left, no one knew what kind of dragon it was when it was alive. Most importantly, what was the origin of this bone dragon? Qi Xianyue looked at the terrifyingly huge bone dragon and felt her heart palpitate for some reason. This bone dragon's cultivation level had probably surpassed the 6th level of the Samsara realm, or even the 7th or 8th level. or the 9th level of the Samsara realm. After the bone dragon appeared, the surroundings changed. The battle corpses and white bones were originally under Qi Xuanyue's control, but now, they were all out of her control. What's going on? I can't control them? Qi Xuanyue widened her eyes. She had the will of death, but she couldn't control these corpses. Could it be? Qi Xuanyue suddenly thought of something. When she found the abyss of death, it was very strange. Any living thing that died in the abyss of death would be resurrected and wander around the abyss of death. Could it be that this kind of phenomenon was caused by this bone dragon? While she was still in shock, the huge bone dragon suddenly turned around and 2 balls of the wisps appeared in its empty eye sockets. Then, it swung its long tail that was filled with countless spikes. Bang! Qi Xuanyue's body was hit by the bone dragon's tail, and her body exploded. Her heart also exploded at this moment. Dead. This scene stunned the old tree and the skeleton king. Qi Xuanyue, whom they couldn't do anything to, was killed in an instant. Her heart had exploded, and even the mysterious life Qi couldn't heal it. However, Qi Xuanyue's head was still there. Ding! Revenge mission failed. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In an instant, Yi Xian reacted and shouted, "Old tree, quickly take away the eyes of death. The ribs will attract the bone dragon's attention." Qi Xuanyue was the target of his revenge mission, but now that she had died in the hands of the bone dragon, his mission couldn't be completed. Chapter 1523. Roar. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the skeletal king immediately roared and dashed over, slashing the skeletal dragon with its sword. Although this slash did not break through the skeletal dragon's defense, it had attracted its attention. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The skeletal dragon swung its tail and viciously whipped the skeletal king. In the next moment, the skeletal king exploded. Fortunately, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so his upper body was not too badly damaged and could be recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree quickly flashed over and took Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanyue's universe ring was destroyed by the skeletal dragon's tail and everything was sucked into the spatial crack. As the strongest person in the Xian death battlefield, Qi Xuanyue had suppressed her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Her wealth was probably unmatched. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the hands of the skeletal dragon. The old tree quickly took the eyes of death, but at this moment, the skeletal dragon suddenly turned its head and extended its claws. Its target was the eyes of death. The skeletal dragon's claws were very fast and grabbed the old tree in the blink of an eye. However, before this, Yi Xian had already broken through the spatial door and appeared. "I'll take it." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the old tree was stored in the planting space along with the 2 eyes of death. "Let's go." At that moment, he quickly left. Whoosh. The spatial door closed and the skeletal dragon finally reacted. Qi Xuanyue was also pitiful. Not only did she not succeed in her revenge, but she also woke up the skeletal dragon that was sleeping in the death abyss. Then, she was whipped to death by the skeletal dragon's tail. Most importantly, after her death, the eyes of death fell into the hands of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to the entrance of the death abyss. He looked at the huge skeletal dragon in front of him and could not help but shudder. He estimated that the skeletal dragon was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. How dare he steal from a 9th level Samsara realm expert? He must be tired of living. After all, he was only at the 1st level of the Samsara realm. Fortunately, he had obtained the Death's Eye. This Azura's Eye is extremely rare. I never thought that I would be the one to obtain it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and immediately devoured the 2 eyes of death. Ding! The host has consumed an eye of death. The strength of the mysterious death energy has increased. Ding! The host has consumed an eye of death. The strength of the mysterious death energy has increased. Ding! Host has devoured a pair of eyes of death. Celestial eyes have leveled up once. The Immortal Eye was the first evolution of the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. Yi Xian had also evolved after devouring 2 eyes of Myriad, so Yi Xian wasn't too surprised. However, this was not the end. Ding! Death's Eye shared with Skeletal Monarch. Ding! Skeletal Monarch has learned Death Gaze. Ding! The host has unlocked the Eye Catalog. Currently, 2 types have been copied. They are the Eyes of Nature and the Eyes of Death. Who would have thought that the Eye of Death would be shared with the Skeletal King? Not only that, the Skeletal King had also learned a new skill. Death Gaze. This was the skill that Qi Xianyue had used before, and it was quite powerful. Yi Xian glanced at it. If he used the Eyes of Death, it would consume his eye strength. If the Skeletal King used the Eyes of Death and Death Gaze, it would consume the soul water in his soul pool. In addition, the army of the dead under the Elegy of Souls had disappeared, and now there was a new skill called Death Will. It could revive corpses that were lower in cultivation level than the host without any consumption. This skill made Yi Xian very happy. The Skeletal King could revive corpses without limit in the future? Wasn't this too amazing? The previous army of the dead had consumed the soul water in his soul pool, but now the Death Will had no consumption. Of course, if he wanted to revive corpses that were higher in cultivation level than the host, it would consume the soul water just like the army of the dead. Amazing, this is really amazing. I can't believe such a change happened. Yi Xian was very happy. Then, he shifted his gaze to the pupil catalogue and discovered that it recorded the Eye of Myriad Forms and the Eye of Death. These were the two types of eyes that he had devoured so far. As long as he devoured one more, there would be a special reward. Although he didn't know what the reward would be, as long as it was a reward, Yi Xian would like it. This time, the Skeletal King had undergone a small change, but Yi Xian also had the Eyes of Death. At that moment, he couldn't wait to use it. Suddenly, an Eye of Death appeared above his head, which was formed by true energy, the power of all things, and the profound death energy. However, this Eye of Death didn't store the death will, and Yi Xian didn't have any skills, so he could only use it for fun. However, he forgot that now was not the time to play around. Oh no, the skeletal dragon found out. Yi Xian scanned with his Eye of Revelation and found that the skeletal dragon had turned to look at him. Those empty eye sockets made his hair stand on end. Let's go. Although Yi Xian didn't care what the skeletal dragon was, he couldn't be bothered. He directly tore open the void and prepared to leave this dangerous place. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass through the void door, he suddenly realized that in the distant sky, a huge eye with familiar patterns had formed. This time it was the Eyes of Nature. Following that, the second and third Eyes of Myriad Forms appeared. 3 Eyes of Nature and 3 managers? Yi Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had seen 3 Eyes of Nature at the same time. It seemed that these 3 managers were here to deal with the skeletal dragon. This skeletal dragon was suspected to be at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Not to mention the profound death battlefield. Even the rotating chakra battlefield would be disturbed. Therefore they had to deal with it first to prevent future troubles. Before Yi Xian could react, the 3 Eyes of Nature attacked the skeletal dragon. Although they hadn't arrived in person, the strength of these 3 managers was extremely shocking. The 3 Eyes of Nature didn't move at all, but waves of energy were bombarding the skeletal dragon. Is this the strength of these 3 managers? I'm afraid that any one of their attacks can destroy a city. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, this attack wasn't meant to attack the city, but to kill the skeletal dragon that was a threat to the profound death battlefield. The skeletal dragon's defense was extremely shocking. After being bombarded by the 3 managers, it only shook continuously. There weren't any cracks on the skeletal dragon's bones. It swept towards one of the Eyes of Nature and violently swung its body, whipping its dragon tail at it. Pang! One of the Eyes of Nature collapsed, but it reformed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1524. Bang! 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 3 waves of energy attacked from 3 different directions, causing the bone dragon's head to tremble. After a few rounds, cracks appeared on the bone dragon's head. What was surprising was that this bone dragon was actually not stupid. It even knew how to escape. However, there were 3 managers present. Where could it escape to? The 3 managers mainly wandered around the Samsara battlefield. They would occasionally come to the Xian Death battlefield. The Samsara battlefield was more than 100 times bigger than the Xian Death battlefield. Most of them would be able to turn around. How could the bone dragon escape? Soon, the bone dragon's head exploded under the crazy attacks of the 3 managers. It fell from the sky and smashed into the death abyss. In fact, Yi Xian really wanted to snatch the bone dragon's corpse. If he could devour the bone dragon, he would be able to jump several levels. However, 2 of the 3 managers were not in the reincarnation fox's camp. What if he was killed instantly? After the bone dragon died, 3 more eyes opened in the sky. This time, it was the reincarnation eye. It seemed that the 3 managers had already informed the 3 leaders. Then, 6 figures condensed and took shape. Although I don't know what the bone dragon was when it was alive, I estimate that it has been dead for more than 30,000 years, said the reincarnation city master. If it was at the peak of the samsara realm after death, it must have been at the undead realm when it was alive. How could an undead realm dragon die here? Don't you two know? Reincarnation supremacy turned around in shock. If we knew, we would have divided the bone dragon between us, replied the reincarnation city master. Then, how should we deal with this bone dragon? Reincarnation supremacy's eyes lit up. This was the bone dragon of an undead realm. If he could obtain it, he might be able to break through to the undead realm. At this moment, the reincarnation fox, who had been silent, suddenly looked at the reincarnation city master. They were good friends who had been together for more than 10,000 years. Reincarnation supremacy had only appeared for a few decades. Therefore, they naturally would not share the bone dragon with him. You two are going to... Reincarnation supremacy reacted and said in shock. However, in the next moment, the reincarnation fox and the reincarnation city master attacked. Bang! The eye of reincarnation was blasted apart. Not only that, but the eye of Myriad from reincarnation venerable's camp was also destroyed. After all, they had just risen up not too long ago, and their strength was the weakest. If they faced one of them, they would not be able to win, let alone 2 of them working together. They were directly beaten to the point that they did not even have the strength to fight back. Just as reincarnation supremacy's eyes of reincarnation and his subordinates' eyes of Myriad disappeared, another opening appeared in the sky. This time it was a different eye. Then, a young man came out of the eye. I want the dragon tail. Samsara City Master said. No need. The reincarnation fox shook his head and glanced at the young man. Instantly, the young man knew what to do. The young man leaped onto the dragon bone. Then, a stream of primary energy gushed out and cut the extremely hard dragon bone into 2 halves. Of course, it was impossible to do it with true qi, so the young man used another method. Tearing space apart. Yi Xian, who had broken through the void and arrived at the battlefield, happened to witness this scene. This is the spatial eye? Yi Xian's eyes widened. The young man was from the Fox clan, and he possessed the rare spatial eye. This was an ability that allowed one to break through the void in advance. Just now, he had used this ability to directly break through space, and then used the power of space to divide the entire dragon bone into 2 equal parts. All right, then I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master nodded in satisfaction. After he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinate, the Eye of Myriad, to take half of the dragon bone and leave. The reincarnation fox's side was much simpler. With the young man with the spatial eye, they only had to put the dragon bone into their interspatial ring and break through the void to return. However, the reincarnation fox did not intend to leave now. The middle-aged man with the spatial eye of Myriad had already told the reincarnation fox what had happened here. Therefore, the reincarnation fox was aware of the situation here. She did not expect to find a dragon bone that was still at the peak of the 9th level of the samsara realm after death. Your strength has indeed improved quickly. There is no place for you to train in the Xian Death battlefield. Come to the 100 Fox Manor. The reincarnation fox said to Yi Xian. All right, this junior will leave now. Yi Xian replied. No need. Zhuang Fei, bring him along. After the reincarnation fox finished speaking, she disappeared from the world. The young man from the Fox clan kept the dragon bone into his interspatial ring and landed beside Yi Xian with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a spatial door appeared in front of Yi Xian. This technique. Yi Xian had a strange feeling in his heart. After all, he also had the Eye of the Void. However, this was not the ability of the Eye of Control. The young man from the Fox clan called Zhuang Fei had the spatial eye. This spatial eye was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Young man, go in. Zhuang Fei said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded and passed through the spatial door. Zhuang Fei looked like a young man, but he could not be that young. Furthermore, his strength was estimated to be at the 8th level of the samsara realm or even the 9th level. In any case, he was much stronger than him. While Yi Xian and the reincarnation fox were conversing, reincarnation supremacy, who had lost his eye of reincarnation, was throwing a tantrum in his residence. Damn it! If I had that dragon bone, I might have been able to break through to the imperishable stage. Reincarnation supremacy muttered through gritted teeth. Reincarnation fox, reincarnation city lord, you have ostracized me time and time again. I will definitely have my revenge. After he finished speaking, he took out a thumb-sized object from his interspatial ring. This little object looked like a purple spider, but it had a pair of wings. Reincarnation Supremacy's eyes flickered a few times before he threw the little purple spider into the sky and let it leave. Just wait and see. In the abyss of death, Yi Xian arrived in front of a continuous mountain range after passing through the spatial door. As soon as he passed through, he felt an enormous amount of yuan qi. The 100 Fox Manor was built in this mountain range. So this is the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. He immediately released Luo Luo and the others. Although the old tree and the skeletal king were strong, they were not strong enough in the 100 Fox Manor. Come in. Zhuang Fei's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian and the others turned their heads to look, only to discover that Zhuang Fei had opened another spatial door and entered. Chapter 1525. There were only 3 words on the door of the palace. Reincarnation Palace. Then, Zhuang Fei added, the villa master is inside. You may enter. After saying that, he flew away from this place. Yi Xian guessed that they were in the depths of 100 Fox Manor. After all, the villa master was here. Luo Luo, open the door. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded obediently. Then, she walked forward and opened the door of the Reincarnation Palace. However, before her little hand could touch the door opened by itself. Yi Xian and the others looked over and saw a white figure in the palace. It was a 9-tailed fox with gray fur. Before she could turn around, the blood in Luoluo's body suddenly boiled. My bloodline. Luoluo's eyes widened. Her bloodline was boiling because of the gray 9-tailed fox in front of her. This was a bloodline connection. Yi Xian and the others were shocked. Luoluo was born in Silverwing City of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty on the main continent of the Bloodstone continent. How could she have a bloodline connection with this person? At this time, Yi Xian had also guessed that this gray 9-tailed fox was the villa master of 100 Fox Manor, the Reincarnation Fox. You're here. The Reincarnation Fox turned around. Yi Xian and the others had seen her face before, so they recognized her. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian and the others hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted her. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Take a seat first. I'll tell you slowly. The Reincarnation Fox sat on the main seat in the palace. Yi Xian and the others also sat down and waited quietly. The Reincarnation Fox paused and looked at them. I'm Hu Xing the Villa Master of 100 Fox Manor. What about you? I'm Luo Luo. Luo Luo answered directly. You must want to fully unlock your inherited memory, right? Hu Xing said to Luo Luo. Yes. Luo Luo nodded obediently. She was also guessing what kind of person she was in her previous life. However, at this moment, Hu Xing suddenly shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you completely unlock your inherited memories right now. When she heard this, Luo Luo asked in surprise, Why? Yi Xian and the others were also very puzzled. It was just a legacy memory, so why couldn't they help to fully unlock it? Was there a problem? Luo Luo has the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body. This bloodline is very special. Once the inherited memories are completely unlocked, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body will be completely activated. Do you know how many times Luo Luo has reincarnated? Hu Xing suddenly asked. How many times have you been reincarnated? This question stunned Yi Xian and the others. Could it be that Luo Luo had reincarnated more than once? Is this the second time? Luo Luo tried to guess. No, you have already reincarnated 8 times. You are now in your 9th life. Hu Xing shook her head and said. As soon as he said this, Yi Xian and the others were shocked again. 8 times? Luo Luo had already reincarnated 8 times and was now in her 9th life? This was a little too shocking. Reincarnation 8 times. 9 lives as a human. Even a samsara expert might not be able to do it. After all, the first reincarnation was easier, but the second reincarnation would be more difficult than the first and so on. An ordinary person would reincarnate at most 3 times. On the 4th time, there was a possibility that the reincarnation would fail and disappear from the world, let alone Luo who had reincarnated 8 times. Moreover, the most important thing was that after reincarnation, one would not be reborn immediately. Instead, one would wander between heaven and earth, waiting for the right time to be reborn. This process could take a day, 10 days, a month, a year, or even a few decades. I have reincarnated 8 times? Luo did not dare to believe it. She was only 17 years old, but she knew that she had already lived 9 lives. This was not something an ordinary person could accept. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body forced you to reincarnate before the age of 18. This is because when you turn 18, you will welcome a powerful heavenly tribulation. Hu Xing nodded. Heaven-loathing fox bloodline, heavenly tribulation? Luo was stunned again. However, Yi Xian immediately reacted. No wonder it is called the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Is it not tolerated by the heavens? That's right. Luo's bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the 100 Fox Manor. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Moreover, every time she reincarnates, she will maintain the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Even if she is reborn in a human body, she will mutate and be reactivated. Hu Xing replied. Hearing her words, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful. At least, it was something that Luo could not withstand. In that case, every time Luo turns 18, she will have to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Then, her soul will be destroyed and she will reincarnate again? Yi Xian said with a frown. During her first reincarnation, I was seriously injured in order to protect her. This caused my cultivation to be stuck in the reincarnation realm, unable to enter the imperishable realm. After that, I reincarnated before she turned 18, which is when the heaven-loathing fox bloodline was fully activated. This way, the heavenly tribulation would not descend. Hu Xing said with a helpless expression. If it was not for this, she would have broken through to the imperishable realm. Manor Master. When Luo heard that Hu Xing was unable to break through because of her, the corners of her eyes immediately moistened. When Yi Xian heard this, he and Old Tree looked at each other. Hu Xing did not hesitate to be injured to protect Luo. It seemed that Luo held a very high position in her heart. Perhaps, before Yi Xian could continue thinking, Hu Xing said, "This is the most basic responsibility of a mother." As expected. As soon as these words were spoken, many of their doubts were resolved. Yi Xian had previously guessed that Luo might be Hu Xing's direct descendant. That was why they could sense each other's bloodline. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. The manor master of the 100 Fox Manor, Hu Xing, was actually Luo's biological mother. Luo was also stunned. She also thought that she was Hu Xing's descendant. She did not expect that she was Hu Xing's daughter. Your inherited memories from your previous 8 lives have not been activated, so it is normal that you do not know, Hu Xing said. After pausing for a moment, Luo could not help but cry. She threw herself into Hu Xing's arms and murmured, "Mother!" Hu Xing was Luo's real mother. When Luo was in danger, it was reasonable for her to be heavily injured and help her block the heavenly tribulation. However, how could they solve the problem of the heavenly fox bloodline? Yi Xian was also worried about Luo. After all, Luo was already 17 years old. There was only 1 year left before she turned 18. He knew that even if he did not bring Luo here, Hu Xing would find Luo and reincarnate her again. However, the 9th reincarnation would not be so easy. Senior, can Luo's heavenly fox bloodline be suppressed? Yi Xian asked. I have thought of ways to suppress it before, but it has never succeeded. Her father left the 100 Fox Manor to find the fox ancestor because of this. After all, the Fox clan in the Glazed Light Sacred Ground are all descendants of the fox ancestor. As an ancestor, there might be a way to suppress the heavenly fox bloodline. However, Luo's father has not been found. Even he has not heard of him. I don't know if. Hu Xing sighed. Then, Luo can only reincarnate again? Yi Xian frowned. There is less than a year left. I am afraid that is the only way. However, reincarnation is more difficult than the previous one. The previous few times, I invited the reincarnation city lord and spent a lot of effort to successfully reincarnate after wandering between heaven and earth for 100 years. This time, I estimate that I only have a 20% chance. Hu Xing'er sighed again. A 20% chance of success was 1 in 5. This was too small. Chapter 1526. I do have an independent space. If Luoluo enters it, I don't know if she can survive the heavenly tribulation, Yi Xian suddenly said. The independent space he was talking about was the plantation space. Luoluo usually cultivated in his plantation space. I guessed that too. However, I asked Zhuang Fei to open up a space, but the heavenly tribulation still came. I don't dare to take the risk. Hu Xing'er shook her head. Zhuang Fei was the nine-tailed fox who had the eye of space. However, the space he opened up was different from Yi Xian's system space. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk. What if the system space also had a heavenly tribulation? Wouldn't Luoluo be in trouble then? How powerful is the heavenly tribulation? Can you survive it if you break through to the imperishable stage? Yi Xian asked again. The first heavenly tribulation is equivalent to the full power attack of a 9th-level Samsara realm expert. After that, I have only seen 2 heavenly tribulations. Before these 2 heavenly tribulations arrived, the tribulation clouds that formed were so terrifying that even I trembled. I think even an imperishable stage expert can't survive it. Hu Xing'er replied. That means the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase with the number of reincarnations. Everyone present couldn't help but gulp. If even an imperishable stage expert couldn't survive it, then it would be troublesome. Yi Xian had wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and help Luoluo break through to the imperishable stage so that she could survive the heavenly tribulation. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. 1 year is too short. If I had 1 year, I could break through to the imperishable stage. However, the heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger. Who knows how strong it will be this time? Yi Xian pondered. At the same time, he tried to find something that could suppress the heavenly loathe fox bloodline. However, he couldn't find anything. Hu Xing'er had tried to suppress the bloodline before, but Luoluo's father had gone out to look for the fox ancestor. Not only was there no news of him, but he might also have died. The second method was reincarnation. However, the difficulty of reincarnation increased each time. Hu Xing'er only had a 20% chance of helping Luoluo reincarnate. The third method was to let Luoluo hide in the planting space. However, the Yi Xian in the system space was also uncertain. If there was a heavenly tribulation, then it would be troublesome. As for the fourth method, it was to let Luoluo grow stronger. She had to at least surpass the undead realm, which meant that she had to reach the reaching heaven realm. He was afraid that 1 year was not enough. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea and said, "By the way, Senior, last time you and the Samsara City Master joined hands to help Luoluo Samsara. What if you add a treasure of Samsara this time?" The treasure of Samsara. When she heard this, Luoluo suddenly recalled something and said, "Mother, young master obtained a base of the life and death disc." After that, venerable reincarnation descended twice. The base of the life and death disc was unearthed once and trembled violently once. Therefore we estimate that. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt very helpless. He was already used to Luoluo calling him young master, but now that he knew that Luoluo was the daughter of the manor master of 100 Fox Mountain Villa, if he still called him young master, what if Hu Xing'er was unhappy? Life and death plate? Hu Xing'er was slightly surprised. This was the first time she heard this name, but venerable reincarnation was not unfamiliar to her. She paused and said, "Do you think that this venerable reincarnation that suddenly appeared is the original body of the life and death disc? Is it an artifact that turned into a demon?" There was an example of an artifact turning into a demon. Besides that, Wei Zhentian was also like this, but he could not transform into a human. If this venerable reincarnation is really formed by the life and death disc, as long as we beat him back to his original form, the success rate of Luoluo's reincarnation will increase, Yi Xian said. If that is the case, the success rate will indeed increase, and it will not be small. This is a delaying strategy. Hu Xing'er nodded slightly. Luoluo was almost 18 years old, and there was less than a year left. The most important thing now was to slow down. As long as Luoluo successfully reincarnated, Yi Xian would have a lot of time to grow. As long as he grew to a certain extent, It should not be a problem to solve the problem of the sky-loathed fox bloodline. Putting aside the fact that Luo would wander between heaven and earth, there was still 18 years after her birth. If Yi Xian was given 18 years, it would not be a problem for him to reach the heaven completion realm. He would only need 3 to 5 years. However, there was a problem again. This venerable reincarnation is already at the peak of the 9th level samsara realm. If he is willing to help, the success rate is not small. However, the samsara city governor and I have suppressed him, and this time, we took away an imperishable stage dragon bone. He must be resentful. It seems like we have to use a tough method. Hu Xing'er narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Previously, when Hu Xing'er and the samsara city governor were not careful, the venerable reincarnation had risen to the stage where he could contend with them. It was simply amazing. Of course, if the 100 Fox Manor and Samsara City were to mobilize all their forces, it would not be a problem to eliminate the venerable reincarnation. After pondering for a moment, Hu Xing'er said, however, the venerable reincarnation is extremely careful. He should be somewhere in the rotating chakra battlefield. The eyes of nature under the Samsara City governor and I are unable to enter the rotating chakra battlefield. It will not be that easy to find the venerable reincarnation. Perhaps we can find the venerable reincarnation through the base of the life and death plate. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out the base of the life and death plate. If it is as you think, it will be possible. However, there is a distance limit. Hu Xing'er said, the rotating chakra battlefield is not that simple. There is no administrator here, and the 3 administrators of the profound death battlefield are all in their own territories. Once an enemy appears, they will immediately take action and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and the others were shocked. In the Xian death battlefield, the 3 administrators were maintaining order and did not allow those at the 4th level samsara realm to attack. However, in the rotating chakra battlefield, they would only wander around their own territories. Once they discovered an enemy, they would attack without hesitation. If that was the case, it would be difficult for them to enter the territories of the venerable reincarnation. If the Samsara City governor and I attack, the venerable reincarnation will immediately know. After all, the stronger one's aura is, the more the eyes of nature will be able to sense it. On the other hand, the lower one's cultivation is, the more difficult it will be, Hu Xing'er said. Yi Xian said without hesitation, if that is the case, then this task is best left to us. I am only at the 1st level samsara realm. Once I discover the venerable reincarnation, I can directly use my independent space to transport you all over and give him a heavy blow. Chapter 1527. Yes, but it should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the samsara realm. At this level, I won't be easily detected and my strength is guaranteed. Yi Xian nodded. If he was at the 3rd level of the samsara realm, then Old Tree and the others should be at the 5th or 6th level of the samsara realm. This way, they could fight above their level and survive in the samsara battlefield. Mother, young master's battle strength is very strong. He can fight above 4 levels at most. As long as he is given cultivation resources, he can quickly break through. Luo suddenly said. Actually, I found Luo not long after she was born. She was the only one who met you. I saw that you were getting along well with Luo, so I turned a blind eye, Hu Xing'er said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Indeed, Hu Xing'er had sent experts to protect Luo. However, his realm was too low at that time and he didn't notice at all. Your realm is the fastest I have seen. In just 3 years you have grown to this level. I have high hopes for you. It's not impossible for you to break through to the imperishable realm in a year, but it won't be that easy to find a solution, Hu Xing'er continued. Yi Xian was 27 years old now. When he met Luo, he was 24 years old. He spent 3 years to climb from the Supreme Being realm to the Rebirth realm. His talent was definitely unprecedented. Unfortunately, Luo's bloodline problem wasn't so simple to solve. Alright, I know a senior. He told me to come to the west of the land of reincarnation. Maybe this senior can. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Hearing this, Luo's eyes lit up. Mother, there is a senior in the Bloodrock continent called Old Immortal Tianju. Maybe he can help me. That barren continent actually has such an expert. Hu Xing'er found it unbelievable. Previously, the Bloodrock continent didn't even have a manifestation realm martial artist. It was unbelievable that such an expert could appear. Yi Xian estimated that old immortal Tianju was definitely at the imperishable realm. No. He was at least at the imperishable realm. Last time, Yi Xian had given Tianju Lao Xian a piece of the heavenly treasure map. Tianju Lao Xian had accepted it, and his mood had fluctuated greatly. This time, if Yi Xian asked for his help, it might be possible. Junior will go now, Yi Xian said immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, his second clone in the eastern continent immediately set off for the Great Wasteland. With his cultivation base, he quickly arrived. Come in. Tianju Elder Immortal seemed to know everything as he spoke. Yi Xian scanned the area with his eye of revelation, and discovered that he still couldn't see through the formation. Luoluo is saved. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he passed through the pillar of light and arrived in front of the wooden hut. Old Immortal Tianju had already come out and was looking at him. Senior. Yi Xian cupped his fists and prepared to tell him about Luoluo. However, before he could say anything, Old Immortal Tianju said, I already know why you're here. You're here for that little fox, right? These words caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. Could it be that Old Immortal Tianju had the ability to predict the future? Otherwise, how would he know about this matter? After all, he was still talking to Hu Xing. I'm afraid I can't do anything about that little fox's bloodline. Old Immortal Tianju shook his head. Senior, you're very powerful, but you can't do anything about it? Yi Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. He guessed that Old Immortal Tianju was at least an imperishable realm elite, or even a heaven ascension realm elite. Why couldn't he do anything? Old Immortal Tianju sighed and said, That little girl has the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body. This is a heaven-defying bloodline that is not tolerated by the heavens. It's my first time seeing it. My cultivation base is indeed much higher than yours, but I can't go against the heavens. Therefore, I can't suppress the bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian could only feel helpless. However, if you can't solve the problem of reincarnation, you can come to me and let her reincarnate. I can do it. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly added. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his fist and said, Thank you, Senior. Immediately, he passed on Old Immortal Tianju's words through his original body. After hearing this good news, a smile appeared on Hu Xing's ice-cold face. She said, Since this is the case, Luoluo's reincarnation problem can be considered solved. However, this will make you owe that elder a favor. As long as Luoluo could successfully reincarnate, then Yi Xian would have at least 18 years. Within 18 years, breaking through to the Heaven Ascension realm would definitely not be a problem. The problem of reincarnation was solved. Next, it was the matter of reincarnation supremacy. Senior, that reincarnation supremacy's whereabouts are unknown. Let me investigate. Yi Xian suddenly said. Okay. Hu Xing nodded and said, You're breaking through quickly. What do you want? Just tell me. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony and directly said what he wanted, which were ores, fire attribute heavenly treasures and so on. I'll give you these things. Hu Xing was extremely generous and quickly got someone to prepare them. Then, she threw a Qian Kuan ring to Yi Xian. The things inside were priceless. Yi Xian excitedly took the Qian Kuan ring and checked its contents. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and his heart almost couldn't take it anymore. The things inside the Qian Kuan ring had exceeded his expectations. The cultivation resources in this Qian Kuan ring are enough for a person to break through to the peak of the 8th level Samsara realm. Hu Xing said. Yi Xian didn't expect there to be so much. However, with so many resources, he estimated that it would only be enough for him to break through to the 6th or 7th level Samsara realm. After all, he had more experience points than the average person. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked Hu Xing and then began to devour the heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 2nd level Samsara realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd level Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level Samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level Samsara realm. Although Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures, he held back because there was still a mission waiting for him. Hu Xing'er could sense the change in Yi Xian's aura and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. This kid indeed had a unique ability. In an instant, he had broken through from the 1st level Samsara realm to the 3rd level Samsara realm. How terrifying! Ordinary people couldn't break through even after thousands of years. However, Yi Xian had done it in an instant. Chapter 1528. Now that I am at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm and the old tree are at the 5th level of the Samsara realm, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with the 6th or 7th level of the Samsara realm. Moreover, I have a large amount of natural treasures in my devouring space. If I encounter any danger, I can make a breakthrough and resolve the crisis. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, the lower his cultivation level, the safer he would be. After all, his goal was to find the location of reincarnation supremacy, not to start a massacre. Of course, if he made a breakthrough in one go, he would be able to do as he pleased in the rotating chakra battlefield. However, it would not be so easy to lure reincarnation supremacy out. According to Hu Xing'er, reincarnation supremacy was very careful because he was afraid that the Samsara City Lord would join forces with her. When do you plan to move? Hu Xing'er asked. Yi Xian thought for a moment before replying, there's no time to lose. Let's move now. My 100 Fox Manor has also sent many geniuses into the rotating chakra battlefield to investigate. I have a map of where reincarnation supremacy might be hiding. Take it. After Hu Xing'er finished speaking, she threw a sheepskin scroll to Yi Xian. Yi Xian flipped it open and copied it into his devouring space. There were a total of 3 places on the map that were suspected to be reincarnation supremacy's hiding place. One was called Life and Death Canyon, one was called Reincarnation Peak, and the last was called Mount Eternal. Yi Xian sized up the map and found that Life and Death Canyon was the closest to their camp. It seemed that he could go there first to take a look. These 3 locations were summarized by the experts of the 100 Fox Manor, but no one had gone there before. After all, once an expert approached, it would alert the enemy. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm and ordinary people would not notice him unless the battle mark between his eyebrows was discovered. Since he had decided, Yi Xian immediately moved. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked into the reincarnation hall. It was Zhuang Fei who had the Eye of Space. Bring him to the edge of the rotating chakra battlefield. Hu Xing'er said to Zhuang Fei. Yes, Manor Lord. Zhuang Fei nodded and then broke through the void and opened a space door. Young master, be careful. Luo Luo reminded him. She was currently only at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death stage. Although she was about to break through to the samsara stage, her current strength was unlikely to be of much help. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to stay in the 100 Fox Manor and accompany Hu Xing'er. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately led the old tree, Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian through the space door. He had also left a void mark in the 100 Fox Manor, but when he passed through the space crossing door, he found that he was very far away from Luoluo, beyond the teleportation distance of the Eye of the Void. This is a space travel token. If you want to come back, you can crush it to open a space travel gate to 100 Fox Manor. Zhuang Fei took out a token and gave it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been worried about how to leave the rotating wheel battlefield, but now the problem had been solved. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him. Be careful. After saying this, Zhuang Fei returned to the space traversing door. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the rotating wheel battlefield, at the border of the western camp near the northern camp. Next, he would go to the Life and Death Canyon and use the base of the Life and Death Compass to check if Reincarnation Venerable was there. This mission was very important. After all, Reincarnation Venerable was as timid as a mouse and was afraid of being attacked by the Reincarnation Fox and the Samsara City Master. He could not alert the enemy, he had to kill him in one blow. After Zhuang Fei left, Yi Xian immediately took action and rushed toward the northern camp of the rotating wheel battlefield. The borders of the Xian Life battlefield and the Xian Death battlefield were always very popular. However, the rotating chakra battlefield was different. This was because all 3 camps of the rotating chakra battlefield had the eyes of myriad forms. Once they discovered an enemy, they would immediately kill them. Therefore, Yi Xian easily entered the northern camp's territory this time. The Life and Death Canyon is southeast of the northern camp, near the eastern camp of the Samsara City Master. With my speed, it would take me more than a month to reach it. It's too slow. Yi Xian thought to himself. He carefully looked at the map and realized that there was a teleportation array that could save him about half a month. However, the teleportation array was 2 to 3 days away from Yi Xian, so he still had to hurry. Although there was a large amount of natural treasures in the devouring space that could allow him to break through several times, he did not have the habit of wasting time. He was in charge of traveling while the old tree, Skeletal King, and Wei Zhentian split up and killed enemies along the way to increase his killing intent. The old tree and Skeletal King were both at the 5th level of the Samsara realm and their auras were much stronger than Yi Xian. However, there were countless 5th-level Samsara realm experts in the rotating will battlefield and they would not attract the attention of the Eyes of Thousand Forms unless they were extremely unlucky. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the teleportation array. However, this teleportation array was built behind a family, so it was not easy to use it. Young master, if we cause a huge commotion, will we attract the attention of the Eyes of Thousand Forms? The old tree reminded him. The strongest person in this family is at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, so it's easy to annihilate them. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Although that was the case, annihilating a family at the 7th level of the Samsara realm was not a small matter and would probably attract the attention of the Eyes of Thousand Forms. However, it was fine even if it attracted attention. After all, Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, old immortal Tianju had said that if they could not reincarnate, they could ask him for help. Therefore, Luo Luo's problem was temporarily solved. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was not afraid anymore. Of course, it was best to avoid the Eyes of Thousand Forms if they could. Let's go and use the teleportation array directly, Yi Xian said to the old tree and Skeletal King. Understood. Seeing that Yi Xian had made up his mind, the old tree and Skeletal King no longer concealed themselves and charged out. As for Yi Xian, he used the assassination mode to hide. The old tree and Skeletal King were both at the 5th level of the Samsara realm. Although their cultivation level was not high, they were not weak. As soon as they charged in, they were viewed as a thorn in the side of the family and were attacked by a concentrated fire. At the same time, Yi Xian went around them and headed for the teleportation array. There are enemies invading. They are courting death. Kill them. There is also a 5th level of the Samsara realm Skeletal King. We are really lucky this time. Capture him. They are very strong. Don't panic. Roars could be heard from the family. Due to the sudden appearance of the old tree and Skeletal King, they were at a loss and were defeated. Chapter 1529. Bastard. How dare you behave so atrociously here? You're courting death. The 3 6th level Samsara realm experts attacked at the same time. However, this was nothing to the old tree and the Skeletal King. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sneaked to the teleportation array. Old tree, ribs, it's about time to get rid of these 3. Yi Xian said in his mind. Understood. The old tree immediately responded. This battle was quite intense. However, Yi Xian was now focusing on the mission and not on destroying this family clan. Halfway through the battle, the old tree and the Skeletal King suddenly disappeared. They were kept in the planting space by Yi Xian. Where are they? Impossible, they must be hiding somewhere. Find them. The Skeletal King is a rare exotic beast. We must capture it. They killed so many people. We must not let them go. This family clan was in an uproar. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds. However, in these 5 seconds, the old tree and the Skeletal King had joined forces to kill many people, including a 6th level Samsara realm expert. Then, Yi Xian sneaked into the teleportation array and activated it. Whoosh! The teleportation array began to operate and light shone into the sky. What's going on? Why did the teleportation array suddenly activate? It must be those 2 intruders. Let's go and take a look. Did those 2 intruders infiltrate our family clan just to use the teleportation array? Everyone rushed towards the teleportation array. At this moment, Yi Xian had already activated the teleportation array. In a few seconds, the teleportation array would be successful. This teleportation array would only be used by Yi Xian. The old tree, the Skeletal King, and Wei Zhentian were actually covering for him. As long as Yi Xian was successfully teleported away, they could kill themselves and revive beside Yi Xian. Damn you, don't even think about leaving. A loud roar was heard. The 7th level Samsara realm expert of this family clan had finally appeared. In the next moment, Yi Xian's teleportation array stopped operating. He did not expect the other party to have a remote control. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle this time. Since he couldn't leave quickly, then he might as well come. Kill. Yi Xian immediately gave orders to the old tree and the skeleton king. He only hoped that the Eye of Myriad wouldn't detect this place, otherwise, he might alert the enemy. Since they were going to kill him, they had to do it quickly. Undying Fighting Soul. The skeletal monarch immediately activated its skill. In the next moment, both its and Wei Zhentian's attributes doubled. So what if he was at the 7th level of the Samsara realm? The old tree was currently at the 5th level of the Samsara stage, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a few 6th-level Samsara stage experts. As for the remaining people, he would leave them to Yi Xian. A feast of slaughter. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and used Killing Feast, which had a cooldown of 1 day. At the same time, he was using his soul eye to control his opponent. If they were to go all out in this battle, it would not last for long. The 7th level Samsara stage expert's face turned extremely gloomy when he saw how powerful the skeletal monarch was. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Humph. You want to use the teleportation array? No way. The 7th level Samsara stage ancestor's eyes flashed and he took the opportunity to form a few hand seals. Soon after, the teleportation array made a series of banging sounds. F***CK. You want to destroy the teleportation array? Yi Xian immediately reacted. If the teleportation array was destroyed, he would have to travel for half a month. This wouldn't do. Grasp of the Underworld. The skeletal monarch activated another skill and forcefully pulled the 7th level Samsara stage ancestor over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The skeletal monarch swung the enormous sword and slashed the 7th level Samsara stage ancestor's body. In an instant, the ancestor's head was separated from his body. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After the ancestor's death, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of killing intent. Unfortunately, the skeletal monarch was still a little too slow. A portion of the teleportation array was destroyed. However, the damage wasn't severe and Yi Xian could still repair it. At this moment, the strongest person in the family was already dead and the remaining people were just a bunch of motley crew. Yi Xian and the other two joined forces. In addition to the cultivators who were resurrected by the skeletal monarch's will of death, they easily dealt with everyone. The will of death wouldn't consume anything as long as they resurrected someone with a low cultivation realm. However, if they wanted to resurrect someone of the same cultivation realm or higher, they would need the soul water in their soul pool. This would reduce the enhancement of the Elegy of Souls. Soon, all the upper echelons of the family died in the hands of Yi Xian. Old tree, spare ribs, same as usual. Yi Xian said to the old tree and the skeletal monarch. Same as usual, it was time to loot. After all, the teleportation array was slightly damaged and it would be a waste not to take it. Ding, beginning to repair the teleportation array. Fortunately, the damage to the teleportation array wasn't severe and was only 10% damaged. Even so, it would take more than half a day to repair. After all, the teleportation array was a little far away. This family was courting death. Yi Xian originally just wanted to borrow it and didn't want to make too much of a fuss. However, when they saw the old tree and the skeletal monarch, all of them seemed to have gone crazy. Yi Xian had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, he was really prepared to let this family go. The teleportation array began to slowly repair. The people in this family had all left, leaving only Yi Xian and the other two. Yi Xian guessed that they had gone to get reinforcements. If the manager of the Reincarnation Supremacy's camp came, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian only hoped that he could leave this place before the manager found out. However, things weren't as easy as imagined. Just as Yi Xian was repairing the teleportation array, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. The Eye of Nature. F***CK. What I'm afraid of is happening. Yi Xian cursed and immediately raised his attention. It was said that the Eyes of Myriad Forms was an expert at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Even if it was a spatial attack, it would be enough to instantly kill Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was prepared to devour those treasures. However, if he did that, the old tree and the skeletal monarch's realms would also increase. It wasn't a good sign. However, after the Eye of Nature appeared, it didn't attack immediately. Instead, it condensed into an illusory figure. Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with this illusory figure. It wasn't the one who helped the other two kill the skeletal dragon that day. Strange. Does the reincarnation supremacy have the Eye of Nature? Yi Xian immediately reacted. This Eye of Nature wasn't the one he encountered that day. This person's aura wasn't that strong. How dare you behave so atrociously in the supremacy's territory? The illusory figure that looked like a young man said coldly, "Can't I kill the enemy and obtain battle merits?" Chapter 1530. This was a world where the strong were respected. Who hadn't killed others for their treasures? Furthermore, this was the rotating chakra battlefield that was divided into factions. I'd like to see if your strength is as good as your mouth. The young man's eyes suddenly flickered. In the next moment, the air in front of Yi Xian distorted and exploded. Bang! However, Yi Xian had left before this happened. This attack was more than 10 times weaker than the attack from the 9th level Samsara Realm expert. If it was the Eyes of Myriad expert under reincarnation supremacy, Yi Xian's body would have exploded and he would not have survived. Unfortunately, this person was not the Eyes of Myriad expert. I see. There are more than 3 managers in the rotating chakra battlefield. There are many Eyes of Myriad experts. I knew it. Yi Xian immediately understood. This was because he had sent a voice transmission to Luo Luo and received Hu Xing'er's reply. There were many Eyes of Myriad experts in 100 Fox Manor. Although not many of them could be used across space, they would occasionally patrol the battlefield. Some of them were only at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, while others were at the 8th level. As long as they discovered an enemy in their territory, they would immediately report it and send stronger people to deal with them. There were many fake managers in reincarnation supremacy's territory, and this young man was one of them. Yi Xian estimated that this young man was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Of course, those who could become fake managers were not ordinary. This young man's combat strength was probably not on the same level as the patriarch of this family. Even so, Yi Xian did not take him seriously. Old tree rib scatter him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the 2 of them. Roger. Hearing this, Old Shu quickly flashed out. You're courting death. The young man immediately attacked when he saw the 2 of them attacking. Unfortunately, Old Tree and Skeletal King were not easy to deal with and easily avoided his attack. Regardless of whether it was attack power or attack speed, they were far inferior to that person. What was the use of this Eyes of Myriad? Damn it! The young man cursed angrily. At this moment, the old tree just happened to flash to the top of his head. Then, he threw out a flaming fist and hit the Eye of All Things. Bang! The Eye of All Forms trembled violently when it was attacked. Then came the attack of the Skeleton King. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out as the Eye of Myriad Forms was struck, causing it to tremble once more. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't leave. Fight my true body. The young man cursed. Oh, Your Holiness? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, How long will it take? I'll be there soon, you bunch of trash. Wait until my true body arrives, I'll definitely kill you all. The young man said in exasperation. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to leave first and wait for the array formation to be repaired before returning. However, after hearing the young man's words, he suddenly changed his mind. This young man had a pair of Eyes of Myriad Forms, and he had cultivated them to the point where he could use them across space. If Yi Xian could devour them, not only would he be able to increase his power of myriad forms, but he might also have the ability to travel across space. This young man must be killed. All right, I'll be waiting here. Yi Xian immediately replied. Humph. The young man snorted coldly. Then, Old Tree destroyed the Eye of Myriad Forms with a punch, and the young man's silhouette disappeared. How dare a mere 7th-level Samsara realm cultivator show off in front of him? He was courting death. Sure enough, 3 minutes after the Eye of Myriad Forms was destroyed, the young man's main body really came. It seemed like he was nearby and happened to witness the destruction of this family. Old Tree Rib, go and deal with him. Yi Xian said to the two of them. At the same time, he added, use the sky-shattering meteor slash. You must kill him in one hit. After receiving the order, Old Tree and the Skeleton King immediately charged out. You really didn't leave? You're courting death. The young man did not waste his breath and condensed another eye of myriad forms. Then, his true body and the eye of myriad forms attacked together. Yi Xian stood next to the transportation formation and watched the battle. His attention was not entirely on the battle. He was still observing the surroundings to see if other managers had arrived. If something was wrong, he would immediately soar into the sky and make a breakthrough when necessary. I wonder if this kid has notified the others. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Old Tree and the Skeleton King were already fighting with the young man. The young man was indeed powerful, much more powerful than the deceased patriarch of the family. In addition, his true body had arrived, and the eye of myriad forms was powerful. He was actually evenly matched with Old Tree and the other two. If it were not for the immortal phoenix bloodline, Old Tree, Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian might have been defeated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition, which made him reveal a worried expression. Forget it, I'll make another breakthrough. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly made a decision. Immediately afterward, the Skeleton King suddenly slashed, and a dark gray sword chi swept out. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. The power of this attack was second only to Unicorn's Descent, but it was not so easy to hit. Not a bad attack, but it can't hit me. So what if it's strong? The young man's eyes flashed, but he did not move at all. Whoosh whoosh. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash brushed past the young man's head and did not hurt him. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw that the sky-shattering flowing rock slash was repelled by the all-creation's force that the young man had condensed. This kid is indeed quite capable. But so what? Devour. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 4th level Samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding. Skeleton King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash is now off cooldown. The moment the sky-shattering flowing rock slash missed, Yi Xian directly devoured a large amount of treasures and broke through to 4th level Samsara realm. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash that he had just used was also restored due to the ores that he had devoured. Now, the Old Tree, the Skeleton King, and the Old Tree were only one level away from the young man. If they joined forces, they would probably be able to easily crush the young man. What? The young man was shocked when he sensed that the auras of the Old Tree and the Skeleton King had skyrocketed. How was it possible that both of them had made a breakthrough in the middle of a battle? There was definitely something fishy about this. This was because the Old Tree had made a breakthrough from 5th level Samsara realm to 6th level Samsara realm. He had not just entered the 6th level Samsara realm. However, the young man did not have the time to think about this. This was because the attacks of the Old Tree and the Skeleton King had instantly become several times stronger. Chapter 1531. However, if that was the case, the Old Tree and the Skeletal King's auras would be too powerful and would be easily detected by the managers. In that case, it would be difficult for them to move around. Although the Old Tree and the Skeletal King were no longer afraid of the most powerful eye of nature after devouring everything, reincarnation supremacy would probably be wary of them once they unleashed their powerful strength. This was also the reason why Yi Xian did not devour everything immediately. Who asked reincarnation supremacy to be so timid? After the Old Tree and the Skeletal King broke through, the young man did not even last 3 rounds before his head was chopped off by the Skeletal King. He did not even have the chance to say his last words. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly got the Old Tree to pluck the young man's eye. However, at that moment, another eye suddenly opened in the sky. It was the Eye of Nature again. However, Yi Xian was very familiar with the Eye of Nature this time. Oh no, let's go. Without hesitation, Yi Xian hid the Old Tree and Megatron in the planting space before leaving through the void. This Eye of Nature was the one that had joined forces with the other 2 managers to kill the peak 9th level Samsara realm skeletal dragon. It was a subordinate of reincarnation supremacy. If Yi Xian was targeted by it, he would probably have no choice but to break through. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and directly entered the void door. However, before that, the Eye of Nature had already seen Yi Xian. It's this kid. The powerhouse recognized Yi Xian. However, he sensed that Yi Xian was only at the 4th level Samsara realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, Yi Xian was only at the 1st level Samsara realm back then. How was it possible that he had broken through to the 4th level Samsara realm in such a short time? Moreover, he had even killed one of the managers under his command. His strength was not weak at all. However, the powerhouse did not intend to report such a small matter to reincarnation supremacy. Instead, he began to wander around but did not discover Yi Xian. What he did not know was that Yi Xian had already broken through the void and left that place. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, this matter would have been troublesome. At the same time, he guessed that the strongest subordinate of reincarnation supremacy, the Eye of all things, should know where reincarnation supremacy was. As long as he captured him and searched his soul, he might be able to find out where reincarnation supremacy was. However, this matter could be discussed later. Young master, these are that person's eyes. The old tree handed the 2 eyes of myriad forms to Yi Xian. He had also taken off his universe ring earlier, but Yi Xian was not interested in these things. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. When he received the 2 eyes of nature, he immediately devoured them. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of nature. The effect of the force of nature has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of nature. The effect of the force of nature has increased. Ding! Host has comprehended celestial eyes. Space-crossing eyes. System notifications rang one after another, letting Yi Xian know that it was worth it to expose himself this time. Originally, there were only 5 celestial eyes. They were the Eye of Insight, the Eye of Perception, the Eye of Void, the Eye of Soul, and the Eye of Eternity. Now, there was an additional space-crossing eyes. The space-crossing eyes allowed one to use the Eye of Nature and the Eye of Death, as well as the Eye of Insight, the Eye of Perception, and the Eye of Soul. Based on the power of the young man just now, he had obtained the Eye of Nature from a heaven-reaching beast. He had spent a lot of time practicing it to the point where he could use it across space. Now, this ability had been obtained by Yi Xian. Not only that, but Yi Xian could also use it with various celestial eyes. The effect was quite good. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used his Eye of Transcendence and condensed an Eye of myriad forms. This huge Eye of Nature was condensed a day's journey away from Yi Xian. Coincidentally, there was a small force under this Eye of Nature. Then, Yi Xian used the Eye of Insight again. With the help of the Eye of Nature, he could clearly see the internal environment of the people in the small force. After combining the space-crossing eyes and the Eye of Nature, he could also use the celestial eyes. It was simply too powerful. From now on, even if the enemy was outside of Yi Xian's field of vision, he could use the Eye of Nature and use the Eye of Soul on them. This time, there were gains and losses. Although he had gained one more technique, he was discovered by the strongest Eye of Nature. Fortunately, he was only at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. The old tree and the skeletal monarch were only at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, so they should not attract the attention of the reincarnation supremacy. Unfortunately, while the formation was still being repaired, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. I wonder if the strongest Eye of Nature is still around. If he investigates and finds out that I'm going to use this teleportation formation, I won't be able to use it with him guarding it. Yi Xian thought to himself. It would take him more than a month to reach the Life and Death Canyon when he was at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. However, after breaking through to the 4th level of the Samsara realm, the time needed was greatly reduced. Yi Xian estimated that if he broke through again, he would be able to reach the Life and Death Canyon within 7 days. However, he felt that it was better to wait for a while. Perhaps the strongest Eye of Nature had already left? He waited for half a day until he heard the system notification. Ding! The teleportation formation has been repaired. Upon hearing this, he could not help but break through the void and return to the family. This family was still desolate and there was not a single person. After passing through the void door, Yi Xian first used the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Insight to investigate and found that there were no experts in the surroundings. He immediately flashed into the teleportation formation. Whoosh! The teleportation formation lit up and the teleportation began. A few seconds later, the teleportation was successful. When his vision cleared, Yi Xian discovered that he had appeared in a cave. This was the teleportation formation's landing point. It seems that the eye of nature has not caught up with me. Let's leave first. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickly left the teleportation formation's landing point. It seemed that this was a close call. However, he did not know if the owner of the Eye of Nature had reported this matter to the reincarnation supremacy. Therefore, it was better to leave first. Yi Xian immediately left his original spot and headed towards the Life and Death Canyon. He was currently at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. The old tree, the skeleton, and Wei Zhentian were already at the 6th level of the Samsara realm. He was confident that he could deal with an 8th level of the Samsara realm expert. However, after traveling for a day, he was discovered by the Eye of Nature. No, it should be said that he discovered an Eye of Nature. Rumble! At this moment, there was a group of people in front of him who were fighting with an Eye of Nature. This group of people were between the 5th and 6th level of the Samsara realm. However, they were so powerful that they could probably challenge those of a higher level. As for that Eye of Nature, it was not the one that Yi Xian saw dealing with the bone dragon. Yi Xian reckoned that it was only at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Chapter 1532. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on this, but on another team. This team wasn't locals, but rather from the 100 Fox Villa's camp. Yi Xian saw that they all had 9 tails behind them. Our own people? Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that there was a white light shining between their eyebrows, indicating that they were from the same camp. Since that was the case, he could not just stand by and watch. Old Tree, Ribs, Little Tian, go! Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly made his decision. Help! Old Tree, who was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, was extremely fast. He continuously sent his remnant flame clones over and instantly joined the battle. What? The few Fox clan geniuses were stunned when they saw this. However, when they saw the white light between Old Tree's eyebrows, they immediately reacted. They were here to help. Old Tree took the lead and immediately launched an attack on the Eye of Myriad. Shortly after, the Skeletal King attacked. The two of them worked together and directly dealt a large amount of damage to the Eye of Myriad. Humph! Another one who doesn't care about his life. The Eye of Myriad snorted coldly as its gaze landed on Old Tree. A surge of myriad energy wrapped around Old Tree, but Old Tree immediately used remnant flame to escape. Bang! A huge explosion occurred where Old Tree was, and the power was enough to severely injure an ordinary 6th level Samsara realm expert. You're just a myriad manifestation realm expert. Even if your true body is here, I'm not afraid of you. Old Tree growled as he joined forces with the Skeletal King to attack again. This time, the Eye of All Things was directly crushed. The few Fox clan geniuses were extremely shocked. They could not do anything to the Eye of Myriad, but Old Tree and the Skeletal King joined forces and directly obliterated it. They were quite powerful. This is not the place to talk. Come in with me. Yi Xian had already rushed over. He quickly tore through the void and entered. Although the Eye of Myriad Forms was defeated, a second Eye of Myriad Forms was about to descend. They had to leave this place, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape. The Fox tribe youths looked at each other and decided to trust Yi Xian for the time being. Then, they entered the void door. Hua! When the void gate closed, an Eye of All Things appeared in the sky. It was the one that had been destroyed. Damn it! He actually ran away. That person couldn't believe it. He hurriedly began to search the surroundings, but he didn't find anything. At this moment, Yi Xian had already teleported to a hidden place. This was a void mark he had left behind on his way here. Thank you for your help, Senior. One of the youths from the Fox tribe walked out and cupped his fists towards the Old Tree. Are you from 100 Fox Manor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes. The young man nodded. Then do you recognize this? Yi Xian suddenly took out a token from the devouring space. This was given to him by Hu Xing'er, the Manor Lord of 100 Fox Manor, before he left. This is the 100 Fox token. The youth's eyes widened. Only the higher-ups of 100 Fox Manor could possess this 100 Fox token. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. Furthermore, he was a human. How could he possess such a token? This was given to me by your Manor Lord. She sent me to assist in investigating the whereabouts of Samsara supremacy. Do you have any news? Yi Xian asked. This. The youths looked at each other. In the end, the leader of the Fox Tribe youth said, "We just investigated the Life and Death Canyon. We didn't find samsara supremacy. However, we heard something else." "What is it?" Yi Xian asked curiously. The leader of the Fox Tribe youths carefully sized up the 100 Fox token and replied, "The Samsara City Lord is dead." Boom. This news was like a bolt from the blue that struck Yi Xian's head. The Samsara City Lord is dead? That can't be. The Samsara City Lord is an expert on the same level as your Manor Lord. How could he be dead? Yi Xian could not believe it. "We can't guarantee it, but we are at least 80% sure." The leader of the Fox Tribe youth's eyes flickered. He was very confused when he heard this news. However, they only learned this news after controlling a person and searching his soul. That person had even seen half of the indestructible realm dragon skeleton with his own eyes. Even the dragon skeleton has been snatched away. Yi Xian gulped. He felt that this matter was serious. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Luo. Luo then informed Hu Xing the Manor Lord of 100 Fox Manor. A few seconds later, Luo replied through voice transmission, "Young master, mother asked you to return first." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could roughly guess what had happened. He took out the space travel token that Zhuang Fei had given him and opened a spatial door to return to 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He led the way and returned to Samsara Hall. At this moment, there were already many Fox Tribe experts sitting in Samsara Hall. There were more than 100 of them who were at least at the Samsara realm. The youths from the Fox Tribe almost wet their pants when they saw this scene. These hundreds of Fox Tribe experts were the leaders of the hundreds of Fox Tribe branches in 100 Fox Manor. Each branch had a different bloodline. There were Shadow Foxes, Ice Foxes, Moonlight Foxes, and so on. Even Yi Xian did not expect so many experts to gather. It seemed that the Samsara City Lord had indeed met with an accident. It was very likely that he had died. He Yu Hong greets the Manor Lord and the other leaders. The leader of the youths hurriedly said, "How did you know that the Samsara City Lord had died?" Hu Xing asked directly. "It's like this." He Yu Hong began to explain. He had been ordered to investigate the Life and Death Canyon. He did not manage to find anything, so he headed to the Samsara Peak. However, along the way, the people he had charmed witnessed an earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. The two sides of the battle were the experts under the Samsara Supremacy and the Samsara City Lord. It turned out that the Samsara Supremacy had sent people to steal the Samsara City Lord's half-dragon bone. The Samsara City Lord had then sent people to steal it. At that time, the top expert under the Samsara Supremacy, Gao Yunlong, had used the Eye of All Things to control the dragon bone in battle. The experts under the Samsara City Lord were no match for the Samsara City Lord and were surrounded. Then, Gao Yunlong began to recruit people and spread the news that the Samsara City Lord had died. When the experts under the Samsara City Lord heard the news, they immediately tried to send a message back. However, they did not receive a reply from the Samsara City Lord. Although He Yu Hong and the others did not witness the battle with their own eyes, the person he had searched was at the Samsara Realm 7th level. This person had seen it with his own eyes, so it could not be fake. After hearing He Yu Hong's words, the gazes of the 100 tribe leaders gathered on Hu Xing. When I heard the news, I immediately contacted the Samsara City Lord. However, I did not receive any reply. Chapter 1533. Hu Xing and the Samsara City Master had been good friends for many years. Before the appearance of the Samsara Supremacy, the two of them managed the land of reincarnation together. Under normal circumstances, the Samsara City Master would reply almost immediately. But now, when the 100 tribe patriarchs heard this, their hearts trembled. It seemed that something had happened to the Samsara City Master. The Samsara City Master is not as strong as the Villa Master, but he should be stronger than the Samsara Supremacy. How did he suddenly die? One of the tribe patriarchs couldn't help but ask. That's right. The Samsara City Master has a 9th level Samsara Realm Eye of All Things under him. With him patrolling the territory, he should be the first to discover the arrival of an expert. The Samsara City Master might not have died. There might be other reasons, but it's a fact that the indestructible dragon bone was stolen. If the Samsara City Master is really dead, the Samsara Supremacy will probably attack us. Villa Master, What should we do? Everyone's eyes gathered on Hu Xing'er again. After thinking for a while, Hu Xing'er said, "Let's wait and see." Although she said that, she still ordered them to strengthen the defense. As for Yi Xian, he stood in the corner and listened to the 100 Fox Manners meeting. He was also planning in his heart. The Samsara City Master's death or disappearance must be related to the Samsara Supremacy. The Samsara Supremacy's actions were mostly related to the indestructible dragon bone. With this corpse, they could break through the shackles of the Samsara realm and break through to the indestructible realm. The land of reincarnation didn't have an indestructible realm expert. If they could break through to the indestructible realm, the Samsara Supremacy wouldn't even be afraid of the Samsara Fox. Soon, the meeting ended, and the 100 tribe patriarchs left. For the next period of time, they tried to avoid going out as much as possible in case something unexpected happened. Yi Xian, what did you gain this time? After everyone left, Hu Xing'er turned her head to look at Yi Xian. I only gained one thing, which is that I comprehended the eye of all things. However, I don't dare to use it in the territory for fear of being discovered. Yi Xian said slowly. The eye of all things was indeed very useful, but it was a pity that the eye of all things couldn't be used to locate a target in the void. Otherwise, his traveling speed would be unprecedented, and when stacked together, it would be comparable to the eye of space. I've caught quite a few of the enemies you asked me to capture. I'll send them to you now, Hu Xing'er said. Before Yi Xian left, he had asked Hu Xing'er to capture some enemies for no reason other than to increase his killing intent and elegy of souls. After all, the 100 Fox Manners Eye of Nature and Eye of Space had joined forces, and they had even entered other territories to capture them. The other territories here were not referring to the rotating chakra battlefield. After all, the battle imprint would only be activated on the battlefield. If it was outside, there was no difference between the enemy camp and the same camp. Yi Xian was also looking forward to it. He wondered how many enemies Hu Xing'er had captured for him. After a while, these people were lined up in several groups and escorted over. When Yi Xian saw them, he was completely shocked. These captured experts were all at least at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, and there were even a few at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Time is of the essence. Is it enough to capture these people? Hu Xing'er looked at Yi Xian and said, It's enough, it's enough. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. With so many people, it was enough for his killing intent value to reach the upper limit. Skeletal King, go! Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly gave the order to the Skeletal King. When the Skeletal King heard this, its pair of ghostly eyes flickered twice, and then it charged out with its heaven-shaking sword. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent value soared. These people were all captives and had been charmed, so they could only quietly wait for the Skeletal King's blade to descend. With each death, the Skeletal King's elegy of soul's skill would increase. After he killed hundreds of people, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! Host's killing intent value has reached the upper limit. Ding! Host can exchange killing intent value for devour points. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Ding! Killing intent value has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. As the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's killing intent value increased by 1 point. Now, he had 6 devour points. With 3 more devour points, he could merge the 2 battle bloodlines and fuse them into an even more powerful immortal bloodline. After the Skeletal King killed everyone, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the Elegy of Soul's skill and realize that it had increased to 30%. After all, the Skeletal King was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm. Although the benefits from killing enemies weren't great, it was better than nothing. In the long run, the Elegy of Soul's skill could double or triple its original effect. Moreover, there was no upper limit. If this wasn't a divine skill, then what was? At this moment, Hu Xing'er looked at the corpses on the ground and asked slowly, What are you going to do next? After hearing this question, Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying. Right now, this venerable Samsara might have already obtained the undead stage dragon bone. Perhaps he has already started comprehending it, so I need to find him as soon as possible. Then you have to be careful. If reincarnation supremacy wants to go into seclusion, he will definitely send more people.
Hu Xing reminded him.
Yi Xian nodded in response. Then, Zhuang Fei, who had the Eye of Space, gave him a space travel token. Then, Yi Xian sent Yi Xian to the Northern Territory. This time, not only did he obtain news, but he also obtained a devour point, which was considered good. His next plan was to see if he could obtain the dragon bone. This way, reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be able to comprehend the corpse. Hu Xing also started to take action. While accepting the experts from the Eastern Territory, she also started to pressure reincarnation supremacy to occupy his territory. Young master, do you want to break through directly? This way, we won't have to fear anyone other than reincarnation supremacy. Old Tree suddenly suggested. Yi Xian had considered this problem before. He was at the 4th level of the Samsara realm now. As long as he devoured everything, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Samsara realm. Old Tree and Skeletal King would be able to reach the 8th level of the Samsara realm at the very least. This way, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Samsara battlefield or even the entire land of reincarnation. Alright, but after breaking through, the number of times you guys appear will decrease. Yi Xian said to Old Tree and Skeletal King. Understood. Old Tree nodded. In that case, let's do it. Chapter 1534. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. After 8 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's cultivation level soared to 6th Samsara realm. Now, he was not even afraid of 9th Samsara realm experts. As long as he could find reincarnation supremacy, he would release the Old Tree and Skeletal King before killing them with his ultimate move. However, before that, the Old Tree and Skeletal King would not be able to fight as their cultivation levels were too high. The moment they appeared, they would be discovered by the Eye of Nature. As for Wei Zhentian, he was only a weapon and did not have any aura. Therefore he could come out to fight. Although the Life and Death Canyon has been investigated, it is the closest place to the battle. Perhaps the other party sent the dragon bone there. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately took action. He broke through the void and returned to the place where he had met He Yu Hong and the others before rushing to the Life and Death Canyon. With his speed, he would arrive at the Life and Death Canyon in less than a day. However, his journey was not that smooth. Yi Xian, who was hurrying along, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt a strange energy above his head. He raised his head and saw that there was an eye of all things that was staring at him. Ha ha ha, it's you again. You're courting death. A hearty laugh came from the Eye of Nature. Yi Xian was delighted when he heard it. It turned out that the Eye of Nature that had attacked He Yu Hong and the others was only at 8th Samsara realm. Before Yi Xian could speak, he used the force of nature to attack Yi Xian. A mere 8th level Samsara stage practitioner dares to find trouble with me? Without another word, Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Swish! The flaming sword Qi tore through the air and struck the Eye of all manifestations. After being struck, the Eye of all manifestations trembled violently for a moment before collapsing. Instant kill. Not to mention the eyes of myriad forms, even if the person himself came, he would not be able to block this move. Previously, Yi Xian had been passive when facing the Eye of myriad forms. Now, he had to take the initiative to attack. Now that I have the heaven-traversing 10,000 elephants, I might be able to track this person down. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used his Eye of Revelation to observe and discovered that there were some changes in the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi. North. After some observation, Yi Xian found some clues. This 10,000 mammoths traversing 10,000 mammoths was actually using the 10,000 mammoths force to gather the surrounding heaven and earth essence Qi to form the 10,000 mammoths eye. The Eye of myriad forms was similar to the person himself. Most people would not be able to discover it, But Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and immediately detected it. Before Yi Xian could leave, the Eye of Myriad Forms appeared again.
You bastard eye!
Yi Xian did not wait for him to finish speaking. He immediately attacked and destroyed the Eye of Myriad Forms. Then, he ran a few more steps and another Eye of Myriad Forms appeared. However, before it could open its mouth, it was destroyed by Yi Xian. After using the Eye of Myriad Forms several times, Yi Xian could confirm the other party's location. Let me see where you are. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he immediately used the technique he had just learned. Heaven traversing 10,000 elephants. An Eye of Myriad Forms suddenly condensed in a place more than an hour away from him. Within the Eye of Myriad Forms was a mountain range. Yi Xian used the Eye of Myriad Forms to look and discovered an aura coming from the bottom of the mountain range. Found you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately attacked. Bang! 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 The Eye of Myriad Forms began to bombard the mountain range. When the person in the mountain range heard the commotion, he no longer condensed the Eye of Myriad Forms to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he went out to take a look. The next moment, he was shocked. Eye of Myriad Forms? He knew all the people on his side who possessed the heaven-traversing 10,000 elephants. However, the Eye of Myriad Forms in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. It was obviously an enemy. Before he could speak, Yi Xian attacked directly. Humph, you're courting death. The man snorted coldly and directly destroyed Yi Xian's Eye of Myriad Forms. However, Yi Xian did not condense the Eye of Myriad Forms again because he had already achieved his goal. Death warrant. He had already issued a death warrant to this man. At the same time, Yi Xian was also rushing over. This man is at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Perhaps he knows where reincarnation supremacy is, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was prepared to kill this man, seize his Eye of Myriad Forms, and then search his soul. An 8th level Samsara realm martial artist who possessed the Eye of Myriad Forms was considered a high-level martial artist. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At this moment, the man still did not know that the Eye of Myriad Forms belonged to Yi Xian. He was still investigating his surroundings, but it seemed like Yi Xian was the only one nearby. Could it be this kid? The man's heart trembled. Yi Xian was the only one in the surroundings. Moreover, Yi Xian was currently running towards him. It was easy for him to be suspected. This kid can actually destroy my Eye of Myriad Forms multiple times. He's quite capable. The man pondered for a moment before heading towards Yi Xian. The two of them faced each other and Yi Xian issued a death warrant to his opponent. In less than half an hour, the two of them met. Kid, where did you come from? The man could not help but ask when he saw how calm Yi Xian was. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and immediately attacked. Swish! A flaming sword chi pierced through the air. If this attack landed on the man, he would definitely be severely injured. However, the man's strength was not to be underestimated. He also possessed the Eye of Myriad Forms. Even if he could not dodge the sword chi, he could still defeat it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was currently using a strategy to end the battle quickly. After the man dodged his sky-incinerating sword technique, the old tree and the skeleton king suddenly appeared on his left and right. What? The man's eyes widened. He did not notice how the old tree and the skeleton king appeared. Before he could react, the old tree had already flashed behind him. The old tree was already at the 8th level of the Samsara realm and possessed extremely powerful offensive strength. His attack was probably stronger than Yi Xian's. Bang! The man's back was severely injured and he was sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized himself. However, the skeleton king was already charging towards him. Chapter 1535. Grip of the Underworld. A strange force wrapped around the man's body and forced him to rapidly approach the skeletal king. Oh no! The man's heart trembled as he hurriedly used the all creation's force to attack the skeletal king. Furthermore, the attack penetrated the skeletal king's tough armor and exploded in his body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard from the skeletal king's body. However, this kind of attack was child's play to him. As long as his body was not injured more than 4/5, the system would not judge him as dead. With the immortal phoenix bloodline, he could immediately recover from his injuries. The man who was pulled toward the skeletal king was attacked by Yi Xian, the old tree, and the skeletal king at the same time. He instantly died. Of course, Yi Xian deliberately kept the man's eyes of 10,000 forms intact. An 8th-level Samsara realm expert was instantly killed by the three of them. After the man died, Yi Xian quickly put away the eyes of 10,000 forms and the interspatial ring. Then, he hid the old tree and the other two in the planting space before he flew away. The old tree and the skeletal king's auras were 8th-level Samsara realm experts. Their sudden appearance would probably attract attention. Indeed, not long after Yi Xian left, an eye of 10,000 forms appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Xian had seen it before. It was Gao Yunlong, one of the subordinates of Samsara realm supremacy. He was also the one who controlled half of the skeletal dragon and killed the Samsara city governor's team. Was it an illusion? Gao Yunlong used the sky-traversing 10,000 forms to survey the area but did not discover anything. Then he left. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the area and was hiding. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 forms. The all creations force has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 forms. The all creations force has increased. After devouring 2 eyes of 10,000 forms, Yi Xian felt that his strength had increased again. Furthermore, the distance of the sky traversing 10,000 forms had increased as well. He had also kept the corpse of the man just now. It just so happened that he could use his soul eye to search through this person's memories. However, as a 6th-level Samsara realm expert, it would probably take a lot of time to search the corpse of an 8th-level Samsara realm expert. However, there was no other choice. After all, the sky-traversing token that Zhuang Fei had given him was sky-traversing token. This time, he spent a full 2 days searching through his memories. 2 days later, although Yi Xian didn't find the content he was looking for, which was the location of Venerable Samsara, he discovered something else. The #1 expert under reincarnation supremacy, Gao Yunlong, usually lingers around the reincarnation summit. Unless something strange happens, he usually won't leave. However, the reincarnation summit was quite a distance away from him. It would take him about 10 days to get there. Moreover, there was no teleportation array in between. It would not be easy to get there. Villa Master gave me a lot of cultivation resources and I used them to break through to the 6th level of the Samsara realm. In addition to the spoils from 2 days ago, I am about to break through. Why don't I wait until I break through to the 7th level of the Samsara realm? Yi Xian was planning. The old tree and the skeletal king were about to break through as well. Once they broke through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm supremacy would not be able to cause any trouble even if he broke through to the imperishable stage. Yi Xian planned carefully and came up with a leveling up route. This route would lead him to the Samsara realm supremacy, and there were many forces he could use to break through. Then he set off. Since he could communicate with Luo through voice transmission, he reported his progress to Hu Xing. At the same time, he also received some news. The Samsara city governor had really died. This news was brought by the eyes of 10,000 forms expert under the Samsara city governor. It was said that the Samsara city governor was poisoned by an unknown poison and died after half a day of closed-door cultivation. When Hu Xing heard this news, she couldn't help but shudder. What kind of poison could kill the Samsara city governor, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm? The Samsara city governor was half a step into the imperishable stage and the mysterious life chi in his body was strong. Ordinary poisons wouldn't be able to kill him. However, the Samsara city governor's body had been snatched away and the eyes of Samsara had probably fallen into the hands of Samsara realm supremacy. Naturally, no one knew the cause of death. Although I only met the Samsara city governor a few times, he had a good relationship with the Villa Master and even helped Luo reincarnate. I will avenge him. Yi Xian made up his mind and left immediately. This time, he knew where Samsara realm supremacy was. However, before he fought with Samsara realm supremacy, he had to get rid of the strongest eyes of 10,000 forms expert, Gao Yunlong. It was easy to lure Gao Yunlong out. All he had to do was expose his whereabouts and let Gao Yunlong find him. When the time came, Yi Xian could start a massacre. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly headed to a nearby force. This time, he didn't hide and called out the old tree and the skeletal king. Kill! This force was a sect and there were many disciples in the sect. When they saw the red light shining between the eyebrows of Yi Xian and the old tree, they immediately rushed forward in groups. It's an enemy. Kill. That old man is at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Hurry up and inform the sect leader.
4 elders, join forces with me.
This sect had migrated over in recent years. Although there weren't many disciples, there were 8th level Samsara realm experts in the sect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of 9th level Samsara realm experts. What was a mere 8th level Samsara realm expert to him? Although this was what Yi Xian said, he still wanted to end the battle quickly.
After all, the eyes of myriad forms might descend and disturb him.
If this was any other place, Yi Xian wouldn't do something like exterminating a sect. However, this was the rotating wheel battlefield. Moreover, the people in this sect seemed to have gone crazy when they saw them and rushed to their deaths. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked to fight in groups. Therefore, he immediately started a killing feast. Given his cultivation level, even 8th level Samsara realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks easily. As for those below the 8th level of the Samsara realm, they would only be killed in an instant.
Ding.
Host's killing intent has increased.
Ding.
Host's killing intent has increased.
Ding.
Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. At the same time, the killing feast's killing intent was increasing continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. In less than 10 seconds, all the experts at the 5th level of the Samsara realm and above in this sect were dead. Not a single one was left. Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of an entire sect and had gained a lot. Unfortunately, he was still a little short of breaking through to the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Chapter 1536.
Let's go.
After annihilating this sect, Yi Xian quickly hid Elder Shu and the Skeleton King in the planting space, then split up with Wei Zhentian and hurried on their way. Not long after they left, an eye of all things condensed in the sky.
What's going on?
An illusory figure appeared in the eye of nature. It was Gao Yunlong whom Yi Xian had seen before. He could not help but feel astonished when he saw the bloodbath in the sect.
It's a manager.
When the disciples of the various sects saw this, it was as if they had seen their savior. They immediately recounted what had just happened. He destroyed a sect in 10 seconds? Gao Yunlong was in disbelief. If it was him, he would be able to destroy the sect in 10 seconds. However, the disciples were talking about someone from the enemy camp. How was it possible that an expert had infiltrated their territory without being discovered by him and the other managers? He left not long ago. Gao Yunlong narrowed his eyes before the illusory figure and the eye of nature disappeared from the world. Yi Xian was heading north at that moment. Gao Yunlong caught up with him shortly after he left.
This aura.
It's Gao Yunlong. Yi Xian immediately reacted and stopped in his tracks. Back then, 3 managers had appeared in the abyss of death. They were from 3 different camps and had joined forces to kill the skeletal dragon, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Gao Yunlong was one of them. Yi Xian had witnessed Gao Yunlong's attack before. However, Gao Yunlong was only at the 1st level of the Samsara realm at that time. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, the old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Zhentian were at the 8th level of the Samsara realm, they were more than enough to deal with Gao Yunlong. Of course, they were talking about Gao Yunlong's actual body. Now, it was only Gao Yunlong's eye of 10,000 forms that came, so there was nothing to fear. Who are you? Gao Yunlong's illusory figure formed and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only returned when the skeletal dragon was killed and Gao Yunlong and Reincarnation Venerable's Eye of Reincarnation were defeated. Therefore, Gao Yunlong did not recognize Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian pretended not to know him and asked. You don't even know me, yet you dare to enter my territory? You're courting death. Without another word, Gao Yunlong launched an attack on Yi Xian. Bang! A violent explosion occurred where Yi Xian was, but before it happened, he had already left his original spot and counterattacked. Another eye of myriad forms appeared in the sky and stared at Gao Yunlong's eye of myriad forms. Bang! Gao Yunlong was a little surprised that his eye of myriad was attacked. Yi Xian actually had the eye of all things. However, due to the short distance between them, he did not know that Yi Xian also had the ability to travel through space. You have some ability. Gao Yunlong didn't think much of it and continued to attack. He directly destroyed Yi Xian's eye of myriad forms with a single strike. The #1 subordinate of reincarnation supremacy was indeed extraordinary. Just the eye of all things alone had the ability to kill an 8th-level samsara stage expert. However, Yi Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. Killing intent explosion. Heaven incinerating sword technique. Yi Xian wielded the scarlet flame sword and personally attacked. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also attacked. No matter how powerful Gao Yunlong was, he wouldn't be able to kill Wei Zhentian, who possessed the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. In the beginning, Gao Yunlong had underestimated Yi Xian's strength. However, as time passed, he couldn't help but feel a little incredulous when he realized that he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Recently, he had obtained many good items and had cultivated to the peak of the 9th-level samsara stage. Even if he were to travel through space and descend, he would be able to kill an 8th-level samsara stage expert. However, now, he couldn't even deal with Yi Xian, who was at the 6th-level samsara stage. I remember now. You should be the #1 supervisor of the northern camp. However, you don't seem to be very strong. Yi Xian couldn't help but mock Lin Huang. Although only 3 seconds had passed since the start of the battle, all of his attacks had been defeated by Gao Yunlong. Gao Yunlong's attacks couldn't hurt him either. Therefore, they were evenly matched. If you said that in front of me, you would already be a corpse. Gao Yunlong's cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. The latter couldn't help but mock. But your original body isn't here, right? If you have the ability, come here personally. As you wish. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly when he heard this. Gao Yunlong could actually say such a thing. What was going on? Could it be that Gao Yunlong was nearby? Come, so what if my original body is here? I'll kill you as soon as you appear. Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. His goal was to kill Gao Yunlong and break through to the 7th-level samsara stage. Then, he would perform a soul search to find reincarnation supremacy and kill him. This way, the land of reincarnation would be Hu Xing-er's world. However, Yi Xian was shocked in the next moment. All of a sudden, another eye appeared beside Gao Yunlong's eye of myriad forms. This time, it wasn't the eye of nature. It was the eye of space that Yi Xian had seen before. How was this possible? Before Yi Xian could react, a crack suddenly appeared in the spatial eye. Soon after, a human youth walked out. There was actually an expert who possessed the eye of space under reincarnation supremacy's command. This person was at the 9th-level samsara stage. Qiu Feng, catch him. I want him alive. Gao Yunlong said to this person. Yi Xian looked at this young man called Qiu Feng in disbelief. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Hu Xing-er and reported this to Reincarnation Fox. The information that Hu Xing-er gave him didn't mention that reincarnation supremacy had an expert who possessed the eye of space. Although Zhuang Fei also possessed the eye of space, he had the mutated bloodline of the Fox of Space. Ordinary people could only obtain the eye of space from a heaven-reaching beast that possessed the eye of space. However, when Yi Xian saw this person, a strange smile appeared on his face. Now that he had the eye of nature and the eye of death, if he devoured this eye of space, he would have 3 types of eye of space in his eye catalog. When that time came, he would be rewarded. Moreover, this eye of space had its own merits compared to the eye of the void. If Yi Xian could obtain it, it would be much more convenient. However, for now, he had to deal with Qiu Feng, who possessed the eye of space first. Gao Yunlong was also very confident. After leaving this sentence, he directly disappeared. Now, only Yi Xian and Qiu Feng were left. Qiu Feng didn't know what Yi Xian had done, but Gao Yunlong had ordered him to capture Yi Xian alive. This was an order that he had to fulfill. He didn't waste any time and immediately flew towards Yi Xian. He was prepared to capture Yi Xian and hand him over to Gao Yunlong. Yi Xian had originally wanted to find Gao Yunlong's whereabouts. Now, as long as he killed Qiu Feng, he would probably be able to find him. Chapter 1537. Old Tree, Spare Ribs, There's a Fight. Yi Xian immediately summoned Old Tree and Skeleton King without hesitation. In an instant, it became 4 against 1. After sensing the other 2 auras, Qiu Feng's body suddenly trembled. Residual flame. Old Tree took the lead, flashed behind Qiu Feng, and then punched him hard. Whoosh! Old Tree's punch did not hit Qiu Feng. To be precise, it did not hit anything. Through the vision sharing, Yi Xian saw Old Tree's punch hit a black hole in space. The Eye of Space has the ability to control space. Not only can it tear space to fight, but it can also be used for defense. While Old Tree was still in shock, the space crack suddenly closed. Whoosh! The space crack closed, leaving half of Old Tree's hand in the space crack. The space crack was almost the strongest attack. Ascension realm powerhouses could tear space even without the Eye of Space, so it was very powerful. It seemed that Qiu Feng would not be so easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian overestimated Qiu Feng. With Qiu Feng's realm, he could only use the ability to tear space a few times. Old Tree's attack was not weak. If Qiu Feng did not use his trump card, he would at least be seriously injured. Then, he would fall into a passive state in the following battle and be killed. It had been 2 days since the last battle with the Eye of Nature, so the Skeleton King's grip of hell could be used. The moment Old Tree's attack failed, he directly stretched out his hand, grabbed Qiu Feng, and then pulled him over. After feeling this irresistible force, Qiu Feng's eyes flickered, and he directly broke open a space door in front of him. And the other end of this space door appeared behind the Skeleton King. Flash punch! Qiu Feng's right hand fiercely blasted out and hit the Skeleton King's back across space. In an instant, the Skeleton King's hard rock armor shattered. This punch was infused with the ability of the Eye of Space. Although it did not tear through space, its power was not small. It directly penetrated the skeleton monarch's body. Unfortunately, this damage could not reach 4/5, which meant that the Skeleton King would not die. At that moment, the immortal phoenix bloodline inside him took effect and healed his wounds. Qiu Feng could only use spatial tear a few times. The first time was to cross space, the second time was to block the Old Tree's attack, and the third time was to attack the Skeleton King. Right now, he could only use it twice. Furthermore, even if he managed to grab hold of Yi Xian after that, he would probably only be able to travel on foot. After all, using the spatial eye required eye power. The power of his eyes had become his fatal flaw. Before he could attack again, Yi Xian and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. He had no choice but to use the Eye of Space again. However, this time he did not tear through space. Instead, he used another method to defend himself. Space distortion. Yi Xian's burning sky sword art tore through the air. Just as it was about to hit Qiu Feng, it was suddenly repelled by a strange energy. The angle of the burning sky sword art deviated by 30 degrees. Old Tree was the same. When he threw a fire fist, his arm was repelled and hit his left shoulder instead. What the hell? The Eye of Space is really powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Qiu Feng had used the Eye of Space to distort the space around him. Normal attacks could not break through it. Earlier, he had already used the Death Hunt command to mark Qiu Feng. Because Gao Yunlong did not come in person, he could not mark him. However, he now saw that the Eye of Assassination could not be used. This meant that the Eye of Assassination could not pass through this layer of distorted space and reach Qiu Feng's back. Even Old Tree's residual flames were the same. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt the space around him begin to distort. This was because Qiu Feng had used the Eye of Space on him and trapped Yi Xian. Haha, you want to trap me first? Yi Xian immediately understood. It just so happened that Qiu Feng used the Eye of Space again and broke through space to arrive in front of Yi Xian. He still had the ability to break through space, so he could bring Yi Xian back. Yi Xian originally wanted to put away the Old Tree and the Skeleton King, but he changed his mind. Gao Yunlong wanted to capture him, right? Now that Qiu Feng could capture him, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? Let's go! Qiu Feng still did not understand Yi Xian's plan. He directly grabbed Yi Xian's throat with one hand, then quickly broke open a space door and entered. At the same time, the Old Tree, the Skeleton King, and Megatron had been put into Yi Xian's planting space. Although the Eye of Assassination and residual flames could not be used, it did not affect the absorption of people. In addition, the special positioning of space could be used. If Yi Xian had wanted to leave earlier, he could have directly broken through space and teleported to the Old Tree and the Skeleton King's side, or he could have just left. At this moment, Yi Xian had already been forcefully brought through the spatial door by Qiu Feng. At this moment, he arrived at a cave. As soon as he passed through the space door, Yi Xian felt a powerful aura. 9th level Samsara Realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level Samsara Realm. Gao Yunlong, I finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the figure in front of him and immediately used the death warrant. After Qiu Feng caught him, he really did bring him to Gao Yunlong and handed him over to Gao Yunlong. Before Gao Yunlong and Qiu Feng could react, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the skeleton king. With a wave of his hand, 10 corpses appeared. Death intent. Death gaze. In the next moment, Qiu Feng's body began to rapidly decay. At the same time, the 10 corpses on the ground suddenly flipped over. These 10 corpses were at least at the 7th level Samsara realm, and there were even a few 8th level Samsara realm corpses. Among them, there were enemies that Yi Xian had killed and enemies that Hu Xing'er had sent people to capture. These 10 corpses were affected by the death intent and became battle corpses. The death intent skill appeared after Yi Xian devoured the Eye of Death. The Skeleton King could resurrect corpses that were lower in cultivation than him without any consumption. If he wanted to resurrect corpses of the same cultivation level, he would have to consume soul water. The Death Gaze was Qi Xuanyue's ultimate move. Just this move alone consumed a large amount of soul water, causing the amplification of the Elegy of Souls to decrease by 5%. In addition to the resurrection of the death intent, the amplification of the Elegy of Souls was reduced to 20%. However, this move caught Qiu Feng off guard. Before Qiu Feng could react, his head was turned into ashes, and he died tragically in an instant. Just like that, there was another 9th level Samsara realm corpse. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, indicating that Qiu Feng had really died. Chapter 1538. Fortunately, Yi Xian had managed to protect his Eye of Space. Yi Xian immediately kept the Eye of Space and the Qian Kuan ring. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. This was only the notification for the upgrade. It was not over yet. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Space. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Space. Ding! Eye of Space has been copied into the Eye catalog. There are currently 3 types: Eye of Nature, Eye of Death, and Eye of Space. Ding! System rewards Host Celestial Eyes to evolve once. Indeed, the reward for the Eye catalog was to evolve the Celestial Eyes. This was something that Yi Xian had already guessed. After devouring a pair of Eye of Space, he had also mastered some spatial techniques. For example, he could distort space and tear space. Distort space was similar to Qiu Feng. It could be used for defense or to trap people. As for tear space, the distance was much smaller than the void door. However, it was very practical in battle. Previously, Yi Xian had used the void positioning system to set traps for his enemies before using the Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Now that he had the Eye of Space, he no longer needed to do so. As long as he was nearby, he could tear space and attack his enemies from behind. Of course, tearing space consumed a lot of eye power. Yi Xian estimated that he could only use it 2 or 3 times. However, this was enough. At this moment, Qiu Feng was already dead. The appearance of Yi Xian and the other 2 gave Gao Yunlong a fright. Qiu Feng was killed instantly? Gao Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had asked Qiu Feng to capture Yi Xian and send him to him. Qiu Feng had done that. However, it was obvious that Yi Xian was playing hard to get. Not only had he successfully found him, but he had also killed Qiu Feng instantly. Who are you? Gao Yunlong asked subconsciously. The one who will kill you. Just like before, Yi Xian had no intention of wasting words with Gao Yunlong. He immediately gave the order to attack. The old tree, the skeletal monarch, Wei Zhentian, and the 11 corpses immediately launched their attacks. The reason why Yi Xian had not allowed the Skeleton King to use its death gaze on Gao Yunlong was because Gao Yunlong had most likely reached the peak 9th level of the Samsara realm. On the other hand, Qiu Feng was only at the initial 9th level of the Samsara realm and would be easier to kill. The success rate of insta-killing Qiu Feng was much higher than the success rate of insta-killing Gao Yunlong. Furthermore, after killing Qiu Feng, Yi Xian and the rest had all made breakthroughs. They were no longer afraid of Gao Yunlong's true body. the Skeleton King, who had already broken through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm, and the old tree flew towards Gao Yunlong from both sides. In addition, Qiu Feng's headless corpse and the other 10 corpses also attacked directly. You think you can kill me? Gao Yunlong roared angrily. Vital energy surged out from his body and formed a layer of invisible defense around his body. The defensive strength of this layer of defense was not inferior to Qiu Feng's spatial distortion defense. After all, Gao Yunlong was at the peak 9th level of the Samsara realm and possessed the Eye of Nature. His strength was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, the old tree and the Skeleton King had already broken through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Gao Yunlong's defense was broken through by the Skeleton King. Immediately after, the old tree's remaining flames attacked. Boom! The old tree punched Gao Yunlong's back, causing the latter's body to tilt forward. At this moment, the Skeleton King could have used its death gaze directly. However, using it once consumed too much soul water. Each time it was used, it would reduce the amplification by 5%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not allow him to use it. If he had to use his trump card to deal with Gao Yunlong, how would he deal with reincarnation supremacy? He had to keep his trump card. The old tree and the Skeleton King had finished their attacks. Next, it was Qiu Feng's turn to attack the 11 battle corpses. Get lost, all of you! At this moment, Gao Yunlong's eyes flashed fiercely. His eyes were suddenly filled with blood vessels. Immediately after, an extremely powerful all-creations force emerged from his body. Boom! This all-creations force rapidly spread and blasted the old tree and the Skeleton King. Qiu Feng and the other battle corpses were not spared. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out one after another. Yi Xian hurriedly used spatial distortion to block the impact. As for the battle corpses that he had resurrected the Skeleton King, all of them, except for Qiu Feng, exploded. What a powerful attack! Even Yi Xian, who possessed the Eye of Revelation, could not see through this move. It seemed like it was not a divine ability, but a method of using the Eye of Myriad. Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. Just in case, he had resurrected many battle corpses with high cultivation realms. The amplification from the Elegy of Souls had dropped from 30% to 20%. It was a full 10% amplification. Now, more than half of it had been destroyed by Gao Yunlong's attack. At this moment, Gao Yunlong's face was gloomy. He knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Yi Xian and the others. After sending the old tree and the Skeleton King flying, he directly soared into the sky and prepared to break through and leave this place by force. This time, Yi Xian did not intend to show mercy. Ribs, come on! Yi Xian suddenly gave the Skeleton King an order. Then the Skeleton King directly waved the sky-shaking sword and slashed at Yi Xian with a dark gray sword chi. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. This move was the combined skill of the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. Although it was not very powerful, its effect was extremely terrifying. Facing this move, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. Then, he directly consumed a large amount of eye power to tear a large spatial crack. Whoosh! The sky-shattering flowing rock slash sank into the spatial crack and finally came out from behind Gao Yunlong. Bam! Gao Yunlong's back was hit. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had a thick turtle shell on his back. He was instantly petrified. This how? Gao Yunlong's eyes widened. He did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's spatial distortion earlier. But now he saw that Yi Xian also had the Eye of Space. How was this possible? However, he did not have time to think. No, to be precise, he no longer had the ability to think. This was because the degree of petrification had climbed to his brain. Even though he had a large amount of mysterious life chi in his body, he could not dispel this petrification ability. If the Skeleton King was only at the 8th level of the Samsara realm, he might have a chance of survival. However, the Skeleton King was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. It was impossible for him to survive. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Chapter 1539. Ding! Host has devoured an eye of all things. Strength of all things has increased. Ding! Host has devoured an eye of all things. Strength of all things has increased. Gao Yunlong had possessed the Eye of all things for thousands of years. After thousands of years, he had a deep understanding of the Eye of all things. Therefore it was very powerful. After Yi Xian devoured the Eye of All Things, he felt that his strength of all things had increased significantly. Even his distance had increased. He could now travel a distance of 3 days. This was already very incredible for a 7th-level Samsara realm practitioner like him. This was because the distance of the young man he had killed back then paled in comparison to his. However, there was a more important matter at hand. Gao Yunlong's Eye of All Things is hovering near the reincarnation peak. Could this be? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He immediately took out the base of the life and death plate from the devouring space. Buzz! The base of the life and death plate shook violently the moment it appeared. This meant that reincarnation supremacy was nearby. Found him. I've finally found you. Reincarnation supremacy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He quickly left the cave. When he left, he realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Indeed, this was the reincarnation peak. The reincarnation peak was very high. Even with Yi Xian's senses, he could not sense the peak. However, the base of the life and death plate seemed to want to fly up. If Yi Xian had not grabbed it, it would have flown up into the sky. Reincarnation supremacy was at the reincarnation peak. Let's go! Yi Xian did not hesitate. He immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the reincarnation peak. At the same time, an old man at the reincarnation peak suddenly opened his eyes. This person was reincarnation supremacy. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu in his heart. Just as he was feeling surprised, a person stepped into the range of his spiritual consciousness. 7th level Samsara realm. Who is it? Reincarnation supremacy narrowed his eyes. He had clearly instructed Gao Yunlong not to let anyone near the reincarnation peak. However, why would a 7th level Samsara realm kid appear here? Fortunately, he had already exited seclusion. Otherwise, he would have directly attacked and obliterated that person. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him. When he saw the item in the figure's hand, he immediately came to a realization. Base. The reincarnation supremacy finally reacted. This young man had found him by relying on the base of the life and death plate. But why would someone do that? He remembered that he had abandoned the base of the life and death plate in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. His gaze landed on the young man, and he realized that he had seen this young man before, just outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. At that time, he had been fighting with the Samsara city leader and the reincarnation fox for the 2 wills of Samsara. In the end, he had been defeated by the Samsara city leader and the reincarnation fox. The brat in front of him had also been present at that time. However, he had only been at the longevity stage back then. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the Samsara stage. How is that possible? Reincarnation Sage's eyes widened as he stared at the young man before him. In just a few short months, he had broken through from the longevity stage to the 7th level of the Samsara stage. Even a reincarnated being would not be able to do that. The young man in front of him was Yi Xian, who had found him with the base of the life and death plate. After seeing the reincarnation supremacy, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, his eyes were not that confident because the aura of the reincarnation supremacy in front of him was much stronger than Gao Yunlong's. The reincarnation supremacy had probably broken through the shackles of the reincarnation stage and reached the imperishable stage. However, so what? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you the reincarnation supremacy?" Although he was certain, he could not help but ask, "Who are you?" The reincarnation supremacy asked with a frown. At this moment, he did not take Yi Xian seriously at all. After all, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara stage. Even a peak 9th level Samsara stage martial artist was like an ant in front of him, let alone a 7th level Samsara stage martial artist. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian had just killed his #1 general at the foot of the mountain. The reincarnation supremacy found it strange that Yi Xian had the base of the life and death plate and was able to find him. "Who I am is not important." Yi Xian shook his head and said, "I did not expect you to successfully break through to the imperishable stage. It seems like it was because of the half of the imperishable stage dragon bone." "You actually know?" The reincarnation supremacy was shocked when he heard this. How did Yi Xian know that he had obtained the imperishable stage dragon bone? Could he be a survivor of the 100 Fox Manor or Reincarnation City? However, now that he had broken through, there was no one in the land of reincarnation who could threaten him, not even the strongest reincarnation fox. That's right. I extracted a drop of imperishable blood essence from the half of the imperishable stage dragon bone. After I successfully refined it, I broke through to the imperishable stage. The reincarnation supremacy did not hide anything and directly told the truth. He had relied on this drop of imperishable blood essence to successfully break through to the imperishable stage. An imperishable stage expert had an indestructible body. Although their physique was extremely strong, it was extremely difficult to repair. However, an imperishable stage expert could condense the imperishable blood essence. Even if their entire body was reduced to nothingness, they could still rely on this drop of imperishable blood essence to revive. This was the strength of an imperishable stage expert. However, this drop of imperishable blood essence was extremely difficult to condense. Not everyone could condense it. He really did reach the imperishable stage. After hearing the reincarnation supremacy's words, Yi Xian could not help but tremble. The gap between the samsara stage and the imperishable stage was huge. It was definitely not easy to kill an imperishable stage expert. Moreover, the reincarnation supremacy actually had a drop of imperishable blood essence. This meant that even if the reincarnation supremacy died, he could still revive on his own. Yi Xian immediately scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could not see through the reincarnation supremacy. It seemed like he had to use his trump card this time. "Kid, how did you know you could find me with this?" At this time, the reincarnation supremacy could not help but ask. "That day when you appeared outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range and fought with the Reincarnation City Governor and the Reincarnation Fox for the Reincarnation Will, you were defeated by the two of them. After you left, the base of the Life and Death Plate was unearthed and I obtained it. Then when you appeared in the Dark Moon Tomb Chamber again, you caused the base of the Life and Death Plate to tremble. Therefore, I guess that this thing should be related to you. I guess you should be the original body of the Life and Death Plate, right?" Yi Xian said slowly. After hearing this, the reincarnation supremacy could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so accurate. "That's right. I am the original body of the Life and Death Plate that turned into a demon. You are quite capable to be able to guess it." Chapter 1540. "Since that's the case, I'll return you to your original form today," Yi Xian said as he put away the base of the Life and Death Plate. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Kill me." Reincarnation supremacy was a little confused. It was already a miracle that a 7th-level samsara stage expert was able to break through the surveillance of those managers. Yet, this person actually dared to threaten to beat him back to his original form. This was truly a case of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger. Reincarnation supremacy had learned a move after breaking through to the imperishable stage. He could try it on Yi Xian. Immediately, he formed an eye of reincarnation above his head. Reincarnation supremacy also had an eye of reincarnation. However, he might have refined the 2 eyes of Reincarnation City Master. Therefore, his reincarnation ability was very strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up at the eye of reincarnation. In the next moment, he saw the eye of reincarnation flash. One eye of reincarnation. This was the ultimate move that reincarnation supremacy had comprehended after breaking through to the imperishable stage. Ding! Reincarnation supremacy is attempting to reincarnate you. Do you agree? A system notification sounded out, causing Yi Xian to be shocked. He had only been glared at by the eye of reincarnation. How could he be reincarnated? Reject! Yi Xian shuddered and hurriedly replied. What kind of joke was this? It was not easy for him to climb to his current level. How could he be reincarnated? Furthermore, would there be any reincarnation after he was reincarnated? Reincarnation supremacy frowned when he saw Yi Xian's calm expression. He sighed in his heart. Could it be that he hasn't mastered this move? What he did not know was that if an ordinary person was hit by this move, they would have been turned into an unconscious body and their soul would be reincarnated. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was warned. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Reincarnation supremacy was really good at playing tricks on others. This time, Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Heaven-burning sword technique. A flaming sword chi tore through the air. If this attack landed on a 9th-level samsara stage expert, it would be enough to severely injure them. However, the reincarnation venerable was already in the undead realm. Facing this attack, the Reincarnation Venerable merely raised his hand and defeated it. There was indeed a huge gap between the rebirth stage and the imperishable stage. Brat, you actually dare to attack me. Fine. I'll teach you a lesson today. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Reincarnation Supremacy coldly snorted. Even though he was teaching Yi Xian a lesson, his aged eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Xian. Let's see if it's you who dies today, or me. Yi Xian mustered up all his energy. After all, he was facing an imperishable realm expert. If he was at the 8th level of the samsara stage, he would not need to fear reincarnation supremacy. However, he was currently at the 7th level of the samsara stage. There was a difference of 3 levels and 1 large level between them. Therefore, he had no choice but to be cautious. The two of them looked at each other for a second before Reincarnation Venerable made his move. Swoosh! Reincarnation Venerable casually sent out a true energy slash, but Yi Xian did not dodge. Instead, he retaliated. Explosion of killing intent. Sky-burning sword technique. When the flaming sword chi collided with Reincarnation Venerable's true energy slash, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Reincarnation Venerable. Reincarnation Venerable raised his eyebrows as he suddenly sensed something. However, Old Tree had already used remnant flames to flash behind Reincarnation Venerable and threw out a punch. The punch accurately landed on Reincarnation Venerable's back. However, to everyone's astonishment, it only managed to break through Reincarnation Venerable's defense and slightly burned him. Undead realm experts possessed the indestructible body, so their physical strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to Reincarnation Venerable's true energy defense, the punch did not manage to injure him much. However, the indestructible body of an undead realm expert was extremely difficult to repair. The mysterious life chi was unable to heal him, so the burn was still there. Reincarnation Venerable did not care at all. He snorted and said, "Your power is not bad, but it's not that easy to kill me." If it was the previous him, he would have been severely injured by this punch. However, he was now in the undead realm, so his physical strength was at least 3 times stronger than before. It was already good enough that Old Tree could break through his true energy defense. However, Old Tree's attack was not over yet. Flaming Sun Rope. Old Tree clenched his left hand, and a flaming chain wrapped around Reincarnation Venerable's neck. Then he pulled it hard. This move was very insidious, and most people would not be able to defend against it. If it was before, Old Tree's pull would be enough to tear off a person's head. However, it could not make Reincarnation Venerable's body tremble at all now. Not only that, when Old Tree could not pull the flaming chain, Reincarnation Venerable's true energy surged out of his body and broke the flaming chain in an instant. At the same time, Skeletal King had already rushed over with his heaven-shaking sword and slashed down fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Yi Xian was shocked when he took a closer look. Reincarnation Venerable had actually grabbed the heaven-shaking sword with one hand and blocked the Skeletal King's full-force slash with one hand. Was the undead realm really that powerful? In fact, when Old Tree injured Reincarnation Venerable could have quickly sent Old Tree flying or escaped by himself. However, he did not do so because he wanted to test how powerful the undead body was. Now he finally understood. The Skeletal King's attack had surpassed Old Tree's punch, and it was enough to kill a 9th-level Samsara realm expert. However, Reincarnation Venerable had blocked it with one hand. His physique was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the Skeletal King's attack was not over yet. Death Gaze. Out of nowhere, an eye of death suddenly appeared in the air and glared at Reincarnation Venerable. However, the death gaze that consumed 5% of the Elegy of Soul's enhancement was useless against Reincarnation Venerable. Impossible. Even an undead realm expert can't be unscathed. What exactly is Reincarnation Venerable? Yi Xian was shocked. However, he soon thought of something. Reincarnation Venerable was not a human, but an artifact that had turned into a demon. Therefore, he might be immune to the death gaze. Kid, I admit that you're quite capable. However, I'm not someone you can provoke now. Dang! Suddenly, a cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Then, Yi Xian saw a figure rushing toward him. The speed was too fast. Reincarnation Venerable turned into an afterimage and attacked Yi Xian. He did not need to use any divine ability to deal with Yi Xian. Whoosh! Reincarnation Venerable clenched his right hand and directly stabbed Yi Xian's heart after arriving in front of Yi Xian. For an undead realm expert, the heart was no longer a vital point. The only vital point was the brain. Moreover, even if the brain was damaged, an undead realm expert could use the undead blood essence to revive. Chapter 1541. Reincarnation Venerable did not know that Yi Xian had the Eye of Eternity, so he wanted to pierce through Yi Xian's heart so that Yi Xian would die. Poof! A crisp sound was heard. Reincarnation Venerable's arm directly pierced through Yi Xian's chest and pierced through his heart. His arm even came out from his back with some flesh and blood. Martial artists below the imperishable realm would definitely die if their hearts were pierced. However, Yi Xian was not. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and locked his hands on Reincarnation Venerable's shoulders. What? Reincarnation Venerable was shocked. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have died immediately. How could he still move? This was impossible. At this moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying energy gathering above his head. When he reacted, he saw a flaming hoof stomping on him. Unicorn's Descent. This move was Yi Xian's strongest attack. With his realm, as long as the enemy was below the imperishable realm, they would be killed instantly. However, he was facing an imperishable realm expert this time. It was not easy to hurt an expert with an indestructible body. When Unicorn's foot landed, Yi Xian could not hurt him because he had the protection of true qi. Reincarnation Venerable was accurately stomped on. His clothes were directly burned to ashes, and even his body was covered in blood. Although the indestructible body was powerful, Reincarnation Venerable had just broken through after all. His strength was at the bottom of the imperishable realm. However, this was enough to show the power of the indestructible body. Huff, huff. While Reincarnation Venerable was vomiting blood, the old tree and skeleton king quickly rushed over. Get lost! Reincarnation Venerable was furious. Several black and white light balls gushed out from his body and entered the old tree and skeleton king's bodies at lightning speed. Ding! Reincarnation Venerable is trying to reincarnate the Ashes spirit. Do you agree? Ding! Reincarnation Venerable is trying to reincarnate the skeleton king. Do you agree? Reject! Reject! Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Due to the failure of Samsara, the old tree and the skeletal monarch rushed over and attacked together. Bang! Pooh! The old tree's fire fist attack and the skeleton king's full-powered slash both injured Reincarnation Knight. Among them, the skeletal monarch had already activated the undying war soul. All of its attributes had doubled, and its attack power was much stronger than before. Reincarnation Supremacy's injuries worsened. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Unicorn could be used again. What? Venerable Reincarnation, who was covered in blood, was shocked. Before he could react, the flaming hoof had already stepped on him. Bang! The earth trembled as flames surged forth. Venerable Samsara was struck once again. When Yi Xian saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Who told you to be pretentious? Who told you to be pretentious? Now you're satisfied. What indestructible realm? What indestructible body? Weren't they still beaten to death by him? However, after the 2 unicorn strikes, Yi Xian did not hear the system notification. In other words, Venerable Samsara was still alive. You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Venerable Samsara was covered in blood. He stomped his feet and charged towards Yi Xian like a cannonball. This punch was enough to kill any 9th-level Samsara realm expert. This time, his target was Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian was still alive even after his heart was pierced. Therefore, Venerable Samsara wanted to test his brain. He did not believe that Yi Xian also had an indestructible body. Although Yi Xian would not die even if his brain was destroyed, Venerable Samsara's punch would blast his entire head, including his 2 eyes. Yi Xian would not allow his 2 clones to die again. Rip! A crisp sound was suddenly heard. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then, Venerable Samsara's punch went straight in. As for where the exit of the spatial crack was, it was needless to say. It was naturally behind Reincarnation Supremacy. Bang! Venerable Samsara's right hand passed through the spatial crack and smashed into the back of his head. He was shocked because Yi Xian also had the Eye of Space. How was this possible? It was already a miracle for two Eye of Space to appear in the land of reincarnation. Now there was a third one? Venerable Samsara had to pay the price in blood for this. Venerable Samsara's fist smashed into the back of his head. His entire body leaned forward and his upper body passed through the spatial crack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used the Eye of Space again and quickly closed the spatial crack. Whoosh! When the spatial crack closed, even Venerable Samsara, who had an indestructible body, could not resist the power of space. His upper body was directly cut off, including his left hand. By the time he came out of the spatial crack, only his upper body and right hand were left. No matter how strong the indestructible body was, it was not stronger than the power of space. In addition, the indestructible body was difficult to heal. Venerable Samsara would probably have to fight with his upper body and only one hand. No, this is impossible. Venerable Samsara was shocked. Was he, who was in the indestructible realm, going to die here? Impossible. However, Venerable Samsara could not beat Yi Xian at his peak. Instead, he was severely injured. Now, only his upper body was left. The part that was cut by the spatial crack was bleeding profusely. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die. Could it be that I have to use the indestructible blood essence? Venerable Samsara had a flash of inspiration. The indestructible blood essence was the resurrection method of indestructible realm experts. Even if their physical body was destroyed, as long as their soul was still there, they could be revived. After all, the indestructible blood essence was stored in the soul. This thought just flashed through his mind because the indestructible blood essence could not be used before the indestructible body was completely dead. If that was the case, wouldn't he be beaten up again? Under normal circumstances, the indestructible realm experts would find a quiet place to use the indestructible blood essence to restore their physical body after they were completely dead. Ordinary people could not see or sense the soul, so it was very difficult for indestructible realm experts to die with the indestructible blood essence. However, even if Venerable Samsara had the indestructible blood essence, Yi Xian had to kill him. If he did not kill him, wouldn't the drop of indestructible blood essence always be there? Just as Venerable Samsara was seriously injured, the old tree and the skeletal king had already arrived in front of him. If the skeletal king had the sky-shattering meteor slash, Venerable Samsara would probably be killed instantly. Of course, even if it did not, Venerable Samsara would still be dead. Under the pincer attack of the old tree and the skeletal king, Venerable Samsara was bleeding from his 7 orifices and looked like he was on the verge of death. Brat, if you think you can kill me like this, you're too naive. Venerable Samsara roared as he resisted the attacks of the old tree and the skeletal king from both sides. You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. Chapter 1542. Although reincarnation supremacy possessed the indestructible blood essence, it belonged to the skeletal dragon after all. Even if reincarnation supremacy refined it, he might not be able to use it. Secondly, as long as Venerable Samsara was killed, he might revert back to his original form. However, just in case, Yi Xian took out the space crossing token and crushed it. Whoosh! A space crossing door opened. Yi Xian had already informed Hu Xing'er of this matter through Luo Luo a long time ago. During his battle with Venerable Samsara, Hu Xing'er had already gathered several experts at the 9th level of the Samsara stage. They had been waiting for Yi Xian in the reincarnation hall of the 100 Fox Villa. Now, their opportunity had finally arrived. When the space crossing door appeared in the reincarnation hall, Hu Xing'er and the others quickly passed through it and arrived at the reincarnation peak. There were a total of 6 people who came this time. Other than Hu Xing'er and Zhuang Fei, there were 4 other 9th level Samsara Realm Fox clan leaders. Reincarnation supremacy has indeed broken through to the indestructible stage. However, his current state. Zhuang Fei was slightly surprised because reincarnation supremacy was only left with his upper body. He was fighting against the old tree and the skeletal king. Moreover, he was being suppressed. If it was not for his indestructible body, he would have died long ago. Before they arrived, only Yi Xian and the others were present. Did this mean that reincarnation supremacy was beaten up by Yi Xian and the others? It was unbelievable. Reincarnation supremacy was an indestructible stage expert. Seniors, reincarnation supremacy possesses a drop of indestructible blood essence, Yi Xian said hurriedly. In fact, when Yi Xian told Luo Luo that reincarnation supremacy had broken through to the indestructible stage, these experts had already guessed the reason. Although Hu Xing-er's half of the dragon bone did not possess the indestructible blood essence, it possessed a little of its power. Therefore, they deduced that there should be a drop of indestructible blood essence in the other half of the dragon bone. If reincarnation supremacy possessed this drop of indestructible blood essence, it would be difficult to kill him. This reincarnation venerable was formed by the life and death plate. I wonder if he'll return to his original form after I kill him, or if his soul will wander between heaven and earth in search of a suitable place to be revived using the undying essence blood, Zhuang Fei said with a frown. Then what should we do? Why don't we capture this reincarnation supremacy first? A clan leader suggested. Good idea. That's right. Seal his cultivation level first. We'll decide later. The other patriarchs nodded. However, Reincarnation Venerable seemed to have heard their conversation. He suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, do you think you can capture me with just the two of you?" Venerable Reincarnation knew that he was doomed this time, but he would rather die than be captured by the other party. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. "Not good, he's going to," Zhuang Fei shouted. Just as he was about to help, he saw Samsara Venerable's body turn into nothingness quickly, and so did his interspatial ring. Suicide. Reincarnation supremacy had actually committed suicide. Yi Xian had not expected this, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not stop reincarnation supremacy from committing suicide. In the blink of an eye, reincarnation supremacy's body disappeared before everyone's eyes. Souls could not be seen with the naked eye, and could not be sensed with a spiritual consciousness. However, Yi Xian's eye of revelation locked onto a strange energy in reincarnation supremacy's body. Could this be a soul? Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Then he quickly closed his eyes and looked with the old tree and the skeletal king's eyes, but he did not find anything. The eye of revelation could actually see souls. Of course, this was only the soul of an imperishable realm expert. When Yi Xian killed Qiu Feng and Gao Yunlong earlier, he did not find this strange energy. It seemed that the eye of revelation could see the souls of imperishable realm experts. Perhaps it was because there was a drop of imperishable blood essence in reincarnation supremacy's soul. Of course, it was also possible that the eye of revelation had become more powerful after reaching the immortal eye realm a few times. Anyway, he actually saw reincarnation supremacy's soul. This was going to be fun. What should we do? Reincarnation supremacy is dead. He should be in a soul state now. I don't know where he went. A clan leader asked in surprise. Reincarnation supremacy was a big problem. If they did not get rid of him, there would be a lot of trouble when he was resurrected in the future. However, now that reincarnation supremacy was dead and they could not see his soul, how could they find the resurrection point of reincarnation supremacy? Let's not care about reincarnation supremacy. Let's act according to the plan. Hu Xing suddenly said. But Manor Lord, young Manor Lord she. Zhuang Fei suddenly reminded her. It's okay. She still has half a year. A senior has already promised to help her reincarnate. Hu Xing did not think much of it. At the same time, her gaze fell on Yi Xian. Next, before Luo Luo turned 18, Yi Xian should be able to break through to the imperishable realm. At that time, reincarnation supremacy might surpass her. At that time, there would be no need to ask Tianju Elder for help. Yi Xian glanced at the soul that was quietly escaping towards the northeast and asked, "Senior, how long will the soul of an imperishable realm expert exist between heaven and earth?" This depends on each person's realm. Reincarnation supremacy has just broken through to the imperishable realm. He has a drop of imperishable blood essence and can exist between heaven and earth for a year. As long as he finds a place within a year, he will be able to be reborn. Hu Xing replied. Previously, Yi Xian had also asked Hu Xing about the imperishable realm. There were a total of 3 realms in the reincarnation realm. They were the profound life realm, the profound death realm and the samsara realm. The imperishable realm was also divided into 2 realms. One was the imperishable body and the other was the imperishable soul. As long as an expert with an imperishable body had a drop of imperishable blood essence in his soul when he died, then his soul would not immediately dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it could wander between heaven and earth. This situation was called a wandering soul. In other words, it was a wandering soul. This soul was also very strange. It could retain the memories of its life, but it could only faintly sense the nearby creatures. It could not see people, so generally, after death, it would need to find a hidden place to be reborn from a drop of blood. In other words, it was to rebuild the imperishable body. As for experts with an imperishable soul, they could condense a soul seed. This soul seed could be placed in a place. If the original body and soul were to be destroyed at the same time, the soul seed would take effect and then be reborn. This was much more terrifying than an imperishable body. Therefore, in the imperishable realm, unless the opponent did not have the imperishable blood essence or soul seed, it would be very difficult to kill the opponent in the imperishable realm. After Yi Xian heard Hu Xing'er's words, he also fell into deep thought. Reincarnation Supremacy's soul perception was very small and probably could not sense them anymore. However, he could see that Reincarnation Supremacy's soul was still moving, but at a very slow speed. Chapter 1543. It was a pity that Yi Xian did not have the ability to erase souls, so there was no exchange. No, there was an exchange, but it required devour points. The Burning Sky Sword technique was also a growth-type divine power, but it could not be upgraded to an undying divine power, so Yi Xian wanted to exchange for a new one. He quickly looked around and finally locked onto a special divine power. This divine ability had both a physical attack and a special soul attack. Yi Xian also had a normal soul attack, which was the Eye of the Soul. However, the Eye of the Soul could not attack the Reincarnation Venerable in his soul form. As for this special soul attack, it was able to attack souls that had no body. However, this divine power required 2 devour points, so Yi Xian was hesitating on whether to exchange for it. Now that I have 6 devour points, if I use 2 to exchange for it, I will only have 4 points left. However, this special soul attack will probably come in handy in the future, and with my Eye of Revelation, it will not be a problem to kill the Reincarnation Venerable before he revives with his undying blood essence. Yi Xian thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Ding! Do you want to spend 2 devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple? Yes. Ding! Nihility Flame Sword Ripple successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Yes. Ding! Host has learned the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian also learned a new divine power, the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. This divine power could not only be upgraded continuously, but it could also be used to attack wandering souls. In addition, it was of the fire attribute, so it was a divine power that was tailor-made for Yi Xian. Reincarnation Venerable. You are dead meat. After Yi Xian learned the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple, his eyes could not help but emit 2 rays of light. He looked at the Reincarnation Venerable's soul that was far away from the Reincarnation Peak, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Senior, the Reincarnation Venerable is not completely dead yet. I will catch up to him. Yi Xian suddenly said to Hu Xing'er. Hearing this, Hu Xing'er and the others were stunned. Hu Xing'er was even more surprised. You can see wandering souls? Yes, I can see Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul. He's heading northeast. I think he's looking for a resurrection point. Yi Xian nodded. Even an imperishable realm expert wouldn't be able to see the wandering souls wandering around in search of a resurrection point if they didn't have this ability. Even if they could see it, it was not something that ordinary people could kill. Of course, if one had a deep grudge with the other party, then this person would follow the wandering soul all the way, making it unable to find a resurrection point and disappear from the world. This process was sometimes very long. After all, the existence of the wandering soul was related to the realm of the deceased. Even so, there were still many people who did this. If there was really a deep hatred between them, so what if he spent a few years following a wandering soul? Although the wandering souls could not see people, they could still sense people around them. If they were being followed, they would not be able to resurrect in peace. Over time, their minds would collapse. They had the imperishable blood essence, but they could not find a safe place to resurrect. This was too cruel. After hearing that Yi Xian could see wandering souls and seemed to have the means to kill them, Hu Xing'er and the others were shocked. If that's the case, then let's kill Reincarnation Venerable to prevent future troubles. Hu Xing'er said solemnly. At first, Yi Xian had the same thought. However, he thought of another matter and said, Senior, the Reincarnation City Lord died mysteriously. I think Reincarnation Venerable might have helpers. I want to follow him and see what happens. After hearing his words, Hu Xing'er and the others suddenly thought of this matter. The The poison that the Reincarnation City Lord was poisoned with was too strange. The matter was probably not that simple. Since Reincarnation Venerable was dead, even if he had the imperishable blood essence, he would need time to resurrect. If Yi Xian followed him now, he could directly erase Reincarnation Venerable's soul if the situation went south. Okay, then be careful. Hu Xing nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. After finishing his words, Yi Xian directly took out Gao Yunlong's corpse and rushed towards the northeast. However, his speed was not very fast because Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul was very slow compared to him. The range of a wandering soul's perception was about 1/10 of the range of his spiritual consciousness when he was alive. Therefore, Yi Xian had no difficulty in following him. After all, Reincarnation Venerable's soul could not see or sense him. As for Hu Xing, she was preparing to search Gao Yunlong's corpse to see if she could find any clues. Yi Xian suspected that Reincarnation Venerable had helpers who might even be in the imperishable realm. That was why he could secretly poison the Reincarnation City Lord. It was a pity that Reincarnation Venerable's interspatial ring was destroyed by himself. He did not know where the Reincarnation City Lord's corpse was. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to follow Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul. The latter would never have imagined that someone could see through his soul. Very soon, a day had passed. This wandering soul was as slow as a tortoise, but its speed was already faster than an ordinary 9th-level Samsara realm expert. Just as Yi Xian was about to destroy Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul, Reincarnation Venerable suddenly arrived at a mountain range. This seems to be Mount Eternal? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. The Reincarnation Peak and Mount Eternal were very far apart. However, Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul's speed was comparable to an ordinary 9th-level Samsara realm expert. It was possible for him to reach Mount Eternal from the Reincarnation Peak within a day. Yi Xian followed behind the wandering soul and entered Mount Eternal. He had a feeling that Mount Eternal was a little strange. He was afraid that it was not as simple as it seemed. After a while, Reincarnation Venerable's soul suddenly descended as though he was looking for a resurrection point. Yi Xian hurriedly followed him. However, at this moment, a group of black figures suddenly swept over from afar. What is this? Yi Xian immediately focused his eyes. When he saw what this group of figures was, his body could not help but tremble violently. Spiders. This was a group of spiders. Furthermore, they were large spiders with wings. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that these flying spiders were astonishingly fast. They had probably reached the 8th level of the Samsara realm. There were even a few that were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. In Reincarnation Venerable's northern camp, there were 3 great danger zones. The first was the Life and Death Canyon, the second was the Reincarnation Peak, and the third was Mount Eternal. However, no matter how dangerous Mount Eternal was, it would not have so many high-level heaven-connecting beasts. This group of flying spiders seemed to number in the hundreds. Something's wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted and immediately took out the Scarlet Flame Sword. It seemed that Mount Eternal was Reincarnation Venerable's resurrection point. His helpers might also be here. Since that was the case, Reincarnation Venerable was no longer useful. They could not wait for him to be resurrected. Chapter 1544. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Without hesitation, Yi Xian launched an attack on Reincarnation Supremacy's wandering soul. A formless sword aura pierced through the air and instantly struck Reincarnation Supremacy's fist-sized soul. The soul was a very special existence. Ordinary attacks couldn't hurt the soul at all and would pass through it. However, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple had a special soul attack that could hurt the soul. Reincarnation Supremacy's soul had consciousness. Along the way, he had cursed Yi Xian several times, but Yi Xian couldn't hear him. When he arrived at Mount Eternal, he seemed to have seen the dawn of hope. He wanted to use the drop of undying blood essence stored in his soul to resurrect and take revenge. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Xian was following him. He also didn't know that Yi Xian had the means to erase his soul. When the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple struck his body, he immediately felt unbearable pain. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw a formless flame burning Reincarnation Supremacy's soul. The fist-sized soul trembled violently as if it was about to explode. A second later, the ball of flame was burned and dissipated from the world. With Reincarnation Supremacy's soul destroyed, He couldn't even reincarnate, let alone resurrect. However, killing the soul didn't benefit Yi Xian at all. Moreover, after reincarnation supremacy's soul died, the drop of undying blood essence also dissipated. Reincarnation supremacy was dead, and Yi Xian had avenged half of the Samsara City Lord's death. Now, it was time to deal with another problem. A second later, the 100 flying spiders flew over and surrounded Yi Xian in a black mass. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned Old Tree and the other two. If all the flying spiders were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm, Yi Xian might be afraid. However, it was a pity that there were 5 9th-level Samsara realm flying spiders in this group. Young master, should we kill them all? Old Tree asked with a smile. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Don't kill them. Just send them flying. I have a use for them." Hearing this, the Old Tree was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. There was still a use for them. That was to use the Feast of Slaughter. No problem. Old Tree replied with a smile. There were so many flying spiders. If they were all killed, Yi Xian's strength would at least double. There might be a helper of Samsara Venerable in Mount Eternal, the one who killed the master of Samsara City. This person might also be in the Eternal Realm, so Yi Xian had to be careful. Without waiting for the flying spider to attack, Yi Xian immediately dove down. The flying spiders could sense that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara stage, but they could not be bothered with him. Their attention was completely focused on the Old Tree, the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian broke away from the encirclement and directly rushed into Mount Eternal. He wanted to find the expert hidden in Mount Eternal. Although Mount Eternal was huge, with his speed, he could cross it in less than a minute if he went at full speed. Of course, most people would not be so foolish as there would be many heaven-reaching beasts below. Once Yi Xian stepped into their territory, he would be attacked. However, when Yi Xian flew over at a low altitude, he realized that the heaven-reaching beasts in Mount Eternal were all spiders. Why not change the name of Mount Eternal to Spider Mountain? It seems that these heaven-reaching spider beasts were reared by that expert. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to investigate Mount Eternal. Along the way, there were low-level spiders blocking his path, but they were all killed by his Void Flame Sword Wave. He had just used Unicorn Descent a day ago, but this cooldown required him to devour the corpses of the heaven-reaching beasts. Therefore, these spider corpses happened to be of use to Yi Xian. However, after Yi Xian scanned the area, he finally discovered a powerful aura in the center of Mount Eternal. It's not the slightest bit inferior to the reincarnation supremacy. Another imperishable stage expert. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He was right to be cautious. He did not expect that there would be an imperishable stage expert hidden in Mount Eternal. Fortunately, this imperishable stage expert seemed to be the same as the reincarnation supremacy. They were both at the 1st level of the imperishable physical body. However, now that Yi Xian's Unicorn Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash were both on cooldown, it would be a little troublesome to deal with them. I don't care. Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly condensed an eye of myriad in the distance and then began to bombard the imperishable stage expert's mountain. Boom! 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 Under the powerful bombardment of the 10,000 mammoth force, the mountain quickly collapsed. At the same time, the imperishable stage powerhouse inside suddenly opened his eyes, and then rushed out explosively. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A loud shout entered Yi Xian's ears, followed by an old figure. The person who came was an old man dressed in black. His appearance was no different from an ordinary old man, but Yi Xian saw a colorful spider crawling on the old man's face. What the hell? What a disgusting taste. Yi Xian had always been disgusted by creatures with many legs, such as spiders, centipedes, and so on. If a spider crawled on his face, even if it was only at the manifestation stage, it would make him feel disgusted to death. Not to mention, this colorful spider was actually at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Who are you? Why are you in Mount Eternal? Yi Xian went straight to the point. And who are you? The black-robed old man asked in return. He found it very strange because he did not conceal his aura. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, but he dared to ask him directly. He was quite bold. I have been cultivating in seclusion here since 100 years ago. I only left for a short period of time, but you have already taken over this place? Yi Xian pretended to have lived for a few thousand years and said,
100 years? When the old man heard this, his eyes could not help but narrow slightly.
He did not believe Yi Xian's nonsense because he had reared flying spiders all around Mount Eternal. How could Yi Xian, who was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, come to the center of Mount Eternal? When he thought of this, 2 rays of killing intent suddenly shot out from his eyes and he questioned, "Who sent you here?" When Yi Xian heard this, he knew that he had been exposed. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. How could he break through the encirclement and come here? Since the old man had already guessed it, Yi Xian did not hide it and said directly, "It was you who killed the Samsara city governor, right? You are quite capable to be able to find this place." "That's right. I was the one who killed the Samsara city governor." The old man smiled. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, so he naturally did not take him seriously. Out of boredom, he could not help but chat with Yi Xian. Chapter 1545. It's just a small dose of the Poison King powder. The Poison King powder poisons the soul, not the body. He's quite capable to be able to hold on for half a day. I'm only responsible for poisoning him.
As for the rest, I'll leave it to reincarnation supremacy, the old man replied.
Before hearing this reply, Yi Xian had already guessed it. After all, there were no wounds when Reincarnation City Governor died. Then, Reincarnation Supremacy's men killed their way in and snatched his corpse. What a coincidence. Reincarnation Supremacy died yesterday, Yi Xian said. Dead. The old man was slightly surprised. Reincarnation Supremacy has already broken through to the imperishable realm. One has to be at least at the imperishable realm to kill him. Does this mean that you're from Reincarnation Fox? Yi Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked, I remember that there are no imperishable realm experts in the land of reincarnation. Where did you come from? Due to certain reasons, the old man could not tell Yi Xian his identity. He only wanted to control reincarnation supremacy to achieve his goals. However, he did not expect that reincarnation supremacy, who had broken through to the imperishable realm, would be killed. Fortunately, he knew that reincarnation supremacy had a drop of imperishable blood essence. It would be easy for him to be resurrected. I've already violated the agreement by attacking once. However, given the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill Reincarnation Fox again. The old man thought to himself. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the old man in deep thought. Although the old man did not say where he came from, all he had to do was kill him and search his soul. Reincarnation supremacy had just broken through to the imperishable realm. However, this old man was obviously stronger than reincarnation supremacy. There might be many good things in his interspatial ring. There was hope for him to break through to the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Kid, did Reincarnation Fox ask you to bring this news to me?
The old man asked.
Yes or no? What's the difference? Yi Xian asked. There's no difference. In any case, I'll be the one to kill her.
The old man smiled and shook his head.
Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. You can kill her? If it was a few decades ago, it might not have been possible. But now, there are no restrictions. However, I will not lower myself to make a move against you. The old man raised his eyebrows, and in the next moment, a huge flying spider appeared. Peak 9th level Samsara stage.
Following that, the old man set off for the west.
Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly issued a death pursuit order on the old man. However, at this moment, the peak 9th level Samsara stage flying spider directly charged towards Yi Xian. A mere Samsara stage practitioner dares to find trouble with me? Yi Xian snorted coldly and directly gave orders to the old tree and the skeleton king outside Mount Eternal. Kill. At the same time, the feast of slaughter began. Outside Mount Eternal, the old tree and the other two had always been there. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Old Tree's trio immediately went all out and started killing. As 9th level Samsara stage practitioners, it was too easy for them to deal with these small fries. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was at the center of Mount Eternal, directly launched an attack on the huge flying spider. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword ripple. An invisible sword chi attacked the peak 9th level Samsara stage flying spider. Although the flying spider could not see with its 12 eyes, it could sense it. However, due to Yi Xian's cultivation base, it did not take Yi Xian seriously. Bang! The Nihility Flame Sword Ripple blasted the flying spider and Unicorn's vital energy immediately burned. Unicorn's vital energy had the effect of burning everything under the heavens. In addition to Unicorn's deterrence and other bloodline effects, Yi Xian's sword directly killed the flying spider. In the blink of an eye, the 9th-level Samsara stage flying spider was burned until only half of its body was left. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian heard the system notification, he immediately flew over and kept the flying spider's corpse. Although it was only half a corpse, the beast soul in the body was still intact. This was very valuable to Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He realized that the imperishable stage black-robed old man had already disappeared into the horizon. What fast speed! Ribs, go and stop him. Yi Xian immediately gave the Skeleton King an order. The Skeleton King received the order and immediately rushed out, preparing to intercept the old man. Fortunately, the center of Mount Eternal was some distance away from the entrance. The Skeleton King saw the black-robed old man. When the black-robed old man saw the Skeleton King, he could not help but be shocked. He muttered, "There's actually a rare Skeleton King." The Skeleton King was a rare mutated beast. Moreover, it was at the 9th-level Samsara stage. Most people would have thoughts about it, but the black-robed old man did not. Die! The black-robed old man immediately attacked and threw a punch at the Skeleton King. Boom! The punch was so fast that the Skeleton King's hard armor shattered. A large hole was punched through it. However, the Skeleton King was not even at 2/5 of its original state. Naturally, the Skeleton King would not die. You're quite capable. A strange expression appeared on the old man's face once again. Ordinary heaven-reaching beasts were able to heal themselves, but the Skeleton King's speed had already surpassed that of ordinary heaven-reaching beasts. Even the peak 9th-level Samsara realm flying spider that he had summoned earlier did not have this ability. However, he still did not care about the Skeleton King. Die! The old man threw another punch. This time, he directly shattered the lower half of the Skeleton King's body. The degree of damage was at 7/5. Unfortunately, as long as the Skeleton King's injuries did not reach 4/5 of its original state, the system would not judge it as dead. Then it could continue to heal. After 2 punches, the Skeleton King had already arrived in front of the old man and slashed down with its sword. Clang! The old man punched out with one hand and collided with the heaven-shaking greatsword. His powerful physique shattered the Skeleton King's palm, and the heaven-shaking greatsword bounced back. However, there was only a red mark on the old man's hand. An imperishable stage expert was indeed extremely powerful. Your strength is not bad. You can kill a peak 9th-level Samsara stage expert in an instant. However, you're not qualified to face me. The old man snorted and threw another punch. However, at this moment, the Skeleton King's aura suddenly soared. Undying fighting soul. All attributes had been increased by 1-fold. Crack! The Skeleton King's defense doubled. This time, the old man's attack was unable to penetrate it. Therefore, the Skeleton King's injuries were naturally less than 4/5. How is this possible? The old man was shocked for the 3rd time. He was able to cripple the Skeleton King with 2 punches. How did the Skeleton King's defense suddenly increase? This was impossible. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1546. Poof. The old man instinctively raised his hand to block, but this time, the heaven-shaking sword sliced through the old man's flesh and even left a sword mark on the old man's bones. Don't forget that the Undying Battle Soul's 100% increase in all attributes was also effective on Wei Zhentian. This sudden turn of events made the black-robed old man suffer a setback. You can actually hurt my undying body. The black-robed old man could not believe it. After all, he was an Undying Realm elite and had broken through for a few years. His undying body was extremely strong and could not be broken by any random 9th-level Samsara Realm elite. However, just as he was feeling surprised, another figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This time, it was not Yi Xian but Old Tree. As for the group of flying spiders, they were left to Yi Xian. Originally, the black-robed old man wanted to go to the west of the land of reincarnation and kill the reincarnation fox. However, now that 2 troublemakers suddenly appeared, he could not help but feel annoyed. However, he did not mind getting rid of Old Tree and Skeletal King, these 2 people who did not care about their lives. However, just as he struck out a fist shadow, Old Tree appeared behind him in a flash. Remnant flame. Bang! Old Tree attacked quickly and struck the black-robed old man's back. However, as the black-robed old man's undying body was stronger, this punch did not cause any substantial damage. However, the black-robed old man's back clothes were burned away. Bastards! You are courting death! The black-robed old man was furious. He turned around and punched Old Tree's head, causing it to explode. Old Tree's defense was not as strong as Skeletal King's, so he was instantly killed. This kind of thing was extremely rare. Fortunately, Old Tree was undying and indestructible. So what if he died? Ding! Spirit of Ashes has died. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has revived. Yi Xian, who was fighting a large group of flying spiders, immediately summoned Old Tree when he heard the notification in his mind. However, this time, most of the flying spiders were dead. Therefore, Yi Xian joined forces with Old Tree and charged toward the black-robed old man. Twofold increase. See if I can kill you? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Killing Feast's amplification had increased to twofold, which meant that Yi Xian could triple his combat power. Furthermore, he had spent 2 Devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Killing this old man should not be a problem. The black-robed old man thought that he had killed Old Tree, but when he saw Old Tree again, he was stunned. Resurrection? That was impossible. How could someone at the 9th level of the Samsara realm be revived? Moreover, even if an imperishable realm powerhouse used imperishable blood essence to revive, it would be impossible to revive in such a short time. Could they be twins? No, that's impossible. Their auras are the same. The black-robed old man immediately reacted. Not only were their auras the same, but even their abilities were the same. At this moment, the black-robed old man turned his attention to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, so the black-robed old man was not interested in him at all. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. Eye of Space. Void Flame Sword. After approaching, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Space and tore open a crack in space. Then, he suddenly attacked with his sword. An invisible sword chi slashed into the spatial fissure, and then struck the black-robed old man's back from behind. Boom! The black-robed old man's back was severely injured, and his entire body flew forward. At the same time, the unicorn's Incinerate the World effect was activated. The black-robed old man's back was set ablaze, burning his flesh and blood. With 3 times the combat strength, the Void Flame Sword, and various bloodlines, Yi Xian had the ability to severely injure an imperishable stage expert. If this attack had landed on Reincarnation Supremacy, it would have killed him instantly. However, Yi Xian did not have the Void Flame Sword or the Massacre Feast's enhancement. Furthermore, Yi Xian had devoured the hundreds of flying spiders' corpses, and his cultivation had risen from the initial 7th level of the Samsara realm to the intermediate 7th level of the Samsara realm. Therefore, this attack had severely injured the black-robed old man. This is impossible. The black-robed old man was shocked. He could not believe that he had been injured by a junior at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. The Skeletal Sovereign and the Old Tree could be ignored. After all, they were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. However, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Could it be? Did you kill Reincarnation Supremacy? The black-robed old man could not help but ask. Yi Xian's attack was enough to kill an imperishable stage expert. If the black-robed old man had not reacted quickly, that sword would have landed on the back of his head. If that had happened, even he would have been killed instantly. This strength was enough to kill Reincarnation Supremacy. That's right. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he replied. However, he did not want to waste his breath on the black-robed old man. He would kill him first. Whoosh whoosh. Before the black-robed old man could stabilize himself, a strong gust of wind appeared again. The Skeletal Sovereign, who had activated his undying battle soul, swung his sword horizontally. Bam! The black-robed old man finally reacted and threw another punch. This time, he was sent flying backwards. Unfortunately, there was someone blocking him from behind. Flaming Sun Lasso. Waning Flame. The Old Tree was not stingy and immediately used his skill. His left hand pulled on the flaming chain while his right hand smashed towards the back of the black-robed old man's head. Scram! The black-robed old man shouted as a massive wave of vital energy surged out from his body. However, before that, the old tree activated another skill. Blazing Fire Shield. Boom! The vital energy shook the blazing fire shield. Fortunately, the old tree was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm and had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm because Yi Xian had devoured so many corpses. Otherwise, the blazing fire shield would have shattered. Apart from defense, the blazing fire shield could also absorb attacks. After the black-robed old man's vital energy was absorbed, he immediately detonated it. Bam! The blazing fire shield suddenly exploded and a heat wave surged. Its power was not to be underestimated. Just now, the black-clothed old man's back had been attacked by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Although that shock had extinguished the flames formed by the Qilin genuine qi, due to the indestructible body, his injuries had not recovered. Now, the explosion of the raging fire shield had caused him to suffer even more injuries. However, that was not the main point. The cooperation between Yi Xian and the rest was flawless. Although the black-robed old man was an expert in the indestructible stage, he would not be able to recover once he was at a disadvantage. The black-robed old man moved forward again. However, at that moment, the skeletal sovereign suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed at the void. Grip of Hades. A strange energy wrapped around the black-robed old man and forced him to fly towards the skeletal sovereign. Chapter 1547. Don't even think about it. The black-robed old man immediately reacted. He circulated his true qi and flew back, but at this moment, Yi Xian, who had seen the opportunity, attacked again. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword ripple. Another spatial fissure was ripped open and the invisible sword qi emerged from the back of the black-robed old man, striking his body. Although the black-robed old man was on guard this time, his wound expanded again. One could faintly see the white bones on his bloody back. An imperishable realm expert had an indestructible body. Unless their brain was damaged, they wouldn't die even if their heart was ruptured. Although that was the case, the indestructible body was hard to heal. If such an injury was healed using mysterious life qi, it would take at least a few months. Most importantly, with injuries on the body, one's combat strength would decrease. The black-robed old man, who was at a disadvantage, became more and more serious. He didn't expect an imperishable realm expert to end up like this. It was really unexpected. You're not from the land of reincarnation. Who are you? The black-robed old man roared. Yi Xian and the others were much stronger than the land of reincarnation. If Yi Xian was from the land of reincarnation, the land of reincarnation would have been unified. As he spoke, he quickly took out a healing pill from his yin and yang ring. This could quickly suppress his injuries and slowly heal him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to answer this question. He could get the answer from the black-robed old man's memories, so why waste his breath? Kill first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black-robed old man flew out, but the skeleton king charged straight at him. The sky-shaking sword in the latter's hand shone with a fierce light. This attack would definitely injure the black-robed old man again. Knowing that he couldn't dodge this attack, the black-robed old man's face sank. He took out another item from his yin and yang ring. It was a black ball. When he was about to come into contact with the skeletal emperor, he crushed the ball fiercely. Pang! Hiss! When the black ball exploded and turned into a cloud of black fog that enveloped him and the skeleton king, the heaven-shaking sword in the skeleton king's hand had already arrived in front of him. This move directly cut off the black-clothed old man's arm and neck. However, the black-robed old man, who possessed an indestructible body, would not die even if he was left with only a head, unless his head exploded. Let's die together. At this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly roared and used his genuine qi and all creation strength to blow away the black fog. In an instant, the fog also wrapped around the old tree. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he hastily distorted space to protect himself. Although the black fog wrapped around him, it was blocked outside. Then, he heard the sound of the old tree and the skeleton king falling one after another. Ding! The skeletal monarch has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The skeletal king has been revived. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. 4 system notifications in a row caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. What is this? How can it kill the old tree and the skeleton king instantly? However, why is Wei Zhentian still alive? In the next moment, he realized something. Is this the Poison King powder, a poison that directly attacks one's soul? At the thought of this, Yi Xian could not help but tremble and break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he still had the means to distort space. Otherwise, if he was enveloped by the black fog, he would probably die. The Samsara city governor was only hit by a small dose of the Poison King powder and died after half a day. The old tree and the skeleton king only lasted half a second. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. If he encountered such a large dose of the Poison King powder, he would probably be kneeling on the ground in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly broke open the void and left this area. Then, he formed the eyes of all creations to disperse the black fog. Wei Zhentian, bring his head and interspatial ring here. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was a divine artifact. He did not have a soul and was considered an anomaly. Therefore he was spared. Although the black-robed old man was not completely dead, he could only use a head and could not quickly restore his indestructible body. Therefore, he could only use a pitiful amount of genuine qi, which was not enough to fight against Wei Zhentian. However, when Yi Xian saw Wei Zhentian bring the black-robed old man's head and interspatial ring here, he knew that the black-robed old man was already dead. The old tree and the skeleton king were both dead. The black-robed old man wanted to die together with them. Naturally, he could not be alive. Since there was no notification, Yi Xian thought that the black-robed old man was still alive. At this time, Yi Xian thought of something. The black-robed old man was hit by his Poison King powder and died together with the old tree and the skeleton king. The Poison King powder could directly wipe out one's soul. Then, could the black-robed old man's soul be searched after his death? Yi Xian tried, but found that it was not possible. The indestructible realm was divided into the indestructible body realm and the indestructible soul realm. The black-robed old man was at the indestructible body realm. Although his soul had dissipated, it was useless even if he had 10 drops of indestructible blood essence. Of course, if the black-robed old man was at the indestructible soul realm, as long as he had a soul seed, even if his soul was destroyed, the soul seed could be revived. However, the black-robed old man was still far from the indestructible soul realm. If he's dead, then so be it. I don't have to do anything. Yi Xian shook his head and then focused his attention on the black-robed old man's interspatial ring. This old man was stronger than the reincarnation supremacy and should have come from a higher place. Yi Xian wondered how many good things he would have. After Yi Xian checked it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the Samsara realm level 8. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been lowered and it has been restored. Ding! Sky-shattering flowing rock slash's cooldown has been restored. Sure enough, there were many good things in the ring. There were even 2 indestructible realm heaven-reaching beasts' corpses. These things allowed Yi Xian and the other 3 to make a breakthrough. After making a breakthrough, the strength of the 4 soared. If the black-robed old man was still alive, he would have been killed instantly. Next, Yi Xian began to check the other things in the black-robed old man's interspatial ring. He wanted to know where the black-robed old man came from and what his identity was. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw something familiar in the black-robed old man's head. This is... Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he saw a diamond-shaped black crystal in the black-robed old man's head. It was emitting a strange energy. Chapter 1548. Cthulhuism Society? This was Yi Xian's first reaction. He had encountered the Cthulhuism Society in the Desert of Despair. However, the Cthulhuism Society was pitifully weak at that time, and their leader was only in the fragmentation realm. Now, he had encountered the Cthulhuism Society again, and their leader was in the imperishable realm. How was this possible? Luo had memories of the Cthulhuism Society, so Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission back to ask who Xing. The Cthulhuism Society, also known as the Scorpion Society, is one of the factions in the 5 Poison Territory in the north. Together with the 1,000-Foot Sect, the Golden Toad Sect, the Snake Shadow Palace, And the Sky Spider sect, they are known as the Five Poison sect. The people of the Five Poison Divine sect are all experts in using poison. The Five Poison Divine sect is the lair of the Five Poison Divine sect. Moreover, it is where the scorpion, centipede, toad, spider and demon snake clans are located in the glazed light sacred land. This was what Hu Xing told Luoluo to tell Yi Xian. So, the Cthulhuism society we encountered before is one of the Five Poison sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, the scorpion ancestor and the others used their bloodline to make the entire glazed light sacred ground believe in them, making them stronger, Luoluo replied. I see. Now, Yi Xian knew why the black-robed old man came to the land of reincarnation. It was probably to recruit disciples. However, the black-robed old man was also a disciple because he had the Sky Spider sect's faith crystal in his mind. Young master, mother said that the Five Poison territory is the enemy of the 100 Beast territory, Luoluo suddenly said. The 100 Beast territory? Where is that? Yi Xian asked in surprise. The 100 Beast territory is filled with other beast clans, such as the Fox clan and the Leopard clan. They are much stronger than the Five Poison territory. Mother said that my father went to the 100 Beast territory to find the fox ancestor and then went missing, Luoluo replied. The 100 Beast territory. The 100 Beast territory was made up of 100 beast clans. However, Luoluo and the others were also from the Fox clan, so why weren't they recruited? Yi Xian didn't know the answer to this question, but he knew that the black-robed old man should be from the Five Poison territory. The Five Poison Divine sect can concoct poisons that can wipe out the soul. This is rather difficult to deal with, but I have the immortal phoenix bloodline. I wonder if I can withstand this poison. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The black costume old man still had some poison king powder in his universe ring. Yi Xian couldn't help but take it out and use his Wanxiang force to split some of it. It was even smaller than a drop of water. He touched was. Ding. The host has been poisoned. Detoxification in progress. As expected, with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he wasn't immune to the poison. Instantly, the poison passed through Yi Xian's skin and flowed up to his brain. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already broken through to the 8th level of the samsara stage and possessed the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix. Coupled with the fact that the dosage of the poison king powder was small, the poison king powder was neutralized halfway through the climb. The poison was stored in the storage. Yi Xian tried it again. He was immune to it. Ding. The host is immune to the poison. The poison pill was made up of the 5 poisons, but Yi Xian was immune to it. He didn't need to be afraid of the poison pill anymore. Now that he had avenged the Samsara City Master, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the 100 Fox Mountain Manor in half a day. Senior, the land of Samsara is yours from now on, Yi Xian said to Hu Xing. Thank you so much. Hu Xing was very grateful. But her friend of many years, the Samsara City Master, was dead. She didn't even know where his body was. The Samsara City Master's body was probably in the Samsara Venerable's interspatial ring. But the Samsara Venerable broke the interspatial ring before he committed suicide. Everything in the interspatial ring must have fallen into the interspatial crack. Even Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Space, couldn't find it unless he broke through to the reaching heaven state. Young master, what are you going to do next? Luoluo suddenly asked. You can purify these faith crystals. It should be enough for you to break through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm. As for next, I will probably make a trip to the 100 Beasts region and see if I can find the ancestor of the fox tribe in the Lu Guang sacred land to help you suppress the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body. Yi Xian lovingly stroked Luoluo's hair. Although Luoluo had formed a master and servant blood contract with him, Yi Xian treated Luoluo like his own sister. Now that Luoluo was in danger, Yi Xian naturally had to take action. Moreover, with his current strength, he couldn't find a match in the land of Samsara. He had to go to a more powerful place. The 5 Poison Realm and the 100 Beasts region were good places to train. When he broke through to the Imperishable Realm, he would also raise Luoluo's level. At that time, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline might be suppressed. There was still half a year's time, so breaking through to the Imperishable Realm shouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Xian wasn't confident because the heaven-loathing fox bloodline was so strong that even immortal Tianju couldn't do anything. If immortal Tianju was at the Soul Imperishable Realm or the Heaven Ascension Realm, then Luoluo would probably have to reincarnate again. As for what happened next, Yi Xian didn't plan to let Luo Luo follow him. He would just let her accompany Hu Xing.
Young master, you have to be careful. Luo Luo pursed her lips and said worriedly.
No problem. When the time comes, we'll find your father too. Yi Xian said with a smile. Before this, he had asked Hu Xing for a portrait of Luolua's father because he knew that the land of samsara wouldn't be his final stage.
Thank you, young master.
Luo said obediently. Then, Yi Xian took out 2 drops of essence blood. He had gotten it from the 2 imperishable realm heaven ascension beasts' corpses in the interspatial ring. It was the imperishable essence blood. Heaven ascension beasts were different from humans. After they died, their souls would dissipate, regardless of whether they had the imperishable essence blood or not. Therefore, their imperishable essence blood could only be used to heal injuries. However, their imperishable essence blood could be refined by humans. Hu Xing was heavily injured in order to protect Luo Luo, so she probably couldn't break through to the imperishable realm. However, with these 2 drops of imperishable essence blood, she might be able to break through. Luo Luo still has half a year before she turns 18. If I can't find Fox ancestor in this half a year, then I'll come back to help her reincarnate. Yi Xian said to Hu Xing. Within half a year, he would definitely be able to reach the imperishable realm, and even higher. At that time, his reincarnation ability would definitely be stronger than Hu Xing's. Perhaps he wouldn't need immortal Tianju's help. Okay. Hu Xing nodded. Then, she watched as Yi Xian broke through the void. After passing through the void, Yi Xian returned to Mount Eternal. This was the northern part of the land of Samsara. It was the closest to the 5 Poison Realm and 100 Beast region. Naturally, they had to start their journey from here.
Chapter 974. Q King, we have to find a shorter route for a 300-kilometer journey. Otherwise, it's impossible to make it on foot. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the T6 combatant who asked the question and smiled faintly. That's true, so I asked around and found out that there's a place where we can go. He pointed at the mountain range on the map. We'll go from here. Someone will lead the way for us. Several pairs of eyes stared at the mountain range he pointed at. They needed to hike up an iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level and cut into the desert country where the ST Mercenary Corps was located as quickly as possible. The time is 1 day, 24 hours. What do you think? When he finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Yi Qian's face. Little fox, you chose a mission that was difficult from the beginning. Do you regret it? Regret? Yi Qian's lips curled into an extremely light smile, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Major Xia, when she was running for her life, her endurance, leg strength, and perseverance had been accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Climbing icebergs was no problem for her. In the days in the no man's land, she and Principal Chen had climbed icebergs and snowy peaks the most. Sometimes, they would walk through the snow all night while carrying a 13-kilogram sniper rifle on their backs. That was how she got through it. After preparing for so many years, it could be said that she had been preparing from her previous life to this life. She had walked through her previous life with tears of blood. Even if there was a way out, she would still look down on herself. Receiving her provocative gaze, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly. Good girl, the more she fought, the braver she became. Can we choose to ride a horse? Look for a Kyrgyz rider? Han Zheng, who was holding a flashlight, whispered, we can ride a horse first. At least it'll save us some time. G3 shook his head and said, the ST Mercenary Corps is a disaster in the eyes of the civilians. We can't bring disaster to them. I'm in favor of walking. Also, the iceberg is not suitable for riding a horse. No, I mean to ride a horse in the walk-in corridor. We can borrow the local nomads' horses. Before Han Zheng could finish his sentence, G3 interrupted him. The walk-in corridor belongs to the high and cold mountains. Every year, except for the 3 months of June and August, the mountain is covered by heavy snow. The nomads' horses have already been fenced up and raised. Where can we borrow them? Even if we do, the horses won't be able to pass through the deep snow. In the end, we'll be wasting our own time. We have no choice but to hike the iceberg. That's right, so we have no choice. Right now, there's a civil war in this country, and the savagery of the ST Mercenary Corps makes the civilians even more afraid. Choosing to walk on foot can hide our identities, and we won't implicate the civilians. V.H. Shenling said. The storm mission was not in the battlefield that they were heading to. This time, in order to rescue them, they had entered the war-torn countries that the soldiers of various countries did not want to enter easily. Therefore, caution became the first choice for everyone. The strategy of this rescue operation was to not alarm or implicate them, to only ambush them, and to quickly retreat. Han Zheng's expression turned solemn as he nodded and said, "All right, I agree to walk. I'm in favor of walking. I'm in favor of walking." Several voices rang out in succession, low and steady. Yi Qian's voice was also among them. Xia Jinyuan did not ask Yi Qian if they could walk the iceberg at night. There was no need to ask at this time. Since they were here, they had to accept the hardships and dangers of the conditions without any conditions. He had already sorted out the entire route, and the follow-up arrangements and operations had all been drawn up. In the shaking truck, the low voice clearly reached everyone's ears. We need to disguise ourselves as locals. After entering the war zone, we need to quickly count our equipment, enter the black market to buy weapons, and rent a car to go to Registan. Chapter 975. His voice was low, like a moving blade. It was frighteningly sharp. G3, Z7, V8, T6, and Pigeon all listened with serious expressions. They didn't miss a single word he said. We need at least 3 days on the road. K7 won't give us that much time. We also don't think that the ST mercenaries and the government behind them will have enough patience to deal with K7. So, we don't have much time. We can't delay the progress of the entire team because of personal problems. Do you understand? Understood. Several voices came in unison. Their morale was high, and there wasn't a trace of fear in them. Yi Qian's dark eyes reflected the cold light of the flashlight. It was as if a thin layer of frost had been dyed in his eyes. Yi Qian, you're in charge of infiltration. The military will send someone to bring you into Saint. You only have 2 days. One day, find out the exact location of K7's imprisonment. One day, find out where the name list is. The remaining day, launch a sneak attack. Everyone will retreat the next morning. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he looked up at Yi Qian. There was no longer any gentleness in his deep eyes. There was only impartiality and coldness. He didn't give Yi Qian any special treatment because of her identity. Is there a problem, Yi Qian? No, I'll listen to the command. Yi Qian's expression was cold and resolute. He didn't hesitate to answer. Since he chose to come, how could there be a problem? Uncle Chen said that the moment you picked up a sniper rifle, Yi Qian, you had no way out. You could only move forward. The firm and fearless voice fell into the ears of the male soldiers. It was like a touch of coolness on a hot summer day. It had a wonderful effect on everyone's spirits. G3 and the others were fine. They had worked with Yi Qian many times. They knew that the young but military-like Yi Qian was definitely a trustworthy comrade. No one was more surprised than Pigeon. She was already surprised when she said that she was chasing after the target. Now, she didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, her calm tone shocked him even more. He had never worked directly with Yi Qian before, so he didn't feel unfamiliar with Yi Qian when they first met. It was all because Yi Qian had the same military aura as them. At this moment, they vaguely understood why their comrades who had fought side by side with Yi Qian were looking forward to her joining them. This kind of girl, this kind of female soldier, this kind of outstanding, this kind of courage, to be able to fight side by side with her was indeed something to look forward to. He was looking forward to seeing her brilliance, looking forward to seeing her outstanding performance, and even more so looking forward to seeing her return from the flames of war with them. This is Yi Qian, a true soldier and our comrade. The T6 combatant nudged the surprised G3 with his shoulder and said with a chuckle, "A true comrade isn't a comrade who wears the same uniform. They were comrades who dared to go through life and death with them, who dared to risk their lives for them, and who had the courage to trade my life for yours." Pigeon's gaze made Yi Qian look over, and the two of them looked at each other. His cold gaze also allowed Yi Qian to clearly see the appearance and characteristics of Pigeon, whose code name was different from Q King and the others. He had a very good-looking and dashing eyebrow that made Yi Qian take a second look at him. At first glance, his facial features didn't look very outstanding, but after looking at him for a long time, he felt like he was a very outstanding man. He looked like a soldier from a painting who had gone to war and had a reserved temperament. The two of them smiled and looked away. Pigeon said, "Her gaze is very sharp, and she vaguely has the cold aura of Q King. Why do I feel that if she were to join our team, there would be a possibility of two kings standing side by side?" Chapter 976. The members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who used letters and numbers as code names, were in charge of sudden attacks, while the members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who used Chinese as code names, were in charge of sneak attacks. The combination of the two groups was a double-edged sword for China. The Snowfield Brigade had yet to have a king so far. Seeing Yi Qian's attitude, Pigeon suddenly felt emotional. However, Xia Jinyuan suddenly looked up and glanced at her coldly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if reminding Pigeon not to say anything more. His gaze made Pigeon straighten her back and she immediately stopped talking. It was best not to talk about things that had yet to be revealed. The truck was loaded with supplies that needed to be transported to Princess Castle, so the space for the 7 of them was very limited. However, it was good that they didn't have to lie down. They had to memorize the entire map. If they accidentally fell off the ice mountain, they could still get up and find the rendezvous point. Xia Jinyuan and G3 were already familiar with each other, so he passed the military map to Han Zheng for him to memorize first. The rest of them could rest for the time being. Yi Qian was the last to receive the map. After receiving it, he passed the flashlight and map directly to Xia Jinyuan. He asked in a low voice, "I will also hand over the firing point of the ST mercenaries as soon as possible. Q King, who will contact me when the time comes? Or, can I send it to someone else?" Just now, Xia Jinyuan had spread out the map and Yi Qian had already memorized it. "No, no one can contact you. You can only send it to the designated location. Yi Qian, your time is even more urgent than ours. It's very, very urgent." Xia Jinyuan pursed his thin lips. His eyes were as dark as the night sky. There was only endless darkness. "I will also go in with you and be in charge of the rescue deployment of K7. Yi Qian, once we enter ST, if you are in danger, I may not be able to rescue you in time. But remember, we will not give up on any of our comrades." Yi Qian smiled and said, "We are going to rescue K7. How can we let ourselves be discovered? We will come back together." Han Zheng, who was lying on his stomach, reached out a hand and placed it on top of the nylon bag. Then, several large hands were placed on top of each other. Finally, Xia Jinyuan took Yi Qian's hand and placed it on the back of his own hand. His deep voice was as cold as a steel gun. "I won't give up on any of them. I won't give up on any of them. I won't give up on any of them." 7 low and shallow sounds came from the bumpy truck. "We are comrades, we are fighting to save our comrades, we are not giving up on any of them." He would definitely not give up on any of them. Xia Jinyuan glanced sideways at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Your challenge will begin tomorrow at noon. I look forward to every new challenge, especially with all of you. It's very rare." Yi Qian's expression did not have the slightest hint of gloominess. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, as if they were filled with water. When he saw the other 5 people, he was slightly stunned. Then, he silently shifted his gaze away. A good girl will always belong to someone else. You. As the flashlight suddenly went off, Xia Jinyuan sighed. Then, his warm lips gently kissed Yi Qian's cheek. "Are you stupid? Why did you chase after us? Because all of you are my targets. I'm chasing after my targets. Yi Qian's fearless laughter came from the darkness. It was faint and gentle, and it floated into Xia Jinyuan's ears. Then, it slowly fell into his heart and was engraved in his heart. The girl he liked was just that outstanding. She used her own fearlessness to write a magnificent legendary poem. Her name would not be forgotten with time, even if 100 years had passed. Chapter 977. Yi Qian didn't expect him to be so bold as to turn off the flashlight and kiss her in front of so many comrades. She glared at him in the dark and wanted to move away from him, but there was only so much space. He was on her right, and G3 was on her left. If she moved, she would have to move closer to G3. Yi Qian had no choice but to bury her head under her arm to prevent another kiss. Not only did he steal a kiss, Major Xia, who was acting like a boyfriend in the dark, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and let her lean on him. Rest for a while. At least you can lie down. Yi Qian froze. He was so stiff that he didn't dare to move at all. He even held his breath, afraid that his 5 comrades would notice something. This bastard. How dare he? Not only that, his warm lips were pressed against Yi Qian's earlobe, and his breath was hot. Old Luo, who brought us into the iceberg, told me to give you more money and suffer less. Brothers, the money you took out just now won't be reimbursed. You know that the money a man saves is for his wife. Remember to return it all to me. It's not much, just 5 fingers. I'm sleeping. Wake me up when we reach. I don't think we've reached the plateau yet. Why do I have altitude sickness and tinnitus? You too. Me too. Do you want to take some pills? I'm already deaf. I can't hear what you said just now. After the 4 people in front of them finished talking, they heard faint snoring sounds. G3 seemed to have slept for a long time. Fuck. This is a real master. 4 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. They all agreed that G3 was too cunning. Yi Qian buried his head in his arms and laughed until his shoulders trembled. It would be difficult for Xia Jinyuan to get back the money he took out from his personal wallet. Who would want to marry him and be his wife? Dream on. Just as he thought this, he heard Xia Jinyuan's soft voice that only the 2 of them could hear. You have to marry me and be my wife. There are 5 of them. Each of them is 500 yuan, so 2,500 yuan. It's all for my wife's money. If I don't get it back, my heart will ache. What should I do? My heart aches. Why don't you rub it for me? My heart won't ache anymore if I rub it. At a time like this, Yi Qian was even more helpless against him. She couldn't do anything to him when they were together. Now that there were so many people around, she couldn't do anything to him. Sleep. Ignore her. Fortunately, Xia Jinyuan knew the gravity of the situation and didn't say anything more. His fingers on her shoulder tightened slightly, and his deep eyes were dark and turbulent, as if the sky had changed color and the sea had surged with waves, vaguely containing a ferocious force that could destroy the world. Follow in our footsteps, little fox. You will become a very outstanding female special forces soldier, the best in the military. After at least 10 minutes, when Yi Qian was about to fall asleep, Xia Jinyuan suddenly said, I'm waiting for you to become my comrade in arms, a comrade in arms who can really fight side by side with me and command the battle. Yi Qian's gaze paused for a moment, and he finally lifted his head from the crook of his arm. Aren't we comrade in arms now? We are comrade in arms now, but not the kind of comrade in arms I want. I want a comrade in arms who can stand at the same height, in the same position, and who can sweep away thousands of enemies. Xia Jinyuan said softly, this is the kind of comrade in arms I want. I want you to become this kind of comrade in arms. Can you do it? Yi Qian? His gaze was close to Yi Qian's. Although he couldn't see, Yi Qian could feel it. Chapter 978. That gaze was like a pair of hands that forced you to move forward and not back down. It also gave you the feeling that you had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get off. Don't give up, don't abandon me. I will always take you with me. I will never let go of your hand even if we have to overcome all obstacles until we reach a height that belongs to both of us. Do you dare to continue like this with me? For me, for you, for the sake of not letting down this life, do you want to continue like this? Originally, he wanted to give her some time to slowly understand him, to let her know what kind of unit he was in, but it seemed like that was no longer possible. She knew in advance how dangerous the situation he was facing was, so he had no choice but to bring it up quickly so that she could understand and accept it as soon as possible. Yi Qian didn't say anything. She didn't know how to continue. One thing was for sure. Even if he wasn't holding her hand, she wouldn't let down this life. He was her goal, and she once wanted to surpass him. And now, this goal was telling her that he wanted to bring her to the same position, to the same height. Think about it. It wasn't that it was difficult to think about. Instead, it was that a flood had formed in her heart. She couldn't calm down, and her entire body was boiling up. In her previous life, she was mediocre for too long. In this life, there were so many opportunities, and she didn't want to miss any of them. She didn't want to lose any of them. Yi Qian nodded, gently, and then slowly nodded. He said, "Okay, but I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for myself, so that I won't let down this life. I'll stand beside you, and you'll stand beside me. The same place, the same height. We'll be comrades for life. Comrades for life, brothers for life. Never leave, never abandon, never give up." All the members of the Snowfield Brigade swore that they would be comrades for life. No matter what, they would never give up on their comrades. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. K7, who was tied up and tossed in the corner, raised his eyes slightly and looked towards the narrow window. Someone was coming. Not just one, but more than 10 people. The footsteps got closer and stopped outside. K7 closed his eyes again, pretending that he was still unconscious. It was useless even if he opened his eyes. Blood flowed into his eyes and stained his eyelashes, blurring his vision. He even saw a double when he looked outside. The next day, other than drinking a mouthful of water, the captives did not eat anything else. It had been 52 hours since he woke up from his coma and struggled to open his eyes that were covered with blood. There was no interrogation or interrogation. It was so peaceful that he could not hear any clues, nor could he determine whether his comrades were coming. K7 was heavily injured. Even so, ever since he woke up, he had been on high alert. He had been looking for a chance to escape, and he had been trying to figure out a way to escape. The only weapon he had on him was the belt that was still tied to his trousers. However, this thing had no way of cutting the rope. It was more like strangling someone's neck. His ragtag military uniform was torn in many places, and his flesh was covered with fine sand. As he breathed, the fine sand seemed to be grinding against his charred flesh. No matter how strong his body was, if the fine sand was not washed out, there was no hope for his wounds to heal. K7, who hadn't moved for 52 hours, moved his head slightly. It was this slight movement that made people feel like he was still alive. Chapter 979. Damn thing, he still hasn't said a single word? You guys are the worst mercenaries I've ever seen. You guys are the most useless interrogators I've ever seen. Someone yelled angrily in English. It was already the third day, and his patience was running out. He was about to explode at any moment. The man with a beard that reached his chest looked at the government official who was yelling angrily at him. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "Oh, so it seems that your government has a way. Then, sir, I'll hand him over to you." The man was wearing a white robe and white wide-legged pants. His facial features were Central Asian. He just raised his hand, and a few mercenaries wearing desert camouflage bulletproof vests walked over. They were tall and strong, and all of them were holding AK-47 assault rifles and standing behind the man. When the government official saw them, he immediately took a step back and looked at the high-ranking ST mercenary warily. With a serious face, he said, "No, we don't need him. We just need to ask which country he's from. Sakura, that's all we need to know. That's all. I know. I've been working hard. But sometimes, we can't get what you want just by working hard. Sakura was still able to smile as he spoke. He pointed at the captive behind the closed iron door. See, sir? It's hard for him to even open his eyes now, let alone talk. His wounds aren't treated. Oh, yes, you're not allowed to treat his wounds. Of course, we're all in favor of making him suffer a little. But now, he doesn't even have the strength to speak. How do we know which country he's from? Judging from his skin color, hair color, and eye color, we think he's Asian. That's all we know. Sakura's words made the government official squint his eyes. After a while, he smiled coldly. Trust me, I'll find a way to make him talk. He waved his hand and ordered his personal guard. The viciousness in Sakura's eyes deepened. After the government's personal guard left, he sneered. Since you want to interrogate him personally, I think we can collect our commission in advance. When the commission was mentioned, the government official immediately laughed. Sakura, with our cooperation, I don't think we're in a hurry. Right now? Please wait a moment, we will soon hear that guy's voice. There was no need to consider anything when interrogating a captive, especially a captive who couldn't possibly return alive. As long as he got what he wanted, he would immediately end the captive. There was mistrust in their employment relationship, and their cooperative relationship was unstable. It seemed that it wasn't Sakura who had lost his patience, but the government who had lost their patience. 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard. Then, the locked iron door creaked open and 4 people came in. Wake him up. When he saw the wound on K7's shoulder, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He lifted his leg and stepped on the wound with the heel of his leather shoe. Then, he twisted his ankle and let the heel of his shoe crush the wound. This wound had originally stopped bleeding, but after being crushed by the hard heel of the shoe, the bright red blood and the layer of scab were crushed into wisps of blood, revealing a bright red, ferocious wound. K7 did not move. It was as if he had lost consciousness, but his brows were furrowed. It was as if he was frowning in his sleep due to discomfort. Chapter 980. Did you see that, Sakura? I told you he would wake up soon. Wait, he will wake up soon. The dark-skinned, typical Middle Eastern man smiled viciously. With the cold-bloodedness of a soldier, he signaled his guard with his eyes, and K7 heard the sound of glass breaking. 2 minutes later, an unknown drug was injected into his arm. After the needle was pulled out for less than a minute, K7 opened his eyes like a wolf trapped in a bush. Pain, his whole body was in extreme pain. All of his wounds felt like they were being pricked by thousands of needles. It was so painful that the veins on K7's neck were bulging. It felt like his blood vessels were going to explode from his skin. They had injected an unknown drug into his body, causing the pain all over his body to increase by dozens of times, and the pain was amplified and amplified. That kind of pain wasn't enough to make K7 pass out. His wounds hurt, his bones hurt, and his organs hurt. Rapid breathing didn't lessen the pain. Instead, it increased the sensitivity of the pain. Some people said they were in so much pain that they didn't want to live anymore. Some people said they didn't want to live anymore. Some people said they didn't have a good day. What they said was just empty talk. The real pain wasn't to the point where you didn't want to live anymore. It was to the point where you couldn't fight back. You were in so much pain that your muscles were spasming. Sweat the size of beans kept dripping down into your wounds. Which country did you come from? Tell me, buddy. The officer used his leg to kick K7's bleeding shoulder. K7, who was lying on his side with his hands locked behind his back, was forced to lie on his back. That way, the officer could clearly see what happened to the man who was injected with the pain-increasing drug. Thanks to the pain, K7's tears washed away the blood in his eyes. Through the intense pain, K7 saw a ferocious East Asian face. K7 focused his gaze and quickly observed the other person's expression. His heart was in pain, but he had to stay awake to observe the other person's expression. If he wanted to live, he first needed to know what the other party wanted, how long he could endure, and whether he could kill him in a fit of rage, or if he could endure it for the time being. The man was in a hurry. It wasn't a hurry that came naturally. It was a hurry that was urged by someone. That was right. The man they beheaded was not a normal person. If they wanted to find out the truth, how could they let a captive go so easily? Very well, as long as he knew that the man wouldn't kill him now. After he used up all of his energy to stay awake, K7 growled like a trapped beast. His body couldn't help but twist. He stuck his tongue deep into his throat. He wanted to vomit. If you wanted to get information from him, you had to make sure he was still alive. The special forces from the Shuiyu Brigade were invincible. They could return in triumph, or they could die without hesitation. They could face being captured calmly, and they could overcome their fear of death. To die for one's country was an honorable death. Fuck, bro. K7, smile for me. We've known each other for a year, and I've never seen you smile before. Fuck you, I even drank your saliva. Hello, I'm Q King. Nice to meet you. And my brothers. My brothers, was. Chapter 981. K7 forced himself to vomit until his tongue almost got cramps. Only then did he feel nauseous. He had developed a resistance to the drug, which could be seen from his vomiting. He was a forensic doctor, so he had to know what he needed to know. Since the other party couldn't do anything to him, then the real game had just begun. On the ground, K7, who was tied up in a bow shape, was convulsing violently. When he started to vomit from the pain, the military officer panicked. Quick, quick. Save him. He didn't despair anymore. As long as there was a chance of survival, he wouldn't despair. He wouldn't give up. As long as he could stand up, he wouldn't give up. But this thing was really fucking painful. The sandstorm was so strong that it was blinding. The sun outside was so bright that it made him dizzy. It took a total of 6 hours to travel from Ta County to the Wakan corridor. The Snowfield Brigade packed their luggage and took the supplies that the military asked the border guards to store in the Princess Castle, towards the iceberg. Since the military is providing the supplies, they should at least give me a gun. Z7 Han Zhang rummaged through his backpack. There were windproof and cold-resistant items in his backpack, but there were no weapons. He picked up 2 wooden sledges that could be used to ski on the iceberg. He wanted to say a few more words, but when he turned around, they were all gone. Fuck. They didn't wait for him. He put on his windproof hat and chased after his comrade who didn't even check what was in his backpack. Yi Qian caught up to Xia Jinyuan with the wooden sledge. I need to learn how to ski. I've never skied before. Okay, you only have 10 minutes. If you don't learn how to ski, grab the rope and I'll bring you down. Xia Jinyuan, who was using a compass to determine the direction, said faintly. He was wearing a windproof suit and standing in the snow. His figure didn't look bloated. He was still tall and straight. Yi Qian smiled. No, give me 10 minutes. Uncle Chen taught me the basics. It's a pity I didn't bring a sledge. Looks like you did learn a lot in the no man's land. Not bad, we can use all this. And it won't be just one time. My little fox is indeed knowledgeable. I haven't found anything you don't know yet. Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. The curve of his thin lips made Yi Qian look away. She didn't want to see him smile. After a few hours of driving, whenever he had time, he would kiss her and shamelessly say, "Relax. Relax." Was there anyone who could calm down and relax like him? Did he still need to calm down and relax? He's obviously being shameless. Yi Jian's reaction made Xia Jinyuan smile so much that the corners of his eyes turned soft. Silly girl, he was not joking when he said that he wanted to calm down and relax. He was indeed letting himself relax and suppress the irritation in his heart. He could easily tell G3 that since Yi Jian was here, he would accept it. But in his heart, how could he accept it instantly after such a strong objection? She still needed more time to grow. Would she be able to adapt to the sudden increase in danger of the entire mission? Was she enough to handle? One had to know that Yi Jian was truly fighting alone this time. After a few hours of settling down and seeing that she was calm and normal, he gradually suppressed the irritation in his heart and slowly relaxed. Follow closely. There are snow leopards in this area. Xia Jinyuan seemed to be very familiar with this area. He walked along the snowy road without stopping. He walked quickly and calmly. Along the way, they didn't see any snow leopards. Instead, they saw a few Marco Polo sheep jump and disappear. Chapter 982. Normally, they might even go hunting sheep, but at this moment, they were all focused on marching forward. There are no birds above, no beasts below. Everywhere is vast and unpredictable. Only the sun can guide the east and west, and human bones can guide the way. The journey described by Fa Shi, a monk from the Eastern Jin dynasty, was now the journey of the Snowfield Brigade. Between heaven and earth, there were boundless snowy mountains. Walking at the foot of a snowy mountain, everything seemed small. Old Luo is here. Walking past a pile of weathered rocks, Xia Jinyuan saw 4 stones neatly placed. The smallest stone was facing the direction of an iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level. The person leading the way was very reliable. During the Civil War, Old Luo was the first to escape to China with his eldest son on the iceberg. When he went back to pick up his wife and 3 children, he took the iceberg again. When he escaped to China, he took the iceberg again. The 2 of them went back and forth once, a total of 4 times. He was the most familiar with this route. The 7 of them headed towards the iceberg like stowaways. The deeper they went, the deeper the snow became. When they reached the bottom of the slope, the 7 of them tied wooden sleds to their feet and rushed down the valley. Yi Qian was very slow at first. His upper body was relaxed, his center of gravity was forward, his knees were bent, his eyes were looking forward, and his ski poles were pointing outwards. He didn't even need Xia Jinyuan's guidance. After he went up, he started to paddle. Yi Qian was not proficient in paddling from top to bottom. With Xia Jinyuan escorting him, he was a few minutes later than the other members. Before he reached the bottom, he suddenly saw a few horses raising their front legs from time to time in the snow. Horses? How can there be horses? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He, who had been at the back, took the lead and whizzed past her. With a beautiful turn, he stopped beside a nomad. This was their guide, Old Luo. Old Luo was Tajik. When he saw Xia Jinyuan, he immediately opened his arms warmly. He didn't look like an elder, but more like a brother. Without too many warm words, Old Luo looked at Yi Qian and pointed at the 7 horses he brought. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared another horse. No need, this is good enough. Xia Jinyuan was pleasantly surprised by the fact that he had brought a horse that could travel on the ice mountain with him. The pigeons had already mounted their horses, let's hurry up and set off before dawn. They had to travel at night tonight, but it was better to travel early in the morning than late at night. Past the snowy mountain at 6,000 meters above sea level was another country. At the end of October, the Wakhan corridor was still quite sunny, and the bad weather had yet to arrive. From day to night, they stepped on the snow and braved the knife-like wind that could cut their faces as they persisted in entering the war zone. The ability of the special forces to withstand harsh conditions was not something that ordinary soldiers could imagine. They could stay on the snowy mountain for a year and a half, just like the locals. At night, the horses could not walk as well as they could during the day. They walked on gray stones that were not covered by snow, and their legs were numb from the cold. When their blood reached their hearts, it was still cold. The people could not rest, and neither could the horses. With the horses riding during the day, the whole day and night journey was shortened to no more than 20 hours. Yi Qian walked in the middle from the very beginning. At 4:00 in the morning, she was still walking in the middle. Her thighs were wrapped in Old Luo's fur jacket and tied with straps. She pulled one foot out of the snow and then the other, and walked like this for less than half an hour. Chapter 983. Half an hour of rest was because the horse was disobedient. The path they took was not the most difficult one. Old Luo had climbed the iceberg at night 4 times. He took off his gloves and put some snow into his mouth. His tongue was frozen stiff, but it also stimulated his brain to wake up. We'll be there if we go from here. At 7:00 in the morning, when there was a glimmer of light in the sky, old Luo, who was standing halfway up the iceberg, laughed and said, "It's still the same path I took 4 years ago. The weather is very cold, and it didn't snow at night. Once it snowed at night, the march would only be slower due to the strong wind and heavy snow." Looking at the endless winding road below, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Rush down in one go, rush to the bottom of the mountain, and rest for an hour before we set off." They chose the most difficult path because they were all illegal mercenaries. Because they couldn't expose themselves and let the country they were protecting have a trace of stain. From 11:40 p.m. to 7:00 a.m., a full 20 hours passed through the iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level and arrived at their destination. Old Luo didn't go back immediately. He went to a Tajik house to rest. Except for Yi Qian, who just shook his hand and said, "Thank you," all the members of the Snowfield Brigade gave this 43-year-old brother a warm hug. 84 hours after K7 was captured, the members of the Snowfield Brigade changed into the local clothes of this war-torn country and drove a jeep to the desert. From the snow mountain to the desert, this was their journey of war. They arrived at Registan in the early morning of the 6th day after K7 was captured. The 7 of them couldn't be seen as human anymore. They were covered in yellow dust and a layer of dust could be seen in their hair. Registan, the arid plateau area in the southwest, was divided into deserts and sand ridges, and there was a desert plain in the middle. There was no vegetation and no rain. Yi Qian separated from the Snowfield Brigade at 4:00 in the morning on the 6th day. She jumped directly into a truck and entered the St. Mercenary Corps, leaving the Snowfield Brigade with a slender and fearless back. "Yi Qian, she is a good soldier," Dove said softly. The dove spoke softly, as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. This journey was filled with unpredictable dangers, yet she had chosen to leave without a trace of hesitation. His low voice fell into the ears of his comrades, and they all looked up at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the middle of them. "Why are you looking at me?" Xia Jinyuan retracted his gaze and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. His handsome face was cold as he quickly ordered, "Z7, establish communication. Explosives personnel, prepare more explosives. G3, follow me to the market. The rest of you, stay alert." He was worried about Yi Qian, but he still needed to be one step behind Yi Qian to enter Saint. The sun had just risen, but the desert still seemed to be shrouded in darkness. There was no vibrant green, only endless desolation. Fine sand and dust were blown over by the wind. Yi Jian blinked slightly and raised her hand to rub her eyes that had gotten into the sand. She was now a local nomad in Helmand. Her family had sold her to the St. Mercenary Corps for money, and she had officially become the lowest member of the St. Mercenary Corps. She wore a white gauze dress and a headscarf of the same color. She held freshly baked naans and gave them to the mercenaries from different countries. It was the 10th hour of entering the St. Mercenary Corps. Yi Qian had already started her work at 5:00 that day. The low adobe house was much more square than the adobe house in Pakistan. In Yi Qian's eyes, it was like a cage. The entire St. Mercenary base was huge. When Yi Qian saw a few mercenaries dressed in miscellaneous military uniforms appear, the white gauze gently swept past and hid behind a mud house. She had to wait until it was completely dark before she could take action. Chapter 984. Holding the metal locator in his hand, Yi Qian rushed to the southwest corner as fast as he could. To ensure that they could safely rescue K7, the Snowfield Brigade marched 24 hours a day from the southern central province to this country that was in constant civil war. They crossed 5 provinces of this country and were the first to arrive in Helmand. 80% of the families in Helmand grew opium poppies. They smuggled the opium poppies out of the country to earn high profits, and most of the money was used to fund the local rebels. A portion of the money was given to the ST mercenaries. In Helmand and Registan, the ST mercenaries became the protection of some civilians and officials, but they also became the nightmare of the poor civilians. They only stayed in Helmand for 2 hours. T6, a member of the Snowfield Brigade, obtained information in fluent Farsi. He found out that the ST mercenaries kept the criminals and disobedient local civilians in the southwest corner, and the executions were also carried out in the southwest corner. Now, Yi Qian only had one thing to do, and that was to hand the metal locator to K7. V8 and the others would then secretly rescue K7 based on his location. Xia Jinyuan would act alone like Yi Qian. He would create an explosion in ST to create a diversion so that Yi Qian could obtain the name list. Then, he would cover Pigeon and the others to rescue K7. They would not engage in a fight with the ST mercenaries. Unless they were stupid enough to think that they were invincible, they would not do such a thing. To put it more elegantly, this operation was mainly about fishing in troubled waters as the vanguard, and then secretly crossing Chinsong as the escape route, successfully rescuing K7. Using G3's vulgar words, they were doing something big in secret. The entire ST base was built with a mixture of ash, clay, and gravel. Every time Yi Qian lay down in a corner, her white gauze would be stained with a large amount of yellowish-brown dust. If she could, she wanted to roll in the dirt and turn her white body yellow. It was late at night, and wearing a white gauze that fluttered when the wind blew, it was too conspicuous. What's the situation? Is there any movement? 12 hours after Yi Qian entered ST base, the Snowfield Brigade established communications. The comrades on standby started exchanging information with each other. They were asking the T6 combatants closest to ST base. An hour ago, Z7 had set up a very small ultra-short-wave radio base station. Although it was small, the transmission signal was stable. It could even transmit images and data through infrared scanning. The location data of the metal positioning device had already been downloaded onto the portable computer purchased from the Helmand market. As long as Yi Qian found K7 and turned on the positioning device, they would immediately be able to pinpoint K7's exact location. There was no response from the radio waves. Z7 said in a low voice, "Nothing. Let's see if Q King is doing anything. He's in electromagnetic silence. We can't contact him for now." Electromagnetic silence meant that the connection with the radio waves was cut off. Xia Jinyuan was afraid that ST base had an electromagnetic interference system that would capture their radio waves. The operation had not yet begun, but they would be directly exposed. "You guys stay here. I'll go to the southwest corner to check out the situation. She's been in there for 12 hours, and it's been dark for 4 hours. Based on her efficiency, she should have found something." The T6 combatant did not keep watch in the front anymore. He slowly pulled himself out of a pile of sand and said after a while, "It's so cold." Burying himself in the sand, there was no cold wind blowing against his body to warm him up. The temperature difference between day and night was already very large, so when he came out of the sand, the cold wind scraped against his skin and seeped into his bones. The location of the ST mercenary regiment's base was not bad. In front of it was a desert, behind it was a mountain and a river, and further ahead was the desert of Registan. The ST base, which was built on a gravel hillside, had an excellent view of the front, back, left, and right. The sentries stood directly on the high walls and could see anyone coming in and out below. Of course, this would have to be done during the day. Chapter 985. At night, the power grid was destroyed. The ST mercenaries, who lacked power, could only rely on a few strong lights that had been charged during the day. Even the sentries were extremely undisciplined. This was their territory. Even the government forces had to be polite to them. So far, no one had launched a sneak attack on the base. The rebels did not dare, and neither did the government forces. In a country with the most chaotic internal enemies, the ST mercenary base had become the safest place. T6 bent down and ran straight towards the southwest corner. V8, who was in charge of ground observation, said softly, 20 meters away. 3 patrols, make way. A military base that's even more military than a military base. This is already the 3rd wave. No, there's something wrong. T6 bent down like a groundhog and crawled behind the sand pile. His whole body clung to the yellow sand and blended into the darkness. The 3 patrols were obviously dressed much more formally. They wore formal uniforms, but their guns were not as good as the other 2. After walking away, T6 shouted excitedly, "Great news! There are government forces guarding this place. Brothers, I'm afraid there's a big shot inside." It was indeed great news. If Q King encounters the government forces, he'll find a way to stir up trouble. Done, brothers. At present, we see a 10% chance of victory. Pigeon pressed his body tightly. He was also lying in the sand, motionless like a rattlesnake, waiting for its prey to pass by. The ST Mercenary Corps, the government forces, and the rebels were in a triangular relationship. The ST mercenaries would not interfere with the rebels for the sake of the government forces, nor would they interfere with the government forces for the sake of the rebels. It had become a delicate triangle in Registan. It seemed that the ST mercenaries had gained the trust of both sides, but in fact, no one could fully trust each other. If there was any movement, the government forces in the ST base, as well as the high-ranking official, would definitely suspect that the ST mercenaries were colluding with the rebels. This suspicion had always existed. And it was not just today. Xia Jinyuan knew about the news that was beneficial to the operation 10 minutes earlier than T6 and the others. He even saw the high-ranking official's face clearly. Now, he was at the place where the government soldiers were resting. The skilled and bold all-rounder was laying out the yellow stripe explosives. Yellow stripe explosive was a relatively safe type of explosive. It could withstand impact and friction, and the detonation point was a sudden explosion caused by heat. At the same time, the poisonous gas released would cause chronic poisoning. No matter what the situation was now, his brother had definitely suffered. Since he had suffered, he had to get some interest back. After everything was done, he turned on the communication device. His low voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. "I've finished the deployment. There are government soldiers inside. Place the yellow stripe explosives at the door where they sleep. What's the situation on your side? Have you received the location yet?" Z7 stared at the receiver and clenched his jaw. "No, T6 is scouting the southwest corner." Just as the low voice finished speaking, a small red dot suddenly flashed on the receiver that had been quiet all this time. "Holy shit, it's coming, it's coming. I'll locate him in 1 minute." Z7, who was wearing a piece of anti-cold cloth to hide himself in the dark, typed rapidly on the keyboard. "T6, retreat. It's not in the southwest corner, but in the east." The T6 combatant immediately turned around and came back. "Q King, it's about time. It's about time." Yi Qian threw the HKP-7M8 pistol he had brought over from China into the building through the window together with a dagger. She, who was lying prone on the roof, quietly retracted the dagger without alerting the guards. She lay prone on the roof of the bungalow and exhaled slightly before quickly leaving. Chapter 986. K7 wasn't in the southwest corner, he was in a medical room similar to Saint. If it wasn't for the secret code that connected to K7, she would have suspected that the person inside was K7. From the southwest corner to the east, it took them 2 hours to confirm K7's location. Now, it was up to Xia Jinyuan and the others. After Yi Qian gave K7 the necessities, she didn't stop for a second. Using her petite body, she nimbly rolled across the roof of the bungalow. The roof wasn't made of cement, it was made of pebbles and clay. As she rolled across the roof, the sharp pebbles made her skin hurt. After rolling to the edge of the roof, Yi Qian lightly patted the dust off the white gauze. She still needed to use the gauze as a disguise, so she couldn't take it off yet. She gripped the edge of the roof tightly and jumped down lightly. Like a cat, Yi Qian leaned against the wall as soon as she touched the ground. She only left after she confirmed that there were no patrols. There was no light in the room, so she couldn't confirm whether K7 was seriously injured or not. However, from the coughing that he transmitted to her, he was fine and could save himself. His cough was low and hoarse, like a broken tempered glass surface. It sounded fragmented and unstable. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Jian couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. Her breath was stuck in her throat, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. How could K7 be fine? The criminals, in the southwest corner, were all beaten to a pulp. They didn't even have a single piece of clothing to cover their bodies. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They had been tortured to the point that even death was a luxury. In such an environment, K7 was a captive who had just killed an important person. How could he be fine? How could he be fine? She sent in all the guns and daggers. Hopefully, K7 still had the ability to protect himself. After completing the first part of the rescue plan, Yi Qian avoided the 4 teams of patrolling mercenaries. Hearing the screams coming from the southwest corner, Yi Qian walked silently like a cat towards the most heavily guarded area. That was the location on the stolen list provided to her by the military. There were 3 floors in total, 2 above ground and 1 underground. She needed to enter the first underground floor to retrieve the list. However, whether the list was really in the first underground floor, the person who provided the information couldn't confirm it, and neither could the military. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to try. At night, the temperature in the desert dropped drastically. Yi Qian felt like she was back to the time when she trained in the desert with Principal Chen. The wind brought sand and dust, and her entire chest felt like it was covered in it. Yi Jian, who was leaning against the wall, was silently calculating the time in her heart. 20 minutes. Xia Jinyuan could only give her 20 minutes. 20 minutes to detonate the bomb, and she would take advantage of the chaos to enter the basement. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Boom. Less than 200 meters away from the central area, there were continuous explosions. As the ground shook, the entire ST area was in chaos. In less than a minute, it was complete chaos. Damn it, who's there? Come out. Quick, there's something sneaking in. Alert, alert. Sharp whistles were heard. Countless mercenaries locked down the exits of the base. Rows of machine guns were set up. Whoever tried to rush out from the inside was shot to pieces. Not even a whole corpse was left. The smell of the explosives was terrible. As the wind blew, a large number of mercenaries were knocked down. Chapter 987. This type of explosive didn't have much lethality. Explosives Master V8 added a little more fuel to it, and the resulting chemical reaction caused the mercenaries who breathed in the smell of explosives to choke and cough. Their snot and tears flowed down their faces, and they couldn't even open their eyes. There wasn't a single person on the roof of the room that she needed to sneak into. When the explosion came, Yi Qian saw several mercenaries rushing into the room. They immediately found cover and set up their guns to lock down the surroundings. There were 4 soldiers on the roof and 4 below. She couldn't be sure how many soldiers were in the room. It wasn't easy to get the name list, and she only had half an hour at most. She rushed past several patrols and headed towards the central area where Yi Qian was. Xia Jinyuan couldn't let Yi Qian carry out another dangerous mission alone. With the support of the pigeons and the support of a mercenary in ST, he could free up his hands to help Yi Qian. Her military boots left footprints in the wind and sand, but the footprints were covered by the sand when she lifted her feet. She looked for a possible spot where Yi Qian could break in, but she didn't see him. Instead, she saw a mercenary on the roof flapping his hands as if trying to grab something. Yi Qian went up to the roof. What a bold fox. She actually wanted to break in from the roof. On the roof, she made a collar out of the silver wire and quickly and fiercely wrapped it around the neck of a mercenary. As she jumped down, a black-skinned mercenary didn't even have a chance to struggle. His hands flailed in the air, and his legs kicked a few times before his limbs drooped down and he stopped breathing. Letting go of silver wire, Yi Jian quickly caught his body before he fell to the ground. She held him firmly and slowly let him fall to the ground. She did it quietly and did not alert the other 3 mercenaries who were armed with guns. Xia Jinyuan stomped his feet, and his military boots stepped on the wall mixed with gravel. He quickly flipped onto the roof. Before he could touch her, he felt a sudden chill on his neck, scaring Xia Jinyuan into grabbing Yi Qian's wrist. The moment the silver thread tightened around his neck, Yi Qian was startled and quickly withdrew his strength. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian mouthed the words to express his fear. If she had pulled back just a little bit later, there would be 2 marks on his neck. The man who flipped himself over was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He almost lost his life just now. What a fast move. Her hand strength was also very strong, and it was very easy for an adult man to lose their life. He gestured with his hands to the left and right, then pointed to the mercenaries in the west and south corners. He made a horizontal cut across his neck to express, "You take the left, I'll take the right, we'll take the west and south. In the middle, close the rope." Yi Qian gestured an OK sign, and the 2 of them flanked the mercenary from about the same distance. This time, Yi Qian didn't use the silver wire in her hand. If she wanted to strangle someone's neck within a second and make them lose the ability to resist, she would have to rely on external forces. At a time like this, it would be better to use a dagger to solve the problem. It would be faster. On the right, Xia Jinyuan's hands were around the man's neck. After the sound of bones breaking, in less than 2 seconds, he twisted the man's entire cervical vertebrae in a strange 180-degree angle. It was quite terrifying. Yi Qian forcefully withdrew his dagger from the back of the man's neck to his throat. The dagger had to grind against the cervical vertebrae before it could be pulled back. Chapter 988. To strike from this angle, one had to be fast and accurate. They had to cut through the nerves at the back of the neck and pierce through the throat. The trachea would also be cut in half. This kind of assassination was filled with blood, but there was no need for a second stab. It could be done in one go. Sensing danger, the mercenary who had been staring at the east corner turned his head. He saw that his comrade was still half-squatting in the west. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Jinyuan approached from the south. Like a ferocious beast that specialized in biting people's necks, he clamped down on the mercenary's neck at the fastest speed. Then, with a forceful twist, the 4 mercenaries on the rooftop were taken care of by the Chinese soldiers just like that. Were the Chinese soldiers weak? No, the Chinese soldiers were never weak. The members of the Snowfield Brigade weren't just special forces. They were specialized in anti-terrorism, decapitation, assassination, and other high-difficulty operations. This type of soldier was definitely not inferior to the special forces of the American Delta State. The generator below is generating electricity. I'll cut the wires. Bring this with you for communication. Xia Jinyuan's breathing quickened. He placed the infrared imaging device in Yi Qian's hands. Then, he took out a receiver and earplugs. He placed the receiver on her waist and placed the earplugs in her ears. Z7 made his own ultra-short-wave radio base warfare device. It can ensure that we can communicate normally. The Snowfield Brigade was filled with talented people. They could make simple wireless communications, explosives, and so on. As long as they had simple materials, they could establish communication. Yi Qian fastened the receiver and opened the channel. He pressed the earplugs with his hand and said something. Z7's voice came from the receiver. Work together with Q King. Finish the mission as soon as possible and come out. The pigeons have already gathered with K7. The STs are now searching for K7. Yi Qian, you and Q King should finish the mission as soon as possible and support them. The 2 of them looked at each other. Then, they picked up 2 submachine guns and entered from the rooftop. The wire cutters cut through the main wire, and then there was the sound of someone pulling the trigger. Yi Qian jumped up from the top of the stairs and approached the place where the smell was the thickest. Without the help of infrared and night vision goggles, Yi Qian could only rely on his own intuition and judgment of the source of the smell. He cooperated with Xia Jinyuan at the fastest speed and headed down to the basement. Yi Qian's combat ability was not inferior to a grown man's, and she also had the upper hand in terms of physical strength. However, she still had a shortcoming. Her strength still needed to be improved. If they fought head-on, they would win at the beginning, but they would definitely be at a disadvantage later on. She knew that as well, so she chose the most bloody and direct method of assassination. As time passed, Xia Jinyuan stood there like a guardian angel. He was waiting for Yi Qian to come out of the basement. Countless footsteps came from outside. Someone kicked open the door and shouted in Farsi, "Open the door, get out." Yi Qian did not come out. Xia Jinyuan did not move. He raised his submachine gun and aimed at the entrance. "Let's go." Yi Qian's voice came from behind. He said it clearly and hurriedly. Then, he ran up the wooden ladder and ran up to the rooftop. "Retreat, retreat. Everyone retreat." Xia Jinyuan, who was covering the rear, contacted everyone, including pigeons. "The location is there. Hurry." Pigeons carried K7 with one hand. The two of them hid in a corner of a bungalow and reported the location. She smiled at K7 and said, "Brother, you can't be a weakling now. Q King and Yi Qian are here to help us. If you came half a day later, I would have died. Sakra is fighting with the government forces. Damn it, I got the advantage, but you got the advantage." K7, who was running a high fever, opened his cracked lips and said coldly, "I didn't want to die here. Since I'm here, I want to go out with you." Chapter 989. Pigeon listened to his brother gritting his teeth behind his back and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, you're really lucky to have encountered ST and the government. I let you rest for a few days in vain." But a few figures flashed past his eyes. Pigeon shut his mouth and signaled K7 to hide. The running ST soldiers were all wearing military boots. Pigeon squinted his eyes in the dim light and smirked, "The government is here. Looks like we are going to have to fight, Saint Brother. Even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you won't have a chance." "When did I say I wanted to sacrifice myself?" K7 suppressed the itch in his throat and pressed his fist against his Adam's apple. He tried to suppress the itch that was about to come out of his throat. "Save my life, I still have a lot of things to do." Being willing to sacrifice yourself did not mean that you had to sacrifice yourself. The country did not raise you to be a soldier for you to think about sacrificing yourself all the time. Even if you were captured, as long as there was a slim chance of survival, you had to try your best to survive. K7 had never given up on him, but he had never thought about asking his comrades to come back either. Therefore, when he heard the familiar secret signal, his entire brain had a 3-second lapse in thought. It was all an ST. Why would he send a fake message? It was because he knew they had entered ST's base. He did not expect that after he sent the message, they would come back. That's what I call guts. If he really died, then our trip would have been for nothing. Pigeon signaled K7 to keep an eye on the window while he went to the door. Someone was coming their way, and they were flashing lights. The sound of footsteps passed by the door. Pigeon, who was hiding behind the door, let out a sigh of relief. That was close. The place they were hiding in was not a good place. There were a few dead bodies inside. The window was the best place to watch. Pigeon, whose alarm was lifted, returned to K7's side. Just as he took a breath, K7's cold voice came into his ears. "How many of you are here?" "Including Xiao Yi, there are 7 of us." J5 had a bit of a bad back. His butt was injured, and his thigh ligament had to be stitched up 14 times. He insisted on coming over, but the brothers who stayed behind to take care of him knocked him out with a backhand chop. In the dark room, only his eyes seemed to emit a cold light. "Never leave, never abandon, never give up. Brother, we have sworn an oath to the war flag. We are just short of swearing blood as an oath." K7 smiled. He finally smiled in the dark. It was not the kind of smile that came from the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Never leave, never give up. Thank you, brother. No matter how rugged the road was, no matter how dangerous it was, and no matter how deep it was, he came with the determination of the peak of a snowy mountain. He was not afraid that he would die in another country. He came to his side just for the oath under the war flag. Thanks. A lifelong comrade in arms, thank you. Brothers for life. Pigeon turned his head and smiled at K7. His low voice was like a sun falling into a low and deep tone. What are you thanking me for? This is called following through life and death. Do you understand? If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yi Qian properly after we get out of here. This little girl. Pigeon paused as if he was thinking about how to describe Yi Qian. After a while, he said, this little girl is not simple. What kind of words could he use to describe her? Even the most beautiful words couldn't describe it. No amount of words could express his appreciation for her. He could only use the simplest 3 words to express his thoughts. Chapter 990. Not simple. Everyone knew how complicated Yi Qian was. It was still a mess outside. The entire ST mercenary base was in a state of high alert. All the generators were turned on. As the generator roared, it started to spin faster and faster. The lights in the ST mercenary base did not come on as expected. It was still pitch black. 2 silhouettes stuck close to the base of the wall, stepping on the soundless footsteps as they jumped in through the window, landing on the ground and rolling in the air, sticking close to the wall. Yi Qian, be on guard. Xia Jinyuan did not even catch his breath when he came in. He immediately asked Yi Qian to be on guard while he hugged K7 who was panting heavily. He then put his hands on K7's shoulders and said in a low voice, you gave us fake news. Go back and write the report for us. He was still alive. Even though he was injured, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, it didn't matter if he was injured. K7's mouth twitched. He was not used to it and wanted to force a smile. His chest heaved up and down as he said anxiously, I had no choice. Later, when I wanted to send a text message, I smashed my phone into pieces. Trying to be brave. Pigeon chuckled and said to Xia Jinyuan, how is it? Did you get in touch with them? I found them. Draw a map for me. Xia Jinyuan took out an extremely small flashlight. He turned on the red light and shone it on the ground. He then used a dagger to draw an escape route on the ground. G3, T6, and V8 will create chaos in the front. We will climb out from the back. There is a 90-degree slope at the back. It is 900 meters away from the exit. Yi Qian will cover the rear. I will attack. Pigeon will take care of K7's retreat. Xia Jinyuan turned off the flashlight and looked at K7's face. Can you walk on your own? I want to hear the truth. K7 opened his mouth and frowned. 900 meters is not a problem for now. Let Pigeon carry me. I will be a burden if I run on my own. I was injected with a strong nerve pain agent. There are some side effects, muscle weakness. Hearing this, the 3 people's faces darkened. Xia Jinyuan bit his cheek and said to Pigeon, I'll leave it to you. Okay, no problem. Pigeon nodded. In the darkness, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. You too, be careful. The ST and the government forces did not trust each other at first, but an explosion directly shattered the fragile layer of trust. In addition, a government soldier said that he saw a mercenary in a military uniform leaving before the explosion. The 2 sides directly confronted each other with guns, and no one believed it. When Sakura found out that the captive he was holding had gone missing, the firepower of the entire scene escalated again. The T6 combatant who was mixed in with the government troops cursed in official Persian and fired a few shots in other directions. And when the high-ranking government officials who were still sitting in the room heard the gunshots, their expressions changed drastically. They took out their guns and pointed them at Sakura. This was the kind of scene that Xia Jinyuan and the others were happy to see. This was also why they said it was great news when they saw the government troops appear. How could it not be great news when a third party retreated while the two armies were in a confrontation? What's more, the Chinese side did not think of directly using firepower to fight ST head-on, nor did they think of becoming enemies with Saint. At least for now. Of course, the premise was that ST did not provoke the Chinese side. Chapter 991. The fight was a little fierce. Hearing the gunshots behind her, Yi Jian raised her hand and knocked down a mercenary who had rushed out and bumped into them. She covered the mercenary's mouth and nose and used the military dagger, big white lackey, she bought from the black market to cut the mercenary's aorta on his neck. Then, she cut into his vocal cords and moved the blade upwards. The struggling mercenary's body twitched violently. As Yi Jian withdrew the dagger, one of the obstacles was removed. "Keep up, Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan's cold reminder came through the earpiece. He didn't want Yi Qian to fall too far behind them. He didn't want the four of them to split up and allow ST to take the lead. They saved one, but lost another. Yi Qian grunted softly and dragged the corpse in the middle of the road to a dark corner. His feet swept across the blood-stained ground and covered the blood stains with a thin layer of yellow sand. He didn't stop at all and chased after the pigeon that was protecting K7. "Dodge to the right. Dodge." Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of assault and reconnaissance, saw a strong light coming from the corner. He rolled on the ground and hid behind a pile of protruding gravel. The pigeon was a bit slow with K7. It didn't jump or roll elegantly. 1 second before the strong light shone on it, it jumped into the darkness with K7. He didn't even know where he landed. "Move another 10 centimeters to the left, quick." Yi Qian's urgent voice came into their ears. Based on the maximum width of the strong light, the pigeon and K7 had to move another 10 centimeters to the left to avoid being hit by the light. K7 rolled on the ground, and the gravel hit his back and shoulders. There were multiple wounds on his body, but he didn't even make a sound. It was a group of 3 mercenaries. They were probably a patrol team. They rushed out from the back to support their comrade who was firing from the front. Their footsteps were hurried. The strong light swayed left and right and shone on K7 who was 1 step slower. Yi Qian was like a leopard, pouncing from the darkness. He grabbed the barrel of the K7 and twisted it violently. With the help of the pigeons, he knocked out the enemy's flashlight. All that could be heard was the sound of fighting coming from the dark corner. They shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of their companions, but the sound of gunfire in front of them drowned out their shouts. Yi Qian stabbed a mercenary's inner thigh with his big white lackey military dagger. As the mercenary screamed in pain, Yi Qian quickly pulled back the hunting knife and used the full, sharp edge of the knife to cut the mercenary's thigh artery. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. The pigeon that fired the gun shouted, "Take the K7 and leave." In front of them, Xia Jinyuan dragged 2 mercenaries to death. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. He said angrily, "I'll drag these 2 obstacles away. You take K7 and leave. Quick. Q King, speed up." If they were discovered by the patrolling mercenaries, they would be in danger. Xia Jinyuan's face was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot. He clamped a mercenary's neck with his legs and twisted it. He broke the mercenary's neck with the strength of his legs. After getting rid of the 2 mercenaries, he smiled in a low voice and said in a warm voice, "I've finished cleaning up here. There are still V8 and T6 fighters disguised as government soldiers and mercenaries behind. They will clean up for us while they are at it. So there's backup." Yi Qian was relieved. Pigeon helped K7 up. His heart was beating wildly. "Brother, we finally got out. Don't fucking die like this. Hang in there. Hang in there." Chapter 992. My throat is so dry that it's on fire. Don't make me talk all the time. K7, who had his arm on Pigeon's shoulder, spoke in a hoarse voice to show that he was still alive and wouldn't die so easily. 900 meters wasn't a long distance, but at this moment, it wasn't an ordinary distance. Alert, clearing, hiding, and avoiding. After countless encounters with the mercenaries, they finally reached the bottom of the wall where they could retreat. 1, 2, 3, jump. Xia Jinyuan half-squatted and placed his palms on his knees. He let Pigeon step on his palms first. As Pigeon rushed up, he raised his hands to help Pigeon jump onto the 5-meter-tall wall. K7 gritted his teeth so hard that the roots of his teeth were rusted. Suppressing his pain, he prepared to step on Xia Jinyuan's palms and jump onto the wall. Sit on me. Xia Jinyuan supported himself on the wall with both hands. His tall and slender body was half-squatting as he gestured for K7 to sit on his shoulder. He would then send him up. It wasn't easy to save your life. Don't give us a shock attack again. Yi Qian had been holding the assault rifle he snatched from Xia Jinyuan. When he heard countless footsteps in the sandstorm, his eyes turned sharp and he shouted, "Hurry!" At the top of the wall, Pigeon caught K7's hand. His palm was so hot that it made his heart tremble. As the footsteps caught up, he hugged his comrade and fell down the wall. "Why are you so slow?" "Fuck, where are the others?" Z7, Han Zhang, and G3 worked together to catch the two falling people. Without waiting for anyone to appear at the top of the wall, they rolled down the 90-degree slope like a ball. Pigeon didn't forget to reply even after rolling down a mouthful of sand. "There are pursuers." Q King and Yi Qian didn't manage to escape in time. Protect your base station well. Don't let the brothers inside lose contact. How did it feel to stuff a mouthful of sand into your mouth? If you ate too much, you wouldn't feel anything. Rolling down the slope, you wouldn't even have time to vomit. Yi Qian had also eaten a mouthful of sand. At this moment, she secretly used her tongue to clear the sand. The pursuers suddenly appeared. She pulled Xia Jinyuan and ran wildly. When she saw a cover, she didn't think much of it. She jumped into the pile of sand and ate a mouthful of it. No one knew where the pursuers had gone. After some noise came from the earpiece, V8 said, "Fuck, someone took advantage of the chaos to escape. T6 and I thought our identities had been exposed. How are you guys doing?" The message wasn't very good, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Xia Jinyuan crouched down and held his submachine gun. His eyes were cold in the dark, and when he looked ahead, his eyes were filled with hostility. "Escape to your 11:00 left, 400 meters to your 10:00. You guys retreat first and catch up with Pigeon and the others. Yi Qian and I will be there in 10 minutes. "No, it's fine now." With a mouthful of sand stuck in her mouth, Yi Qian couldn't even speak properly. She felt pain in her mouth. The man beside her had been holding back his laughter. After the call ended, he turned to look at Yi Qian, who was still spitting out sand with her head lowered. He raised his eyebrows and leaned over to her, chuckling softly. "Just drink some water. You don't have to work so hard." "You brought water?" Yi Qian looked up. It didn't feel good to have a mouthful of sand in her mouth. Without any light, Xia Jinyuan, who was surrounded by darkness, leaned closer. The tip of his handsome nose gently rubbed against her cheek. He lowered his voice and said steadily, "It's fine to drink some water." Yi Qian, whose lips were blocked, widened her eyes. "This bastard. Drink some water. Drink the water in your mouth." Chapter 993. The kiss was very slow, and the soft tip of his tongue moved gently in her mouth. It was very delicate, and he did not let go of her upper and lower jaw. That's right, Major Xia's meaning was, drink, the water in your mouth can solve the problem. In order to be more flexible in battle, they didn't even bring a water bag, so how could they have water to drink? "Be alert, little fox, this cleanup will take a long time, we have to take it slow." Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and wiped away the sand that came out of her mouth. The smile on his handsome face was somewhat sinister. After he finished speaking quickly, he didn't give Yi Qian any chance and lowered his head again. 5 minutes to clean up, 5 minutes to escape. You're in front, I'm at the back, be alert. At a time like this, Major Xia could still find an opportunity to take advantage of her. No wonder he was an all-round soldier. He could even take advantage of her as if it was natural. The first time, Yi Qian wasn't paying attention. The second time, she reacted and pushed his shoulder with her right hand that wasn't holding a gun. She widened her eyes and tried to push him back, but he caught her in his arms. One in front, one in the back. They kissed while being on alert. Even a special forces soldier in a relationship was so scary. 5 minutes later, there were only sporadic sounds of gunfire coming from the front. After they finished cleaning up, they calculated the time to end. A kiss in the blood. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a gun with both hands, retracted his arms. His dark eyes that were looking straight behind him restrained the coldness in his vigilance. When he smiled at Yi Qian, the coldness dissipated slightly, revealing the gentleness that came after a tough battle. How is it? Did we clean up well? As soon as he let go, Yi Qian immediately squatted and held his gun to the back to be on alert. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who was blushing, pursed his lips and said, taking advantage of the situation. I think it's not bad. Xia Jinyuan wiped away the last bit of sand from the corner of his mouth, then bent over and stood up. The gentleness that he showed just now also disappeared when he stood up and bent over. On the battlefield, he adjusted his emotions in a second and said to Yi Qian behind him in a low voice, "Charge, you first, I'll follow." When he was with him, Yi Qian also felt that he could control his emotions freely. After 20 minutes of intense fighting, both sides refused to back down. Yi Qian stepped on Xia Jinyuan's knees and jumped onto the wall that was several meters high. The walls were high and the line of sight was far away. Lights began to come on in the pitch-black ST base. Yi Qian's pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, "Power is restored. Quick, Xia Jinyuan." The restoration of power meant that they had found the cut in the power line. Then, they would discover that there was a third party. Plus, K7 had rescued them. How could the leader of the ST mercenary group and the government officials not realize this? The only bright spot on the edge of the desert was the ST mercenary base. This base, which was claimed to be unbreakable, appeared to be in a mess tonight. The captives, whose identities were a mystery, had disappeared. After a cleanup, a total of 14 mercenaries were assassinated. Yi Qian rolled down the 90-degree vertical slope. She hugged the receiver tightly and rolled along with herself. She was afraid that the receiver would break and she would lose contact with Z7 and the others. Z7 and the others were waiting for the last two people to appear. When they heard voices in their earpieces, the few of them who had been tense all this time were overjoyed. They couldn't wait to ask, "Where are you?" She rolled down the slope until she couldn't tell north from south. Her head was still dizzy and she only knew that she was heading towards the river. At this time, it wasn't a river. It was just a dry riverbed. Chapter 994. Xia Jinyuan patted the dust off his face and supported Yi Qian, who was unsteady on his feet, with one hand. He glanced at the dry riverbed and said, "It's about 100 meters to the west. Don't move, we'll meet up with you soon." Before he could finish, Yi Qian bumped into Xia Jinyuan with his shoulder and shouted, "Get down! Get down!" The power on the high wall had been restored, and strong lights that could illuminate hundreds of meters shone down from above. The 90-degree vertical slope was not close to the sand surface, so the top was exposed. They had escaped with great difficulty, so how could they go back in again? The strong lights kept sweeping back and forth until the patrolling soldiers confirmed 3 times that they did not find anything. Only then did they retract the lights and shine them on the top of the base. Give him an antibiotic and a fever reducer. Let's get the fever down first. Don't burn his brain. K7, whose brain was in a daze from the fever, sneered, "Q King, you didn't burn your brain when you had a high fever on the plateau. What's happening to me?" "Shut up." Xia Jinyuan broke the small glass bottle with his hand, took out a long and thin syringe, and took out the medicine. He handed it to Yi Qian and said, "You do it. His skin is thick, so you need to be careful." K7 looked at Yi Qian, who took the syringe, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His face was so thin that his facial features could no longer be seen clearly. He smiled and said, "Put it in his left arm." His body had been very tense. The neuralgia medicine not only made his muscles sore, but also made his muscles tense. Yi Qian did not refuse. He took the syringe and skillfully injected K7 with 2 needles. "Get in the car first. We can't stay here for long. When the higher-ups realize what's going on, this area will become a key search area." The syringe and medicine were prepared by the military. They were all powerful drugs, and the 2 needles would take effect in no time. After the 2 needles, Yi Qian felt K7's tense body slowly relax. He retracted his hand and clenched it gently. There was a sticky feeling in his palm. It was stained with K7's blood. He turned his head and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "K7 is still bleeding. We have to leave as soon as possible. Let him catch his breath before we leave." Xia Jinyuan was not calm when he heard that his comrade was injured. Even his voice was a little tense when he answered. They finally met again after being held captive for 6 days. No one wanted such a thing to happen. Once it happened, they would do their best to rescue him, even if they were injured. Yi Jian tilted her head and looked at the man who had fallen silent. Then, she raised her hand and patted his shoulder gently. There was gentleness in her low voice. "It's over. Leave this place. Everything is over." Before she could withdraw her hand from his shoulder, it was held by the man whose shoulders were tense. His rough fingers gently caressed her hand. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, "This is our profession. Little fox, look at your goal. The goal you are pursuing is sometimes more dangerous than this. I only hope that you can always hold my hand and never let go. No, I've never regretted what I've chosen, and I've never given up. Although it is dangerous, it is even more admirable." Yi Jian answered him. Just like before, she answered him softly, calmly, and with incomparable determination. Behind them, G3 touched K7's forehead. "Did you drink any water? You sound like smoke is coming out of your throat. You're not obsessed with cleanliness, are you? Did you refuse to drink water?" Chapter 995. I've only drunk 2 mouthfuls of water in 6 days. I don't even have the chance to commit the crime. K7's lips were dry and cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, "Did you bring a needle and thread? I'm afraid there are a lot of places on my body that need to be stitched up." Sakura was afraid that I'd die, so he removed all the shrapnel from my body. Damn it. He didn't even stitch me up. When the T6 combatant who was on guard heard that, he cursed and laughed. "Don't be too greedy. If you were an ST, you'd definitely be the first captive they'd give preferential treatment to." The group of 8 people moved forward by following the clues given to them from the inside and retreated towards a safe zone. "Which country are the mercenaries who contacted us from?" I was wondering why the military was so sure that K7 had entered Saint. So it turns out that there's a spy. I don't know which country they're from, but in a place like this that's no different from a terrorist base, there has to be someone from our own side. If something big happens, at least our country will know immediately. The dry and cold wind blew across the yellow sand, stirring up sand and covering the footsteps of the group of people. The dark figures who were walking towards the light in the darkness did not stop. They continued on their journey back to their country with their rescued comrades. Sunlight appeared at the end of the horizon again, illuminating this land that had been ravaged by war for decades. The golden sand was soaked in the blood and tears of countless people, and there was a sense of desolation and loneliness everywhere. Even though it was daybreak, it was still so desolate. Yi Qian, who had slept for 2 hours, opened her bloodshot eyes and stood on the sand dune. She quietly watched this devastated land usher in a new day. She opened her palms and let the morning breeze pass through her palms. Then she slowly closed her fingers. What are you thinking about? Xia Jinyuan's voice came from behind her. His military boots made a soft sound as he stepped on the sand. Nothing. I just think that the sunrise here is very beautiful. Unfortunately, this land is always full of danger. Unknown danger, danger that the civilians are afraid of. Yi Qian did not turn around. She was wearing a white shirt and black trousers under the morning sun. Her androgynous outfit made it hard for people to immediately think that she was a girl. Xia Jinyuan stood side by side with her. After a short 2-hour sleep, his eyes were also bloodshot as he smiled and said, "Civil strife is the biggest problem, but we protect our country and its citizens. We can let them quietly enjoy the beauty of the sunrise and enjoy the time without gunpowder and war. This is what we have always insisted on. And one day, this land will return to peace. There will be someone to protect it, to keep the civilians away from fear, away from the smoke of war. That day will come." Yi Qian raised his head to look at the man who had a rigid jaw. He smiled and said, "Captain Xia, is that why you joined the martial arts world?" "I'm the same as you. I'm here for a goal." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl who was bathed in the sunlight. The gentle morning light shone on her dark eyes, making them as bright as stars. It also reflected the fearless persistence in her pupils. His dark eyes darkened slightly. He opened his arms and smiled gently. "Come, let's hug. Hug yourself. I'll take a look at K7. Yi Qian did not have the guts to hug Xia Jinyuan when G3 and the others were around. Before he reached for her with a smile, she nimbly turned around and ran far away. K7's wounds were all treated. There were a total of 13 wounds on his body. Among them, there was a wound on his back that was about 20 centimeters deep from his shoulder blade. It was the most serious wound, and it was beginning to inflame and swell. At 4:00 in the morning, they entered Mirvis Hospital, a hospital built by the Chinese government in the 1970s. Chapter 996. Here, K7 received the best treatment. The doctors here were already used to treating people who were injured in the war. Furthermore, K7 was a tourist from China. The hospital hired the best doctors and used the best medicine. After 4 hours, all of K7's wounds were stitched up. The explosion-proof walls and barbed wire separated the hospital from the terrorists, allowing the 8 of them to temporarily escape from danger. This was also the place where the Taban terrorists had suddenly risen to power. It was the second largest city in the country. She would stay in the hospital for half a day. In the afternoon, she would take a flight back to China with K7. Xia Jinyuan watched her leave with a faint smile on his thin lips. He reached out his hand and mimicked Yi Qian's actions. He gently opened his hand as though he was grasping the sand from the Lazistan desert. Then, he slowly tightened his fingers. A trace of darkness flashed across his deep eyes. Just now, he was sure that little fox was thinking about something, but she didn't want to say it. What was she thinking? He thought about how she didn't notice that he had been standing behind her for at least 5 minutes. There was a trace of helplessness, sadness, and loneliness in her eyes. His heart couldn't help but tighten. It wasn't until he saw her straighten her back and exude a strong and indomitable aura that he smiled and spoke. What was Yi Qian thinking? She thought about it, but she didn't think about it. She just felt empty in her heart. It was as though she hadn't lived a fulfilling life in the past few years after her rebirth. She thought about the things she had done in the last few years of her previous life to counterattack Yi Jifan's family. Back then, the pace was much faster than it was now. Shuttling back and forth between the major cities of the southern province and the cities where Yi Jifan had worked before, collecting evidence bit by bit. In the last few years, her schedule was much tighter and more secretive than it was now. When she returned, she wanted to tell Principal Chen that she needed to arrange things more tightly. Compared to the civilians who had to find a way to survive in the war, she was too lucky and lived a comfortable life. He could do even more things and improve himself even faster. She didn't want to live up to the good times of her youth. She didn't want to live up to the good times. That was all Yi Qian had in mind. K7, who was lying on the bed, saw Yi Qian walk in. His pale face had a very faint smile. He raised his hand that was not connected to the drip. He could only wait for Yi Qian to come over and give him a high five. A crisp clap echoed in the room. K7, whose vocal cords were damaged, said with a raspy voice, "Thank you, my comrade. Thank you, my comrade in arms. You are my comrade in arms, a comrade in arms who will never leave or give up." "There's no need to thank me, my comrade," Yi Qian smiled warmly. "I don't think there's a need for thanks between comrades in arms. You were in the enemy camp, so it was normal for us to save you." V8 laughed. "Did you hear that? You're a man, yet you're not as broad-minded as a woman. I have to thank everyone who comes in. My teeth are aching." K7, who was being teased, looked up and swept his scalpel-like gaze across the room. V8, who was laughing with his head raised, suddenly stopped. K7, who was a forensic doctor and could dissect anything expressionlessly, had returned. Xia Jinyuan stood outside the room and laughed softly. This time, they could return to the country safely. The Chinese military had already received the news and told J5, who was lying in bed with a gloomy face every day. That day, when the nurse changed his bandages again, she finally saw the smile on J5's handsome face and felt a little flattered. Chapter 997. It took her 10 days to return to China, while Yi Qian took 11 days to return to Southern Province. After completing her mission, she signed the confidentiality agreement and returned to Southern Province. She didn't take a civilian plane back to Southern Province. Instead, she took a transport plane. Major Xia, who was sending her to the plane, pursed his lips. "Are you sure you want to rush back to school this afternoon? You'll drive back to school when you arrive at the Southern Province Air Force Base?" "Yes. I've been away from school for so long. If I don't report back to school soon, I'm worried that the school will expel me." Yi Qian looked at him suspiciously as she walked towards the transport plane. "I definitely have to go back to school." "Why? Is there a problem?" Xia Jinyuan looked at her and smiled helplessly. "Why is it Wednesday today? If it's Saturday or Sunday, you can take a day off and rush back to school." They could at least rest today, but his little fox still had to run around all day. It was too tiring. "Or you can have a good rest tonight and report back to school tomorrow. You don't have to rush back to school today. It's the same if you go tomorrow." Xia Jinyuan persuaded Yi Qian to skip class today and have a good rest. Yi Qian rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Captain Xia, you once said that my main task now is to study hard and not to think about other things. I just want to study hard and not waste time on being wishy-washy. How many days have I skipped?" 11 days. "If I don't report back to school soon, I'm afraid I'll be expelled." Being expelled from school was indeed a serious matter. Xia Jinyuan went silent and sighed deeply. "Studying is still more important. Call me when you arrive in Southern Province." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. He couldn't use the phone for half a month and was still under observation by the military. The transport plane was already on the runway. The wind caused by the propellers blew at Yi Qian and made a whining sound when she spoke. Xia Jinyuan did not hear what she said clearly, so he asked. She waved and smiled, then ran to the cabin door without looking back. After the cabin door closed, Xia Jinyuan could only watch as Yi Qian slowly disappeared from his sight. Yi Qian said, "I'll wait for you to come back and put on your uniform." She still remembered this matter. She would wait for his return in the southern province and personally retrieve the military uniform that he had placed in her hands for safekeeping. After resting for a few hours on the transport plane, Yi Qian did not waste any time. She left the Air Force Base and drove the car she borrowed from Hozi to the provincial capital. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the first class of the province ended for the day. As soon as the bell rang, the whole campus became lively. Wearing a thin Yi Qian shirt, he took out his student ID and walked toward his dormitory under the watchful eyes of the guard. It was November, but she was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Walking on campus, she attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there were many people in the school who knew her. When they saw her wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, the first thing they asked was, "Where did you go? Wearing short sleeves? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" She had no clothes to wear. She could only wear the sports suit she changed into before going into the mountains with Wuxia Xianxia on that night. Her jacket was stained with blood, so she could only wear a short-sleeved shirt. She also did not have a school uniform. She had to ask the logistics department for a new one. Yang Heng was carrying a basketball to the field to play a few rounds before eating when he was reminded by his classmate that Yi Qian was walking over in a short-sleeved shirt. He stuffed the basketball into his classmate's arms and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll be back later." Chapter 998. As he ran, he took off his uniform and ran towards Yi Qian. "Why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt? How's your family? Is everything okay?" Yi Qian looked at Yang Heng rushing towards him. He raised his head and smiled. "I was in a hurry to get back to school and didn't have time to change. I came back because everything was fine. It's already been 11 days. You took a long leave this time. It's good that everything is fine. It's only 11 degrees Celsius today. Don't you know to bring a jacket?" Yang Heng picked up his uniform and put it over her shoulders. "Put it on and go back to the dorm. Don't catch a cold." Yi Qian wouldn't wear his jacket. He quickly raised his hand to stop him. "I'm not cold. I ran all the way here. My back is still warm." Under the camphor tree, someone's gaze fell on them. When she saw Yang Heng draping his jacket over Yi Qian, Yao Jing's calm eyes flashed with resentment. She secretly clenched her fists. Jing, why do you have to do this?" Wang Dandan looked away and used her body to block Yao Jing's view. She frowned and said, "Look at yourself. What have you been doing for the past 10 days? If Yang Heng and Yi Jian are close, then so be it. Why are you thinking the worst?" Le Mei on the other side also whispered, "Yeah, Jing. Don't think too much. Yang Heng has known you for more than 10 years. Yi Qian has only known you for a few days. Look, you all know that I've known him for more than 10 years. Yi Qian has only known him for a few days. But..." Yao Jing looked away and lowered her head. Her voice was so soft that it was strange, but on his birthday, he said I was disgusting. He said I made him feel disgusted. This sentence made Wang Dandan and Le Mei's expressions change. They didn't know about this. After Yao Jing finished speaking, she raised her head and said to her friends, "Do you think I'm inferior to Yi Qian? Am I that disgusting? Am I that disgusting?" Her expression was not only a little strange. She was clearly smiling, but her smile was filled with coldness, making Wang Dandan and Le Mei's hearts thump fiercely, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their backs. Something was wrong with Yao Jing. Her smile, it's too scary. "Jing, don't be like this." Wang Dandan, who was braver, pulled her sleeves and resisted the goosebumps. She calmly said, "Let's go eat." "What's there to look at?" Wang Dandan quickly turned her head and saw that Yi Jian was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt, while Yang Heng was chatting with the boys he usually played basketball with as he walked towards Chaoyang. Wang Dandan immediately said, "Look, nothing happened at all. Yi Jian didn't take his shirt to wear." Yao Jing stared at Yi Jian's back and then stared at Yang Heng. "He said I'm disgusting. I want to ask him if I'm really that disgusting in his heart." "Why do you have to ask? He might have said it in a fit of anger." Wang Dandan was a little anxious. Should I call Auntie Yao? Something was wrong with Yao Jing. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. After standing for a while, Yao Jing took the initiative to go to the cafeteria to eat. "Let's go eat first. I'm a little hungry." She wanted to do something big. In front of Yang Heng, in front of Yi Qian, she wanted to ask him if she was really disgusting. If she didn't ask, she wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied that the person she liked said she was disgusting in front of the person she hated. "Yang Heng, I'll give you one more chance. You must seize it. Otherwise, you'll never have peace in this lifetime. Chapter 999. Yao Jing's reaction made Wang Dandan feel that something was amiss. She looked at Yao Jing's cold smile and knew that Yao Jing liked to twist her fingers every time she wanted to do something. Wang Dandan felt her heartbeat quicken. She had to call Uncle Yao and remind Yang Heng. As for Yi Qian, Wang Dandan hesitated. If she told Yi Qian, wouldn't she be letting Yao Jing down? But if she didn't say anything, her intuition told her that Yao Jing was up to something big, and it wasn't something ordinary. Yang Heng's words had provoked Yao Jing into acting so abnormally. However, seeing how Yi Jian's face had darkened after talking to Yang Heng. With Yao Jing's temperament, it was not impossible for her to make trouble for everyone. Lemay saw that her friend didn't catch up, so she turned around and smiled. Dandan, what are you looking at? Let's go. The wind blew. Wang Dandan put both of them in the pockets of her uniform and ran to catch up. Forget it, it shouldn't be a problem. The midterm exams were coming up. Jing Jing said that she would do better this time, so she wouldn't cause trouble. At the end of October, the weather changed and the temperature dropped sharply. During military training, it was so hot that they had to wear short sleeves, but at the end of the month, they could wear jackets. Those with weaker physiques even had to wear a thin singlet. Yi Qian came back just as the weather changed. The temperature dropped especially fast. The boys all wore jackets to resist the cold, but she came back in short sleeves. She didn't know how many stares she received from the school gate before she returned to the dormitory. And Jessen, who was about to go to the canteen to get food, saw Yi Qian and widened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and shouted, "Ah!" She threw herself at Yi Qian. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it turns out they weren't. 11 days, you took 11 days off. Jane Eyre, you're so brave. You took 11 days off. I'm so envious. I want to take leave and go back to Fujian town too. Not only was Jessen envious, but everyone who was a little nervous about the exams was also envious. Especially when Teacher Tong said that she might take part in the midterm exams. All the students in Grade 2 Class 1, including those with good grades, were envious. When they were students, there was only one thing that most students wanted to avoid: exams. Yi Qian smiled as he steadied her. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You're considering it on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It seems like you're not fully prepared. Oh my God, you're still thinking about the exam when you're home?" No, it's not that I didn't prepare enough, it's that the few golden flowers in our dormitory didn't prepare enough. And Jessen smiled and turned sideways. She saw Yang Yi, Li Qian, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan on the upper bunk of Yi Qian. The 4 beautiful girls were all looking at her eagerly, like puppies that were about to be fed. Their gazes were so pitiful. Yang Yi wiped the corners of his eyes and said with a miserable expression, "Jane Eyre, we heard that your house collapsed and you had to go home for half a month. Everyone wanted to go home with you. Is everything okay at home? Has the house been repaired?" The students in the class all knew that Yi Qian came from the countryside. They didn't think much of it until Teacher Tong mentioned that Yi Qian's house collapsed due to the storm. Only then did they remember that Yi Qian, the absolute #1 genius, was from the countryside and not the city. In 1997, there was still a certain difference between the urban and rural households. Some people in the city even looked down on the villagers. This phenomenon existed everywhere, even in the 20th century. Chapter 1000. Meng Wen, who had always been secretly competing with Yi Qian, sneered, "Yi Qian's house collapsed because of a rainstorm. How poor is his family? No wonder he studies so hard. If he doesn't study hard, he'll be cooped up in the countryside for the rest of his life." Meng Wen's cold words carried the arrogance of a city resident. In the end, she added, "Luckily, I live on the 5th floor, so I'm not afraid of a rainstorm." Meng Wen only sneered to herself. If she really said it out loud, her classmates wouldn't do it. Yi Qian opened the closet and put the bag containing Xia Jinyuan's military uniform in the innermost part. Then he put his few clothes outside. When he closed the closet door, his gaze paused for a moment before he closed it again. Xia Jinyuan, your military uniform is here. I'll wait for the day you come back. Yi Qian, who was wearing a jacket, smiled and answered Yang Yi, everything's fine. As he put on his clothes, he looked at the pitiful golden flowers and said, you want to study at night, right? Sure. I haven't been in class for 11 days, so I have to study at night. But I can't study from Friday afternoon to Sunday. You have to study on your own. You don't have to go to the training base for the next few days. You took 11 days off, and you don't have to study at night when you return to school. It's really not appropriate. At least wait until the midterm exam results are out. You should hurry back to school and rest in the dorm. I'll bring you food. And Jessen, who was also from Fujian town, knew that it would take more than 10 hours to travel from town to the provincial capital. As a good friend, she was more considerate than Yang Yi. Yi Qian didn't refuse. He was indeed a little tired. He hadn't rested much since returning to China. She stayed by K7's side the whole time. Xia Jinyuan, Pigeon, and the others were vigilant all the way back to China. They didn't even close their eyes. When Jessen brought the food down, she saw that Yi Qian was already asleep. Upon closer inspection, she could see that there was a layer of dark circles under her white eyes. Shoo, lower your voice, lower your voice. She's asleep. She hurriedly gestured for Yang Yi and the others to lower their voices and said, let's go to the dormitory next door to eat. You guys go first, I'll warm up her food with hot water. Now that it was winter, the girls liked to go back to the dormitory to eat. And Jessen and the others were about to go to the dormitory next door to eat when 3 girls from the dormitory next door walked towards them with lunch boxes. They bumped into each other at the door. Before the girl in front could say anything, and Jessen said softly, Yi Qian is asleep. Let's go to your dormitory for dinner. Asleep? All right then. Even if you're going to sleep, you still have to eat. Are you going to sleep on an empty stomach? I'll heat it up with boiling water. When she wakes up, she'll still be able to eat hot food. Even outside, and Jessen was still suppressing her voice. She then asked Li Qian, who was the last to come out, is the door closed? Li Qian turned to take a look. It's off, it's off. Go over quickly. It's so cold. The temperature seems to have dropped again. The group of girls chuckled and went to the dormitory next door. Sophomore class 1 was an important class. The girls stayed in 3 dormitories, and each dormitory only had 6 people. It was unlike the humanities class, where each dormitory had 10 students and more than 4 dormitories. Meng Wen returned to the dormitory with the other 3 students. When he saw that Jessen and the rest were all there, he couldn't help but smile. Isn't Yi Qian back? Why aren't you guys accompanying her? The girls all knew that Meng Wen secretly liked to compete with Yi Qian, but it was all for the sake of his studies. Usually, there was nothing much between them, and he wasn't like Yi Ying, who was always picky. Hence, they didn't think much of it. Chapter 1001. And Jessen said disapprovingly, she's resting because she's tired from the ride, so we came over to eat. Didn't you come over to ask me when Yi Qian would be back and ask her to help you solve the questions? TSK, you can ask her tonight. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it, but the moment she did, Meng Wen's expression changed. She said angrily, didn't you say she might not even take the midterms? Why did she come back early? Yeah, I said she might, but I didn't say she might. And Jessen stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth and didn't notice that something was wrong with Meng Wen's expression. I think she's quite tired. I'm afraid she didn't rest well at home because she had to rush back for the exam. Meng Wen's expression became even more unhappy when she heard that. There was a hint of disappointment and resentment. Is it necessary? Is there a need to rush back to school for an exam? Doesn't she need to rest? If she's so tired that she sleeps as soon as she gets back to school, She might as well rest at home for a few days before coming back. What's the difference between resting at home and resting at school? If she rested for a few days and came back on the day of the midterms, wouldn't she? And Jessen answered her. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and stared at Mengwen. Her eyes looked Mengwen up and down, and after a while, she let out a long, oh, oh, oh. Oh. Mengwen, who felt uncomfortable under her stare, harumphed. Oh what? You're so weird. And Jessen chuckled. Oh you, oh me, Mengwen, you're really so cute that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Ha ha ha, now I understand why you've been coming to the dorm every 2 or 3 days to ask me when Jane Eyre is on leave and if she'll be back in time for the midterms. I couldn't tell that you had so many little schemes in your mind. Ha ha ha, Mengwen, your thoughts aren't right. You've wasted a week of military training. Yang Yi and the others were confused when they heard Jessen's words. They didn't understand what was going on, but Mengwen, who knew, blushed and glared. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't think that. What do you mean you didn't think that? What are you two talking about? We don't understand. Isn't it normal to ask when Yi Qian will be back for the midterm exams? Jessen, what do you want to say? I don't have anything to say. You can ask Mengwen and her. And Jessen didn't expose Mengwen's thoughts. She knew her limits now. She knew that some things were best kept to herself. There was no need to let everyone know to avoid embarrassing others. This was a kind of growth unknowingly. He knew that he had to make things easier for others at certain times. He understood that he should not be calculative, and he learned to be tolerant and magnanimous. When Mengwen saw that Jessen didn't say anything, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. When she saw the other students continue to ask, she wanted to take the lunchbox to the dormitory next door to eat. However, she was afraid that Jessen would say something after she left, so she sat alone in a corner and sulked. This midterm exam was very important. It was very likely that it would be used as a reference for the direct enrollment of key universities. If Yi Qian was so good, why would he need to compete with his classmates for a spot in the direct enrollment? Even if her midterm results were 0, it would not affect her admission to a key university. Mengwen, who was scheming in her heart, pursed her lips tightly. Even eating was a little robotic. Seeing her like this, Jessen laughed in her heart. She didn't want Yi Qian to return to school for the midterm exams. Chapter 1002. Mengwen was normally normal, but when it came to exams, he would start acting weird. He kept trying to compete with Yi Qian, but it had been almost 2 months since school started, and he always lagged behind Yi Qian in mock exams. His grades were good enough, but he insisted on competing with Yi Qian. Why bother? And Jessen didn't tell the other girls about Mengwen's thoughts, but she would definitely tell Yi Qian everything she knew. When it was almost time for the evening self-study session, she couldn't help but laugh. I laughed so hard that I almost choked on my rice. Does it mean that her grades are better than yours just because you didn't come back for exams? Ayaya, I want to laugh again. Why is she so awkward? If you have the time to make fun of others, why don't you spend more time on your own revision? The midterm exams on the 3rd and 4th, do you think you can do it? Yi Jian flicked her forehead with her finger and entered the classroom with a pile of books. There was another round of cheers when they arrived at the classroom. Jiao Hai and a few other students with good grades waited for Yi Qian to sit down and surrounded him. They were all very concerned about Yi Qian's family. After talking about their families, they started to talk about their studies. When the midterm exam was mentioned, everyone looked a little nervous. Jiao Hai said, I heard that a few universities have come to our provincial number 1 high school to scout us out. The results of the second-year midterm and midterm exams will be used as a reference for direct enrollment. The school is taking it very seriously this time. Teacher Tong even said that our class will be the key class of several key universities. You suddenly took 11 days off and learned a lot of new knowledge. Yi Qian, you have to hurry up and revise. Another boy said, take out your math, physics, and chemistry textbooks. I'll draw them for you. There are still a few days left, so hurry up and revise. Don't miss out on important matters. Direct enrollment from several key universities? Which ones? Yi Qian handed the textbooks to the boy and frowned slightly. Is the news reliable? How will the third year's class react? They should be the focus of attention now. Jiao Hai smiled and proudly said, the first high school is the #1 school in the province. Every year, a few important schools will come to the school at this time to inspect the third-year students and second-year students. Class 1 of liberal arts and Class 1 of science are always the focus of attention. Every year, there are students who are directly admitted to the provincial first high school for the college entrance examination, and there are also students who pass with high scores. In short, we have more opportunities than other schools. Why would parents choose a famous school for their children? It was not only because the school had a strong teaching staff, but also because there were many more choices. Yi Qian paused for a moment before asking, do you know which schools are coming? Which schools are you guys interested in? In his previous life, Yi Qian did not attend high school. In this life, he had only been in high school for less than 2 months. Therefore, he did not know much about the college entrance examination and enrollment. It was not too late to do so now. I don't know yet. The school only revealed some small news, and Teacher Tong didn't say much. Yi Qian, which school do you prefer? She only had one school in mind. She smiled and said, I'm afraid you guys won't believe me. If it was Hua University or Shi University, I wouldn't choose. I don't have any other schools either. Yi Qian raised a slender finger and said slowly, I only have one goal in high school. One school. I really haven't considered other schools. Meng Wen hoped that she would not take the midterm exams. It was probably related to the direct enrollment for the college entrance examination. Chapter 1003. When Teacher Tong came in, Jiao Hai and the other students with good grades were still in shock. Yi Qian actually said that Tsinghua University and Shi University were not her choices. Then what school would she choose? Study abroad? No. Yi Qian said that she would not study abroad. This could be denied. Then what other school could there be? On the day she returned to China, Yi Qian called Teacher Tong and told her that she would come to school today. When Teacher Tong walked into the classroom, she saw Yi Qian sitting upright in the classroom. She glanced at her briefly and talked about the midterm exam. Just as Jiao Hai and the others had said, this exam would be used as a reference for the direct enrollment. Every student had to take it seriously and strive for good grades. Yi Qian did not feel much pressure. After Teacher Tong finished speaking, she buried her head in her revision. Although she did not want to apply to Tsinghua University or Shi University, the college entrance exam was still unavoidable. Time passed too quickly. She had to seize the opportunity. At night, after she explained the topic to Njesin and the others, Yi Qian quietly left the dormitory after the lights were turned off. She wanted to see Principal Chen and plan her training for the next 2 years. In the face of war and seeing the civilians living in it, Yi Qian reflected on herself and put it into practice when she returned home. Since she said that she wanted to strengthen her training, she must strengthen her training. Principal Chen did not sleep. He quietly waited for Yi Qian to come over. You've lost weight. The first thing Principal Chen said when he saw Yi Qian was that she had lost weight. If she did not eat and sleep well for 11 days, she would lose weight. After looking at her for a while, Principal Chen smiled and said, You look more like a soldier. As for your eyes, they're sharper. Not bad. You look more like a soldier now. In order to nurture Yi Qian, Principal Chen had been living in the teacher's dormitory. It was a single room that was less than 30 square meters. But to him, he could live anywhere as long as he had a place to sleep. He was not picky. Yi Qian took out 2 cups and poured tea for Chen Shao and a cup of water for himself. He smiled and said, Principal Chen, I've learned a lot this time, so I want to discuss something with you. The moment he came back, he was already discussing something, and he seemed to be in a hurry. This made the world-class sniper laugh out loud. Come. What do you want to discuss? Why are you so anxious when you just came back? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary matter. It just so happened that he also had something to ask Yi Wanwan about her relationship with Captain Xia. You know me best. I want to discuss the training with you. Yi Jian took a small sip of the steaming hot water and told him her plan. Her expression was cold and determined as she said, I want to enter the purgatory training in advance. What do you think? Just from the name of the purgatory training, one could tell what kind of training it was. It was a training where no one gave you any encouragement. You could only rely on yourself and silently encourage yourself to move forward. During the training, you had to endure a huge amount of physical and mental pressure to improve your physical and mental fitness. 4 years of training. This training should only be carried out next year. Principal Chen looked sharply at Yi Qian and said in a deep voice, Girl, you have to know that once my training mode starts, it will not stop. Are you sure you want to undergo 2 years of purgatory training? I'm very sure, Uncle Chen. Yi Qian nodded firmly. Not only did he not back down, but his eyes even had a hint of excitement for the upcoming training. Uncle Chen, I'm completely sure that I can enter the next round of training. Chapter 1004. There was some silence in the room. Principal Chen narrowed his eyes slightly as he sat in the chair in front of the desk. After some time, he nodded. All right, I see that you're ready. You can start training in advance. Rest well for the next few days and prepare for the midterm exams. We'll start right after the exams. Train until 11:30 every night. You're still young, so you have to make sure you get enough sleep. Yi Qian smiled. I'll be careful. I'll have to trouble you again from now on, Uncle Chen. Ha ha ha, silly girl. My trouble will be much easier than your purgatory training. Enjoy your last few nights of leisure. You'll have to suffer from the night of the 5th. The purgatory training was divided into 3 parts. From 7:00 p.m. to 11:00 p.m., the focus was on physical training and skill training. Friday night to Sunday was survival training. This time, Yi Qian was obviously weaker than the members of the Snowfield Brigade in terms of physical fitness. They could march for dozens of hours at night without stopping. They could also maintain a high level of vigilance and detect abnormal situations. They could quickly formulate a battle plan within a few seconds. This kind of reaction and physical fitness was based on physical training and skill training. It could only be achieved through professional and systematic training. Yi Qian also had physical and skill training in the early stages, but it was all within the normal range and not training to challenge one's limits. The purgatory training was all about challenging one's limits. In the past, one could reach the standard with 8 or 10 points. But now, the purgatory training required 12 or 15 points. In the past, Yi Jian used to be able to complete the sniping in 5 minutes with his bare hands. Now, Yi Jian had to be able to complete the sniping in 20 minutes with his bare hands. This was the purgatory training. Since Yi Qian's goal was to join the Snowfield Brigade, he had to build a good foundation before he could get closer to his goal. The wound on his arm had healed after 11 days, but it hadn't healed enough to form a scab. It should be fine by the 5th. Yi Qian didn't mention his situation to Principal Chen, and Principal Chen didn't ask either. Instead, he drafted a training plan. The black pen scribbled on the white paper. Principal Chen's gaze was cold as he said, If you want to join the special forces, you won't be able to snipe alone. You have to develop in all aspects. Take Captain Xia for example. He's known as the all-around soldier king in the army. I heard from Commander Lu that he's extremely talented in explosives, reconnaissance, electronics, and commanding. In terms of shooting, he's even better than the entire army. Even one of Commander Lu's Gun King veterans couldn't beat him. He has talent, and your talent isn't bad either. If you set him as your goal, girl, you really have a lot to learn. Yi Qian, who had been watching Principal Chen draft the training plan, was caught off guard when he heard this. He choked on the water in his mouth and coughed. This caused Principal Chen to stop writing. He laughed out loud and said, "Girl, why are you so nervous? What, you think I don't know? Ha ha ha, that would be troublesome. I know everything that's going on between you and Captain Xia. I even talked to Commander-in-Chief Xia on the phone and discussed your future development with Captain Xia." Yi Qian choked and coughed even harder. Uncle Chen even talked to Commander-in-Chief Xia on the phone and discussed his future development with Captain Xia. He looked up and stuttered, "You? How did you know? I didn't tell you? Commander-in-Chief Xia called you to tell you?" Chapter 1005. Even if you didn't tell me, someone else would. I was also quite surprised that Commander-in-Chief Xia called me, but I was even more surprised that he actually approved of it. Principal Chen still felt a little incredulous at the mention of his call with Commander-in-Chief Xia. That year in the No Man's Land, he knew that Captain Xia was interested in Yi, so he deliberately mentioned family Xia and mentioned that their family backgrounds were not compatible. He vaguely implied that Commander-in-Chief Xia would most likely not approve of his son falling in love with a helpless female soldier. Who knew that, not only did Commander-in-Chief Xia not object, he was even happy to see it happen. He even discussed with him not to stop the two young people from getting together and to let nature take its course. Yi Qian calmed herself down and took a big gulp of warm water. She cleared her throat and said, "Captain Xia and I are indeed getting along now, but I also told him about our relationship. The real confirmation will have to wait until after we graduate from high school. I also met Commander-in-Chief Xia. He participated in our big review on the last day of military training. I took his car back. About Captain Xia and I." Yi Qian's expression was extremely unnatural under Principal Chen's teasing smile. She braced herself and continued, "Commander-in-Chief said that he didn't object, but I had to be careful. After all, I'm still young." She blushed as she spoke. It was as if she was caught in the act by an adult when she was secretly dating. She was at a loss of what to do. Principal Chen laughed, but he still had to talk about business. Ever since he received the call from Commander-in-Chief Xia, he had been thinking about finding an opportunity to ask. Now that Yi Qian came up to him and brought up the topic herself, it saved him a lot of trouble. "Captain Xia is interested in you. I knew about it during the last training in the No Man's Land. He didn't hide it from me at that time. He even said that he is definitely a man worthy of you. Moreover, he is a soldier who has fought for the glory of the country all his life." I didn't agree at first, but when I heard this, I chose to wait and see for now. Now, it seemed that Captain Xia was indeed a responsible man and an excellent soldier. Uncle Jen and I can rest assured that you will be with him. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. Xia Jinyuan had revealed his thoughts to Uncle Chen in the No Man's Land. No wonder he said that Uncle Chen would definitely not object. He had mentioned it long ago. He's indeed an excellent soldier. I've learned a lot from him, and I've learned a lot. Yi Qian also had a very high opinion of Captain Xia. He was a soldier who had fought for the glory of his country all his life. This was the kind of soldier he was. It's precisely because he's so outstanding, little girl Yi. Principal Chen raised his head, the smile on his face receding slightly. His expression was solemn as he said, "It's precisely because of this that you should work even harder. Don't work hard for him, work hard for yourself. He is a man who is compatible with you, and you are a woman who is compatible with him. You don't need to depend on him to survive, and you don't need to depend on his light to survive. You have your own limelight, and you rely on your own abilities to stand out in the world. You don't need to rely on anyone else. This is what I hope for, little girl Yi." Xia Jinyuan's light was too bright. If little girl Yi didn't want to be overshadowed by his light, she had to work even harder. The two of them were like two stars in the sky. There was no need for one to rely on the other. They both had their own starlight. Don't worry. Whether I'm with Captain Xia or not, I'm still Yi Qian. I don't need to rely on someone else's Yi Qian. She was still herself. She wouldn't change just because she had a prominent boyfriend, and she definitely wouldn't stop moving forward. Chapter 1006. Principal Chen saw that her eyes were clear and bright, and that she did not have any intention of neglecting anything, so he was relieved. He patted her shoulder and said seriously, "Good girl, people must remember their original intentions, and they must not lose sight of their goals. Make sure that you have a pure heart, and bravely pursue your dreams and achieve your goals. That kind of life is a real life, and your life will be even more magnificent. I know what you're doing, so I won't say much. Let's talk about the training. I watched a drill a few days ago, and it gave me a huge shock. The current army is not the same as the army I was in back then, and the deployment and use of snipers is also very different. From private matters to training, the old man and the young girl's expressions changed at the same time. Their eyes were cold, and their expressions were slightly cold. They began to discuss the content of the training. For example, in the mechanized infantry unit, a mechanized infantry battalion is assigned a sniper squad, and the deployment is decided by the battalion commander according to the specific situation such as the mission, the enemy, the terrain, and the time. The sniper squad in the battalion is a combat unit that is quite opposite to each other. It is made up of 2 or 3 sniper squads and a squad leader. This is different from before. We used to have a sniper and an observer, and sometimes we didn't even have an observer. Just from this point alone, you can see that the reform of our army is quite big. I used to train you to fight alone, but it seems like I have to teach you about team combat in the future. In the army, you are not an individual, but a team. Soldiers in a team can fight together, and when necessary, you can fight alone. Principal Chen told Yi Qian everything he saw in the drill over the past few days so that Yi Qian could better understand the sniper combat of the entire army. I also saw that the snipers will have military all-terrain vehicles. The front and back of this vehicle can carry weapon systems, fuel, water, food, communication equipment, and personal combat equipment. It can be seen that the snipers the army needs now are not just soldiers responsible for sniping, but also to provide more useful information for the rear troops. Yi Qian did not know any of this. It was only through Principal Chen's analysis that she came up with a concept. From today onwards, Yi Qian would no longer limit herself to a sniper who only held a sniper rifle and went into battle alone. Instead, she began to develop the concept of an information-based sniper. Just from one exercise, Principal Chen had analyzed that all the troops of their country had already begun to use the information-based combat method. It was completely different from those countries that did not even have their own fighter jets and were militarily backward. A great country had risen. From returning to school to preparing for the midterm exams, Yi Qian attended classes during the day and studied at night. In less than one night, he had reviewed all the new lessons from the past 11 days. She had already finished her self-study, and revising again was just to consolidate her knowledge. The learning atmosphere in the class was quite tense. In order to obtain the direct enrollment quota, everyone was fully immersed in the midterm exam. The grade 12 students were even more nervous. They were going to take the college entrance exam next year. If they could be directly enrolled, it would not be as stressful for the grade 12 students. The intense revision of the grade 12 and grade 12 classes actually made the school much quieter for the first 3 days of the midterm exam. The exam started on the 3rd of the day. And Jessen's eyelid kept twitching. Before the exam started, she said to Yi Qian, "I think I'm going to do badly this time. My left eye keeps twitching." Chapter 1007. Yi Qian held her face and teased her seriously, "It's too late to think that you'll do badly. If you really don't do well, Uncle and Auntie will think it's normal. If you do well, I think they'll think it's abnormal." "That's true. Ha ha ha, I didn't sleep well last night. I had a dream that I was looking for a pen during the exam. I was so scared that I woke up." And Jessen was relieved by Yi Qian's comforting words. She quickly said, "Don't tell me you really didn't bring a pen." "Let me see," opening the stationery bag, and Jessen's mouth twitched as she said, "I really didn't bring a pen." "Not bad. You'll have no problem taking the exam. There's only 15 minutes left. You can go back and find a pen." Yi Qian looked at the time and reminded her slowly, "I'll give you 7 minutes and 30 seconds. That's enough time." And Jessen ran away. She didn't dare to stay. Not bringing a pen during the exam. She was really generous. There were still 5 minutes left before the exam. And Jessen ran back to the classroom, panting. She didn't go back to her seat. Instead, she ran to Yi Qian's side. Panting, she said, "I thought I was the only one who didn't bring a pen. Yao Jing was the same. I bumped into her when I went upstairs. She even dragged me to talk to her." Yao Jing, a name that he hadn't heard for a long time. Yi Qian also realized that he hadn't heard her announcements in school for the past few days. Don't think that other people are like you, forgetting to bring a pen. Maybe they walk slower. Go back to your seat. The exam is about to start. Yi Qian didn't have much interest in Yao Jing. He gestured for Jessen to return to her seat and prepare for the exam. The first exam in the morning was from 8 to 10 in the morning. Students from year 1 to year 3 would be taking the mathematics exam. The exam papers would be given out 3 minutes in advance. As the bell rang, the entire campus fell silent. One could even hear the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Yi Qian was famous for his quick answers. The teachers in the school had also heard of him. At this time, the teachers in each class were swapping invigilators. 2 invigilators took turns standing in front of Yi Qian. When he was filling in the blanks, the teachers watching at the side were dumbfounded. He didn't even need to use a piece of draft paper. He just kept writing. While others had only done 1 dish, she had already done 3 or 4. With this speed, she could finish the 2-hour exam in less than an hour. After standing there for 10 minutes, the teacher rubbed his face and left. Standing in front of such a student, even a teacher would feel a little sad. The pressure was so great. The other teacher did the same. After standing there for about 10 minutes, he walked away silently. The pressure was extraordinarily great. Being a teacher was not as fast as being a student. When he saw the questions, he had to draw and write in his palm. As a student, he would just take a pen and calculate from the beginning to the end. The entire process was mental calculation. There was no paper. Yi Qian had always been good at mental arithmetic. Otherwise, how could he have won the individual gold medal in the mathematical Olympiad? At around 9:10 a.m., Yi Qian had already closed her test paper and was about to leave. Outside, the 2 unfamiliar teachers who had been keeping an eye on Yi Qian could not help but secretly nod their heads when they saw this. They said to Principal Chow, "Principal Chow, when her midterm exam results are out, we'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on her. No rush, no rush. There are still 3 days before the exam. The 2 of you can keep an eye on other students." Principal Chow, who was accompanying the 2 Western University admissions teachers, was playing Tai Chi. Yi Qian did not even need the admissions teachers to keep an eye on her. When the results were out, many schools would fight to get her. However, Old Shen had already reminded him that Tsinghua University and Western University would not be Yi Qian's choice. Chapter 1008. When the teacher from the admissions office of Western University heard this, he smiled and said, "Nan No. 1 Middle School has always been full of talents. 2 of the exchange students that our school selected to go to the United States graduated from Nan No. 1 Middle School. The relationship between Western University and Nan No. 1 Middle School is not ordinary. If there are good top students, President Chow, you have to tell us in advance." The relationship between West University and Southern Province First High School was indeed close. Almost all the top scorers in science had chosen West University. At 9:12, Yi Qian handed in her paper and came out. Principal Chow, who was waiting outside, waved at her. "Yi Qian, come here for a moment." Upstairs, there was the sound of running footsteps, followed by a girl's shrill and frightened voice, "Jingjing, where are you going?" Such a loud voice suddenly rang out in the quiet exam time. The students upstairs and downstairs could all hear it. Naturally, Yi Qian and Principal Chow also heard it. The second-year student sitting by the window paused and glanced outside. "Close the classroom door. Don't disturb the student's exam." Principal Chow was the first to remind the invigilator of Year 2 Class 1. He then personally closed the classroom door and turned to Yi Qian and said, "There's still 50 minutes left. Why don't you go back to the dormitory and rest for a while? You shouldn't have handed in your papers so early on such a cold day. It's much warmer to sit in the classroom." Before Yi Qian could answer, the commotion upstairs grew louder. A teacher's panicked voice could be heard, "Quick, go find the principal. Something happened to a girl in grade 12 class 6. Quick. Something happened to the girls in grade 12 class 6. Principal Chow didn't have time to talk to Yi Qian. Even the two admissions teachers from West University hurriedly said, "Excuse me," and hurriedly left. When something happened to a student, the teachers in charge of the admissions office of West University all changed their expressions. How could they still have the mood to go to other classes to take a look? They all chased after Principal Chow. Yi Qian furrowed his brows. The girl who screamed was Wang Dandan, and the Jing Jing she mentioned was Yao Jing. Something happened to Yao Jing? Would something happen to her? What could have happened to her? Class 1 was on the 4th floor, Class 6 was on the 5th floor, and Class 3 was on the 6th floor. Yao Jing didn't rush downstairs, but went upstairs instead, to find Yang Heng. Instead of focusing on the exam, he rushed to the 6th floor to look for Yang Heng. Yi Qian thought to himself as he went downstairs. He raised his head thoughtfully and looked up through the gap in the stairs. Something's not right. When they were about to reach the 4th floor, they heard Wang Dandan's shrill voice, "Jing Jing, come back quickly. Don't scare me, come back quickly. Come back quickly." Hearing this, Yi Qian, who was heading downstairs, stopped abruptly, turned around, and ran upstairs. When she reached the 5th floor, she saw the form teacher of Class 6 stumbling down the stairs in a panic. She was so flustered that she missed a step and fell forward. "Don't worry, be careful not to fall." Yi Qian, who had sharp eyes and nimble hands, rushed over and supported the teacher. "What happened up there? Is there anything I can do to help?" Yi Qian supported her in time, but the form teacher of Class 6 still sprained her ankle in her high heels. She gritted her teeth and walked down the stairs. "It's Yi Qian, quick, help me get Yang Heng out of Class 1. Tell him that something happened to Yao Jing and ask him to come over." Something big had indeed happened, and it wasn't just an ordinary thing. Yao Jing sat on the edge of the rooftop of the teaching building with her feet dangling outside. She swayed from time to time as if she was admiring the scenery. Wang Dandan was so scared that she fell to the ground and cried. She stammered, I don't know. She suddenly told me that she wanted to go up to the rooftop and asked me to find Yang Heng. Otherwise, she would jump off the building." Chapter 1009. Wang Dandan was in a daze. She was so shocked that she couldn't continue speaking and even bit her own tongue. "I don't know what happened. I was in the middle of the exam and didn't even finish the questions when Jing Jing suddenly came over and snatched my exam paper. I don't even know what happened." Wang Dandan, who was paralyzed, was really frightened. Her face was so pale that her lips were trembling. She was sweating profusely, and her bangs were drenched in sweat. Her forehead was sticking to her forehead. She was still at a loss. Seeing her so frightened, Principal Chow knew he couldn't get anything out of her, so he got the invigilator to help her to the side. "Help her to the side and get her a cup of warm water. Principal, let Yang Heng come up. Grade 12 Class 1's Yang Heng. Let him come up. He'll definitely have a way to persuade Jing Jing. Jing Jing is doing this for him. Please let Yang Heng come up quickly." Although her good friend Wang Dandan didn't agree with Yao Jing's way of doing things, she had never said anything bad about her behind her back. Sometimes, she would even advise her appropriately. For example, Wang Dandan had always tried to persuade her to relax about Yi Qian and Yang Heng. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yao Jing seemed to have been possessed and didn't get the result she wanted. Ever since Yang Heng's birthday, she hadn't calmed down and let go of her pent-up anger. Not only did she not let go, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she wasn't wrong. Everything she did was because she liked Yangheng. She just wanted Yangheng to lead a good life. She just wanted to get Yangheng's only attention. After giving so much, all she got was disgusting from Yangheng. Why? Why? How could Yangheng call her disgusting after giving up so much? She gave up so much just to prevent him from being seduced by those students with ulterior motives. Didn't she know why they liked Yangheng? Wasn't it because of Yangheng's family background? He was good-looking, had a good family background, and was good at studying. Who wouldn't like him? They all liked him. No one disliked him. But that was exactly what they liked. Liking someone with ulterior motives was despicable. Unlike her, she only liked Yangheng himself. From middle school to high school, she only liked Yangheng. She liked him so much and wanted him to lead a good life. Yangheng, Yangheng. What makes you think she's disgusting? How was she not worthy of him? In what way was she inferior to Yi Qian, that wretched girl from the countryside? Yao Jing was humming songs one after another. They were all sung by Yangheng's favorite celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Sometimes they were happy, sometimes they were sad. They were all tunes that Yangheng would hum from time to time. She didn't look back. She placed her hands on the edge of the rooftop and looked up at the gray sky. The corners of her mouth were raised high, as if she was smiling, but her smile made people panic. Hearing these tunes, Wang Dandan's tears flowed down one after another. Her hands holding the cup were still trembling. She turned her head to look behind her from time to time. Why aren't they here yet? Why aren't they here yet? Why wasn't Yangheng here yet? Was he not coming? Was he really going to leave him in the lurch? The parents of the students have already rushed over. The police have also sent people over. There were quite a few teachers on the rooftop as well. All of them stared at the troublemaking students with taut nerves. None of them dared to even breathe loudly. At this moment, all the teachers in the school were frightened by Yao Jing. None of them dared to act rashly, let alone speak loudly. Chapter 10:10. Is Yangheng here yet? Hurry him up and ask him to calm the girl down. Principal Chow was also panicking. This was the first time in his 11 years as principal that a student wanted to jump off a building. Although he was panicking, he did not show it on his face. As the principal of a school, how could he be so careless? When Yangheng arrived, he was called out by the teacher and Yi Qian before he could finish the 3 big questions on the math paper. Yao Jing wants to jump off a building. She wants to see you. That was all Yi Jian knew. As for the rest, she was equally confused. She didn't know what was wrong with Yao Jing that made her want to jump off a building in school. At 9:18 a.m., Yangheng walked out of the classroom less than 5 minutes after Yao Jing climbed to the rooftop. Hearing this, his handsome face darkened and the corners of his mouth tightened. She really knows how to play. She even wants to jump off a building. Yi Qian, do you believe that she will jump off a building? This question. Yi Qian felt that it was not easy for her to answer. Would Yao Jing jump off a building? No, that was what she thought when she heard Class 6's homeroom teacher. Yao Jing would not jump off a building. A self-centered person who enjoyed the envious gazes of others and who had such a strong desire to show off would never do such a thing that would hurt himself so easily. Yao Jing would definitely hurt others, but she would not let herself get hurt. She was such a girl. Would she believe that she would jump off a building? She would not believe it. However, Yi Qian could not say if she would jump off a building at this time. She pondered for a moment and said, whether she will jump or not, we have to know what she wants to do. She deliberately chose to go to the rooftop during an exam and not during class. From this point of view, Yao Jing's intention to jump off a building is not big. Choosing to jump during an exam could not only avoid being surrounded by the students, but also let the teachers know what she was doing. After forcing Yangheng to come forward, Yangheng would not be able to reject anything Yao Jing said in a situation where there were no students around. Because the teachers would definitely persuade Yangheng to agree to everything she said. In order to prevent her from jumping off the building and the students from getting into trouble on campus, all the teachers would persuade Yang Heng to promise her everything. Yang Heng strode towards the rooftop, his eyes flashing with a trace of mockery. He whispered to Yi Qian, "That's right, I have to know what she's up to. You took more than 10 days off, but she didn't even try to jump off the building. The moment you came back for the exam, she tried to cause trouble. Yi Qian, I can tell you now that I didn't make it after I showed up. I even had to ask you to come up here. This is indeed possible." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. He stopped at the staircase leading to the rooftop. "I won't appear for the time being. I'll wait for her to make her move." Yang Heng nodded. He took a few steps up the stairs and disappeared before Yi Qian's eyes. The weather in November had turned cold. When the wind blew, the chill crept into one's neck. The wind on the rooftop was very strong. Yang Heng, in his blue and white uniform, appeared on the rooftop, making the teachers feel as if they had seen their savior. Principal Chow was instructing the teachers to stay in the classroom after the math exam. When he saw Yang Heng, he immediately signaled him to go back. He had to give a few instructions. "Yang Heng, something happened to Yao Jing from grade 12 class 6. Go and persuade her, but don't agitate her. Do whatever she wants to say and do as she pleases. You have to wait until her parents arrive, understand?" Yang Heng. Standing in the small pavilion leading to the rooftop, Principal Chow calmly instructed, "You have to remember, you have to wait until her parents arrive." Chapter 10-11. I'll try my best. Yang Heng nodded as his handsome face darkened. "Don't worry, she won't jump off the building. Yao Jing, I know her. Won't jump off the building. What if she missed a step?" Principal Chow sighed. "It doesn't matter whether she will or not. It's dangerous to stand on the edge of the rooftop now. If she misses a step, it'll be too late." He patted Yang Heng's shoulder and said solemnly, "Yang Heng, it's up to you now. Before the police arrive and before there's a life cushion, you have to hold her steady. You have to hold her steady. Okay, I'll try my best to delay it. Wait for Uncle Yao and the rest to arrive." Yang Heng's eyes darkened. If Uncle Yao and the rest were here, Yao Jing would have more support. There were more than 10 teachers on the rooftop, and 2 of them were 4 to 5 meters away from Yao Jing. They were trying their best to persuade her. "Yao Jing, no matter what you're sitting here for, you must think about your parents. Think about them. We can solve anything. As long as you tell us, we'll think of a way to solve it. Why must you joke with your life? All the students are very worried. Can you come down first? If there's anything, we can sit down and talk. Sit down and solve it together, okay?" Yao Jing turned her head and said to the teacher who was talking to her on the right, "I want Yang Heng to come up. Also, don't get too close. If you get too close, I'll panic. Who knows, I might accidentally fall down." She immediately turned her head to the left and saw the teachers approaching her. "I don't like teachers surrounding me like this. I have to stand up. If I stand up, you won't dare to come close to me." As he spoke, he really stood up. The teachers on the left and right were so shocked that they all stepped back. Sit, we'll leave, we'll leave." It was too scary. How could there be such a student? Even adults don't have the guts to jump off a building. Yao Jing stood up and extended one of her legs into the air. Her action scared all the teachers to the point that they almost had a heart attack. "Teacher, don't come any closer. Look, I just have to lift my leg and I'll go down." With one leg in the air, she smiled menacingly. "I want to see Yang Heng. I want to see him. Right away, right away. Yang Heng is taking the exam. He is a senior high school student. You have to give him some time. Don't be agitated. He'll be here soon. I guarantee that he'll be here soon. Yao Jing, sit tight and don't move. Yang Heng will be here soon." At this time, they could only go along with her. Their hearts were in their throats, and the teacher in their eyes did not dare to do so. Everyone opened their mouths to persuade her. I want to see him immediately. Are exams more important than my life? Is it more important than my life? I want to see him, now. Right away. She screamed, and her expression was so crazy that it made the hearts of the teachers tremble. They stared at her feet, afraid that she would fall down in her agitation. Yang Heng, who rushed out of the rooftop, happened to hear this sentence. Seeing her with one foot in the air, his eyes instantly darkened. Standing was even more dangerous than sitting. Headmaster Chow was so frightened that layers of cold sweat appeared on his back. Yang Heng, hurry up and persuade Jing Jing. She's been acting strangely for the past 10 days. That day when Yi Qian came back to school and saw you talking to her, even her expression changed. Wang Dandan grabbed Yang Heng's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes. She placed all her hopes on Yang Heng. She can jump, she really can jump. Chapter 10-12. Yang Heng lowered his head to look at her. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said softly, "Do you believe that she will jump?" Yao Jing is not afraid of heights. Yao Jing was not afraid of heights. She sat on the rooftop of the school building with her hands on the edge. Her center of gravity was tilted backward. From this posture, it was obvious that she was secretly protecting herself. I don't know, but she is really in danger now. Yang Heng, you can't leave her in the lurch. Wang Dandan said softly, her red and swollen eyes full of pleading. Yao Jing, she likes you too much. Yang Heng pursed his lips and remained silent. When it came to Yao Jing, no matter what he did, she always had a way to force him to stand up. He walked out and said loudly, Yao Jing, I'm here now. Can we talk about it after you come down? Yao Jing, who was still in a frenzy a second ago, stopped yelling at the teacher when she heard the familiar voice. She smiled and said to Yang Heng, who was still a distance away, Yang Heng, why are you only here now? I was having an exam. Yang Heng took a few steps forward. Although he had a feeling that Yao Jing would not jump down, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he saw the gloomy smile on her face. Wang Dandan said that you were looking for me. What is it that you have to say in such a way? Yao Jing retracted her foot and stood on the edge of the rooftop that was less than 15 centimeters away. She laughed and said, why do I have to say in such a way? Yang Heng, how can you ask me? You have to ask yourself. Why are you asking me the same question? I'm like this because you forced me to. What did I force you to do? Yang Heng was calmer than the teacher because he knew her well. His clean and handsome face was cold, and he didn't panic at all in the face of her questioning. Is there nothing else? If there is nothing else, I'm leaving. He turned and prepared to go back to the classroom. Yao Jing saw this and screamed crazily, Yang Heng, you dare. You dare to leave. Try taking another step. The teacher saw her so agitated that her body was shaking. Almost at the same time, they said, don't go, don't go. Don't rush, don't rush. Yang Heng, come back. Don't rush her. Go with her, you must go with her. The head teacher of class 6 sprained his ankle and did not dare to go to the infirmary. He stopped Yang Heng and said, Yang Heng, the exam is not important now. Life is important. If something really happens to her in school, all of us will have to bear the consequences. Just as Yi Qian had guessed, all the teachers were advising Yang Heng to go along with Yao Jing and not be anxious with her. All the teachers tried to persuade her. Yao Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as she said again, Yang Heng, you know best what kind of character I, Yao Jing, have. If I'm having a hard time, you won't have a good time either. I jumped down today because you forced me to my death. You and Yi Qian forced me to my death. Upon hearing Yi Qian's name, Yang Heng clenched his fists. He turned around and looked at her coldly. What did we force you to do? What does your jumping have to do with me and Yi Qian? Yang Heng. Seeing that Su Tao had no intention of going along with Yao Jing, Principal Chow said in a deep voice, why don't you soften your attitude? This isn't a small matter. Why was it related to Yi Qian again? Ever since the previous incident, Yi Qian and Yao Jing had no more conflicts in school. Why was it related to Yi Qian again? Chapter 1013. Yang Heng loosened his fist and clenched it again. He took a deep breath and said, "Say it yourself, what do you want? The whole school is having an exam and you're jumping off the building. Yao Jing, I know you, and that's why I don't want to talk to you. Now I'm listening, you tell me. At most, I'll skip the exam this time and spend a day with you on the rooftop. You said that I forced you to jump, so it's fine. If you jump, I'll pay with my life." The moment she said that, more than 10 teachers' knees turned to jelly. A life for a life. Yang Heng, what nonsense are you talking about? His tough attitude showed no signs of obedience. Yao Jing's eyes were filled with hatred. Yang Heng, you're really ruthless. She didn't even soften his heart. It's fine, it's fine. As long as he didn't leave, her plan would succeed. Are you forcing me to jump now? Fine, a life for a life is fine. But do you dare to stand up? If you dare, I'll believe you. A life for a life. Yao Jing's voice was extremely sharp. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried while wiping her tears. How can you do this? How can you force me like this? Will you be happy if I jump? Will you be able to be with Yi Qian? Will Uncle Yang and Auntie Yang be happy? Yes, 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 you'll all be happy, you'll all be happy. The more she said, the crazier Yao Jing's expression became. She was almost shouting in the end, but there was a strange light in her eyes. She seemed to be very happy with Yang Heng's, a life for a life. Yang Heng took a step forward but was stopped by a few teachers. How could he go over? A student stood up, then another student. What was this? Yao Jing, calm down. How old are you? You're talking about a life for a life over a small matter. What will happen to your parents? Yang Heng, calm down too. Both of you can talk about it calmly. Don't do anything that will make your parents sad. The teachers persuaded Yao Jing and Yang Heng at the same time. In just 10 minutes, the teachers felt their hair turn white. Fortunately, Yang Heng was able to hold him back. The teacher's focus was still on Yao Jing. He tried to persuade her until his mouth was dry and cold sweat broke out on his back. He was so nervous that his muscles were sore. Seeing Yang Heng being held back, Yao Jing's face darkened. She wanted Yang Heng to come over. Not only did she want him to come over, she also wanted Yi Qian to step forward. Yang Heng, who was held back by the teacher, glared coldly at Yao Jing, who still believed that she had done nothing wrong, and said coldly, "I don't understand what you're saying. What does your own business have to do with my parents? Why should my parents be happy when you jump off a building? Yao Jing, don't treat the things you want to do as if you were forced by others. No one forced you. It's just like jumping off a building. Who forced you? All the teachers advised you to come down, I also asked you to come down, but you didn't want to come down. Are we forcing you to do this?" Well said. The teachers heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Yang Heng's words. He had to drag it out. He had to drag it out. He had to drag it out until the parents and the police came. Why isn't he here yet? It had already been more than 10 minutes. Yang Heng, who was being stared at by Yao Jing, was speechless. The hatred in his heart grew. He gritted his teeth and even his voice was filled with malice. You didn't force me. Call Yi Qian up. The three of us will confront each other. Let the teachers see if the two of you forced me. Chapter 1014. I'm just saying that she got into a fight with someone outside and implicated you. I'm obviously doing this for your own good, but you're helping Yi Qian instead. You even said I'm disgusting. I'm doing this for your own good, Yang Heng, but in the end, I'm still being scolded by you. Call Yi Qian up. Call Yi Qian up. On the first floor, Mother Yao, who had rushed to the school, raised her head and saw her daughter's frail figure standing on the edge of the rooftop. Before she came up, she was already screaming at the top of her lungs, "Jing Jing, my daughter." From the first floor to the rooftop, Mother Yao sprinted at the speed of 100 meters, much faster than Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. Mother Yao, who only had eyes for her daughter, lost all color in her face and said in a trembling voice, "Good baby, come down quickly, don't scare mommy, don't scare mommy, come down quickly, don't scare mommy." "Mom, I'm chatting with Yang Heng. Didn't he say I'm disgusting? I just want to know how I disgusted him and how I'm not as good as Yi Qian." "Mom, you should cry too. If I really fell, it was Yang Heng and Yi Qian who forced me to my death. If you want to avenge me, you have to look for them." The teacher's eyelids twitched when she heard Yao Jing's words. At the same time, she was extremely disgusted by Yao Jing's behavior. Mother Yao only realized that Yang Heng was also there when she heard this. She cried and threw herself at Yang Heng, hitting him with her fists. "Yang Heng, you've caused my daughter to suffer. Now that my daughter has met with an accident, I won't let you off, I won't let you off." The teacher frowned when she heard this. Instead of persuading her daughter to come down, she blamed others for harming her daughter. The two female teachers pulled Mother Yao away and had no choice but to persuade her again. "We should persuade Yao Jing to come down first. You've seen it for yourself. If she continues to stand like this, we don't need to tell you what the consequences will be." "I don't care, I don't care. My daughter's accident was caused by him. Yang Heng, if you don't apologize to my Jing Jing today, I won't let you off." Mother Yao struggled and screamed. She knew what her daughter wanted. Whether or not her daughter could come down depended on Yang Heng. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had arrived a few steps later, rushed to the rooftop and stared at his daughter who didn't even care about her own life. His vision darkened. "Jingjing, what are you doing? Come down for Dad. Don't you know how dangerous it is up there? If you fall, do you want your parents to jump with you? Get down here." Papa Yao was much more rational than Mama Yao. As he spoke, he walked over lightly. "Be good, come down with Papa first. Don't do anything stupid. If you're unhappy or feel wronged, you can tell Dad and Mom. Dad, don't come over. I'll jump if you come over. I'll jump right away. I might as well fall to my death." Yao Jing cried until her vision blurred. "Mom, Dad, I don't want to live anymore. He's still helping Yi Qian. He still thinks that I'm wrong. Dad, Mom, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Yi Qian, get the hell out here. Get the hell out here. Are you happy now that you forced me to jump off a building? Come out right now. Yi Qian, yes, 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 and that devilish girl. What are you teachers waiting for? My daughter, get Yi Qian out here. Get her out here. Get her out here." After Yao Jing shouted, Mama Yao continued to shout. The mother and daughter's voices were each louder than the other. As for their expressions, the older one was crazier than the younger one. Papa Yao turned around and glared at his wife. He said in a low voice, "Get our daughter down here first. Instead of persuading her properly, you're adding fuel to the fire." Chapter 10-15. Principal Chow was so angry that his temples were bulging. He had no choice but to instruct the teacher to bring Yi Qian up. "Let Yi Qian come up and urge the police to find out where they are." "Principal, it's useless even if Yi Qian comes up." Teacher Tong, who had been silent all this while, said with a sullen face, "You should be able to tell that Yao Jing is forcing Yi Qian to come out." This obviously had nothing to do with Yi Qian, but she kept mentioning Yi Qian. Teacher Tong's face turned cold. "There's no other way. We can only let Yi Qian come up. You go find Yi Qian." Principal Chow could only compromise. As long as Yi Qian came down, everything would be settled. The province could not accept a student who jumped off a building for no reason. Yang Heng, who had been punched by Mother Yao, held back the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and asked Mother Yao, "Auntie, ask yourself honestly. Does this have anything to do with Yi Qian? Does your daughter jumping off a building have anything to do with her?" Don't go against your conscience. How is it not related? Now that my daughter is in trouble, my daughter asked her to come up. She dares not to come up. Yangheng, do you want to see Jing Jing jump off the building? Tell me. Do you want Jing Jing to die? How could Mother Yao remain calm when she thought of her daughter jumping off a building? She scolded whoever she could find. After scolding, she cried out her daughter's name. Jing Jing, don't do anything stupid. Mom will ask Yi Qian to come up and apologize. You can't scare Mom. Don't scare Mom. Yi Qian was like Yangheng. He did not know why he had to apologize to Yao Jing. You don't have to say anything. Just listen to her. Teacher Tong led Yi Qian to the rooftop. She gently reminded him, Yao Jing's mother is here too. Yangheng was hit by her a few times just now. You have to be careful. Yi Qian's expression was much lighter than before. He was not sure if Yao Jing would jump off the building or not, but now, he was sure that she would not jump. I'll answer whatever she asks. I won't take the initiative to speak. That's right. If she asks, just answer. What's there to apologize for? Regardless of whether she's wrong or not, just bear with it for now. We'll settle this matter slowly after they come down. Teacher Tong's thoughts were the same as Principal Chow's. The school would definitely not accept a student like Yao Jing and would advise her to drop out. It was 9:40 a.m., almost half an hour after Yao Jing ran to the rooftop. There were still 20 minutes before the math exam ended. Yao Jing secretly glanced at the first floor. The police had not arrived yet, and there were no escape mats. But the person she was waiting for was not here yet. Yi Qian was not here yet. Mother Yao cried as she leaned against the teacher. She urged her daughter to come down quickly and blamed Yangheng for not helping her daughter at all. He disregarded their friendship of more than 10 years and instead helped outsiders to bully her daughter. Can you stop talking? Father Yao, who didn't dare to approach, gripped his phone tightly. As he dialed the number, he warned his wife not to say anything that would hurt his daughter. He called the police station and asked them to send someone over as soon as possible. Yi Qian could feel the tense atmosphere on the rooftop. It was all because of Yao Jing. Everyone was tense, afraid that she would come out. Why are you really here? Yangheng looked at Yi Qian and frowned. He whispered, something's not right. I just said that I'll pay with my life. She seemed very happy. Yao Jing was happy to pay with Yangheng's life. Yi Qian frowned. What is she trying to do? Is she trying to jump off the building? Is she trying to force you to jump off the building? If that was really the case. Yao Jing's mind was too twisted. It was completely abnormal. Chapter 10:16. I thought so too. Let's go take a look. Yangheng didn't let Yi Qian go alone. He walked in front and led Yi Qian over. Yi Qian and I are both here. Ask whatever you want. Mother Yao heard Yi Qian and immediately turned her head. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Yi Qian, my daughter is in trouble. I don't care whose daughter you are, I won't let you off. Yi Qian looked at her indifferently and said coldly, fortunately, the teachers are here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. How can you blame others for jumping off the building? The director's wife is still the same as before. She's used to confusing right and wrong. I don't care how powerful you are. If my daughter is in trouble, I'll only look for you. Mother Yao shouted fiercely. Then she cried and said to Yao Jing, Jing Jing, they're here. Can you sit down and talk? Can you come down and talk? No, she couldn't sit down, and she couldn't come down. It was still too far away. She had to let the two of them come closer. Yao Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of malice. With a hoarse voice, she said, you two are here. You're finally here. Yi Qian, you're happy today, aren't you? You must be happy to see me jump off the building. As long as I jump off now, no one can stop you from being with Yangheng, right? Jing Jing. Do you want me to jump with you? Mother Yao cried until her voice was hoarse. At this moment, she didn't have the authority of an office manager. She was like an ordinary woman who was worried sick for her daughter. Yao Jing didn't look at her parents again. She only stared at the two people who were a few meters away. Tears flowed from her eyes, but she was smiling. I want to ask you. I have a lot to ask you. Yangheng, do I really disgust you? Do I really disgust you? As she asked, she stepped a little closer to the edge of the rooftop. It seemed that Yang Heng's answer would disgust her and she would jump immediately. Yi Qian, who had been keeping her by his side all this while, narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that she really didn't want to jump off the building. She carefully maintained her center of gravity and leaned forward. The teachers on both sides did not leave. When they saw Yao Jing standing at the edge, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They signaled Yang Heng with their eyes to let him follow Yao Jing. No, Yang Heng answered coldly and emotionlessly. Yao Jing smiled as she combed her hair that was messed up by the wind and sighed, "It's too far, and I can't hear you clearly. Yi Qian, we have a lot to talk about. How about we chat before I jump? Something's not right." Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, "Okay, let's chat then." Yi Qian. Yang Heng lowered his voice and frowned. She must have something else on her mind. I know she must have something else on her mind. Let's see what it is. There are still 20 minutes before the next exam, and I don't want to miss it. Yi Qian said casually as he walked step by step to Yao Jing's side. He looked up at her and smiled. I'm here. What do you want to say? Yang Heng walked over and looked up at her. You're here too. What do you want to say? What do you want to ask? I want to ask, since you said that I'm not disgusting, shouldn't you apologize to me? Yao Jing lowered her head and took another step back. Yang Heng, shouldn't you apologize to me? Chapter 10:17. Apologize to Yao Jing. Yang Heng felt his stomach churn. Yao Jing, all you want is an apology from Yang Heng? Yi Qian did not let Yang Heng speak immediately. His eyes were bright as he asked her with a faint smile, think about it seriously. Do you really only want an apology from Yang Heng? He owes me this. Yao Jing's expression was exceptionally calm. Her bloodshot eyes were dark and gloomy. He owes me. What does that have to do with you? Yi Qian sneered. That's right. If you know it has nothing to do with me, then why did you ask me to come here? What happened between Yang Heng and me has nothing to do with you, but I have something to settle with you. Yao Jing bent over slightly. Perhaps she had been standing for too long, her body swayed slightly when she bent over. Then she heard Mother Yao's shrill scream. What did you two say? What did you say? Are you trying to kill my daughter? Father Yao could no longer stay calm. He took a few steps forward and his calves trembled. Jing Jing, can you talk nicely and give them your hand? Can the three of you talk nicely? The most important thing was to persuade his daughter to come down. Yao Jing was stubborn. If she really couldn't think things through, she might jump down. You liked Yang Heng and made him distance himself from me. Yi Qian, didn't you like Yang Heng's family background? I've seen plenty of girls like you. Yao Jing, who was shocked, quickly steadied herself. She was a dancer and had a good sense of balance. She was able to stabilize herself after swaying a little. Yang Heng lost his patience. What do you want? Give me your hand. Hurry up. He took a step forward, almost grabbing Yao Jing's ankle and pulling her down. I've never thought of going down since I was standing here. Apologize to me, Yang Heng. Apologize to me loudly. Yao Jing moved to the side of the rooftop to prevent Yang Heng from pulling her down. You left me alone for more than 10 days. You ignored me and even deliberately turned a blind eye to me. Yang Heng, I want you to apologize. I want you to promise that you won't ignore me in the future. Hurry up. Hurry up and promise me. Otherwise, I'll jump down right now. Raising one of her legs, Yao Jing seemed to have lost her rationality. Mother Yao's vision turned black as she cried until she couldn't speak. She only knew that at this moment, everyone had to listen to their daughter. Yangheng, Auntie is begging you. Please, I beg you. Why don't you apologize? You've known each other for more than 10 years. Can't you give in to Jing Jing like you did when you were young? Mother Yao wasn't the only one trying to persuade Yangheng. The teachers were also trying to persuade Yangheng to apologize to Yao Jing, but why should he apologize to Yao Jing? Actually, they didn't know why. But looking at it now, why did it feel like a student falling in love? Yi Qian, on the other hand, was very calm as he stared at Yao Jing's motionless right leg. Even when she lifted her left foot, her right foot was steady and didn't tremble at all. Her instep was tightly pressed against the edge of the roof. It was only 4 centimeters high, and she used it to stabilize her body. Using such a method to stabilize herself meant that Yao Jing had some foundation. Was she a dance student? If she was a dance student, no wonder she dared to stand on the roof and shout that she wanted to jump down. She had a strong balance and a strong support point. It wouldn't be so easy for her to fall down. Hearing her ridiculous words, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Using such a method to force Yangheng to submit, she was trying to tie herself to Yangheng in school and let the whole school know that she and Yangheng were together. Chapter 10:18. Yao Jing's thoughts were more vicious than Yi Ying's. She was more far-sighted. I apologize. I'll apologize to you right now. Yangheng saw her walk out empty-footed again. Even though he didn't think she would jump, his face tightened. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. I shouldn't have avoided you in school. It was impossible to hear sincerity from a forced apology. Yao Jing didn't need sincerity. She only needed to hear what she wanted to hear. Hearing this, she said to Yi Qian in a low voice, Did you see that? In the end, he still had to bow down to me. Yi Qian, you want to take Yangheng away from me? You're dreaming. Now it's your turn. You made me suffer so much. You made me stand alone on the rooftop for so long. How are you going to apologize to me? How do you want me to apologize? Yi Qian asked calmly. Simple. You'll stand there for as long as I stand there. Yao Jing said in a sinister tone. You made me so miserable. I'll let you stand there for as long as I stand there, and we'll call it even. Yangheng, you can't come into contact with him anymore. As for me, I won't find trouble with you anymore. How's that? She said in a low voice with a strange smile on her lips. Yangheng heard it clearly and immediately became alert. Yao Jing, what are you trying to do? I don't want to do anything. This is between me and Yi Qian. Why, are you afraid that I'll do something bad? Then you can help Yi Qian. Yao Jing turned her head. She saw the vigilance in his eyes and the worry he had for Yi Qian. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. This is my solution. If you don't agree, I'll make sure you two will never have peace for the rest of your lives. He glanced down and saw that the uniformed men were laying out escape mats. Yao Jing gritted her teeth. She retracted her gaze and said to Yi Qian, You didn't choose Yi Qian. I'll count to 3. If you don't come up, I'll jump. Yi Qian, you're forcing me to jump. She suddenly roared, as if she was really threatened by Yi Qian to the point where she had no way out and the only solution was to jump off the building. Mother Yao immediately went berserk. She wailed in a hoarse voice, Yi Qian, you forced my daughter to her death. I'll fight it out with you. I'll fight it out with you. Calm the parents down and go rest at the side. Principal Chao's face was as cold as ice. The whole family had spoiled Yao Jing, and today's matter had a lot to do with her parents. Just as he shifted his gaze, the teacher who had been trying to persuade him shrieked, Yi Qian, what are you trying to do? Yi Qian was climbing up the rooftop. She smiled as she accepted Yao Jing's challenge. Since you've been standing for about half an hour, I'll also stand for about half an hour, he said with a smile. Since you've been standing for about half an hour, I'll do the same. Yes, you'll also have to stand for about half an hour. Yao Jing laughed softly. The viciousness in her eyes was like a thick miasma that could not be dissolved. She was full of viciousness. Yi Jian, you made me suffer so much. Half an hour. Do you think it's possible? Her body suddenly swayed towards the edge of the rooftop, but she quickly steadied herself. The moment she moved, the teacher's hearts tightened. With the addition of Yi Qian, Teacher Tong's body stiffened. What was this Yao Jing from grade 12 class 6 trying to do? Yao Jing didn't deliberately raise her voice like Yi Ying did. Instead, she said in a low voice, "Who are you to fight with me for Yangheng?" Suddenly, her body leaned towards Yi Qian. She seemed to be frightened and let out a scream. Her hands moved in the air and suddenly pushed Yi Qian. Yi Qian. Jing Jing. Chapter 10:19. Yi Qian. Jing Jing. Following Yao Jing's sudden fall, there were screams from the rooftop. The teachers all rushed over, and Yang Heng, who was closest to them, flew over, trying to grab Yi Qian's ankle. Yao Jing knew how to use her ankle to hook onto the rebar, but how could Yi Qian not know? While she was flailing her arms, Yi Qian was fully prepared, waiting for her to make this move. You want to jump off the building? Sure, what's the point of wasting so much time? Why don't you let me give you a ride and let you have a good taste of what it feels like to jump off a building? Yao Jing, who had pushed him over, revealed a sinister smile and said softly, "Go to hell, Yi Qian." She pushed him with her waist, but Yi Qian didn't move. She pushed him again, but he still didn't move. At this moment, Yao Jing started to panic. Yao Jing, I'm not interested in jumping off the building. I think you should go down. His cold voice floated over and entered Yao Jing's ears. Her expression changed in an instant, and her eyes were filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Her pupils constricted, and she stared at Yi Qian in shock. She threw herself at Yi Jian. Yi Jian only needed to grab Yao Jing's arm subconsciously. Her 5 fingers pressed on the tendons and bones of Yao Jing's elbow, causing Yao Jing to feel so much pain that the strength of the steel bar on her instep suddenly dissipated. Ah! Yao Jing fell and let out a blood-curdling scream. Her body fell backward from the rooftop. As she fell, Yi Qian didn't allow himself to remain standing on the edge of the rooftop. He also fell down. Jing Jing. Jing Jing. Following Yao Jing's fall, the ones who screamed the loudest on the rooftop were her parents. Yao Jing's mother and father's cries pierced through the air. Yang Heng didn't manage to grab Yi Qian's ankle. Everything happened too quickly. Even if he rushed over immediately, he didn't manage to grab Yi Qian. Yi Qian. Teacher Tong and Headmaster Chow shouted Yi Qian at the same time. They were so flustered and confused that tears flowed out of Teacher Tong's eyes. She staggered a few steps and ran towards the horizon. The teachers all rushed over, and at the front was Deputy Director Yao and his wife. They rushed to the edge of the rooftop as fast as they had ever run in their lives. Their faces were full of shock as they looked down from the rooftop. Yao Jing fell, but Yi Qian did not. Don't let go, Yi Qian. Yang Heng did not know how Yi Qian managed to grab hold of the steel bar. He did not manage to grab hold of her ankle, but the moment she fell, her right hand suddenly grabbed hold of the steel bar. Yi Qian knew exactly how to fall and how to grab onto the rebar. Unlike Yao Jing, who was leaning backward, Yi Qian slid down. From the scene, it looked like Yao Jing had pushed Yi Qian and made her fall with both feet. Her right hand grabbed hold of the steel bar tightly. Her entire wrist crushed against the edge of the rooftop. It looked like her bones would break in the next second, and she fell with Yao Jing. Give me your left hand, quick. Yang Heng grabbed hold of Yi Qian's hands tightly. His handsome and fair face was flushed red because he used too much strength. He was about 1.76 meters tall and had long arms and legs. He could still grab hold of Yi Qian, but he could only grab hold of Yi Qian's hands. He did not have the strength to pull her up. Yi Qian, who was suspended in the air, did not make a sound. She was not afraid. She wanted to shout, but she couldn't. Hearing Yang Heng's words, Yi Qian, who could not see his expression, said, "I'm fine. I can hold on for a while." Chapter 10:20. Jing Jing, Jing Jing, my Jing Jing. The rooftop was a little high. Mother Yao stood on her tiptoes and couldn't see what was happening below. She cried and screamed. Then, she collapsed on the ground and started bawling. Father Yao supported himself on the edge of the rooftop with both hands. He almost propped his fat body up. Seeing this, the deputy director's face was full of tears. "My daughter, my Jing Jing. You're trying to kill me, you're trying to kill me." Mother Yao was so sad that her lips were pale. She sat on the ground alone. There was only one teacher watching her. The other teachers had come to save Yi Qian. "Yang Heng, you have to watch him closely. Don't let go. Teacher Xiao, stand on the rooftop and pull Yi Qian up slowly. Teacher Lu, go to the 6th floor and see if you can support Yi Qian's legs. You female teachers, help Teacher Xiao and Yang Heng." Principal Chao grabbed Yang Heng tightly and instructed him quickly and sternly. Thank goodness Yi Jian was fine. You have to hold on to Yi Qian. Don't panic, don't panic. Do you understand? Teacher Tong stood on her tiptoes and cheered Yi Qian on. She didn't even wipe away her tears. Her mood fell from heaven to hell, and now from hell back to earth. That's great, that's really great. Why didn't she fall? Why didn't she fall? Mother Yao, who was sitting on the side crying, suddenly roared. Her eyes swept around and saw a small white water pipe on the ground. She suddenly got up and rushed over to pick up the water pipe. Like a madman, she raised the water pipe and slammed it. My daughter fell. Why didn't she fall? Pay for my daughter's life. I want all of you to pay for my daughter's life. The pipe hit a few teachers' heads. Fortunately, it was made of plastic. If it was a metal pipe, the teachers would have been beaten until they bled. When the teachers saw this, they really risked being beaten to a pulp to stop Mother Yao. Throw away the water pipe. If you continue like this, don't talk about paying for it with your life, you'll go to jail. Mother Yao had completely lost her mind. She raised the water hose and waved it around. Her eyes were fiercely staring at Yang Heng. Her target was Yang Heng, it was this stinking brat. Instead of pulling Jing Jing, she pulled Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not fall, but her daughter did. After knocking away several teachers, Mother Yao raised the water pipe and hit Yang Heng's head. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Jing Jing likes you so much, but you don't appreciate it. Are you worthy of our family? Are you worthy of Jing Jing? Principal Chao, who had been catching Yang Heng, was shocked. He blocked the water pipe with his body and shouted angrily, catch her, catch her. Madman, madman, she was a madman. Mr. Xiao, who was standing on the rooftop and carefully preparing to pull Yi Qian up, was also hit in the calf by Mrs. Yao's hose. He was so frightened that his body swayed a little. He was a physical education teacher, so he was able to stabilize himself after swaying a little. Mother Yao had indeed gone crazy. Her daughter had fallen, so how could Yi Qian be fine? The strength of the crazy Mother Yao was not her usual strength. Even an adult man could not hold her back. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was already in great pain. Now that his wife was in such a state, he was pushed to the ground by Mother Yao. He fell so hard that his tailbone hurt. For a while, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was unable to stand up. He could only sit on the cold cement floor and said painfully, "What are you doing here? Quickly go downstairs and check on Yao Jing. Go downstairs and check on Yao Jing. I want Yi Qian to pay with his life. Yang Heng, you just watched him die. You're not human, you're not human." Chapter 10:21. No one knew if Mother Yao had heard her husband's screams, but she raised the water pipe and hid everywhere. Her hair was disheveled, and she screamed and yelled, making all the teachers unable to get close to her. Seeing that she was still rushing towards them, Teacher Xiao couldn't stand on the rooftop anymore. He quickly jumped down and joined forces with another PE teacher to stop Mother Yao. The police on the first floor rushed up. They were fast enough to reach the rooftop in 3 minutes, but many things happened in 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, some students fell down, and some were still hanging in the air. Police officers, quick, over here, over here. Quickly pull the students down. When they came up, the teachers were relieved. Mother Yao had gone crazy. Even the teachers were not as strong as her. Yi Qian could have come up by herself, but Yao Jing was using her life to put on an act. She had to cooperate. When she heard that Mother Yao had gone crazy, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Things were getting out of hand. The police didn't dare to delay. 2 of them directly grabbed Mother Yao, who still wanted the students to pay with their lives, and grabbed the water pipe. They then pinned her hands behind her back. Their actions were fast and fierce. They didn't care whether she was an official or not. When they pressed her down, they didn't hold back at all and shouted, "Don't move. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Get out of here, get out of here. Old Yao, old Yao. Push Yi Qian down, push her down. I want her to pay with her life. Pay with your life for Jing Jing's. You talk big, asking others to pay with their lives. The bureaucracy of the southern province is really eye-opening." Someone walked over. His slender figure approached step by step. Every step he took had an unstoppable aura. When he opened his mouth, his biting cold voice suppressed the air. He walked in front of the police who had snatched the water pipe and said coldly, "This is a murder weapon. Keep it for me." The police were trying to save Yi Qian. Below them, someone was dragging Yi Qian by her feet. Above them, a police officer tied a rope around his waist. He was ready to grab Yi Qian by her arms and pull her up. As he approached, several policemen on duty could not help but reach out to stop him. However, they were shocked by the other party's cold and ruthless gaze and could not help but withdraw their hands. He passed by Mother Yao and glanced at her with a heavy gaze. He didn't stop and walked to Yang Heng's side. "Xia." Principal Chow recognized the young man who had shocked everyone the moment he appeared. He was in no hurry to say anything and immediately said, "Yi Qian was pushed down by a student. The police are trying to rescue him." Xia Jinyuan didn't even need the police. With one hand on the roof, he jumped lightly from Yang Heng's side and stood on the roof. He bent down and grabbed Yi Qian's wrist with his slender hands. He turned his head and said to Yang Heng calmly, "Thank you. You can let go now." Yi Qian, who was pushed down by Yao Jing, was not stunned. He was also not stunned when Mother Yao yelled at him to pay with his life. However, now that he saw Xia Jinyuan in front of him, he looked at Xia Jinyuan who was standing against the light. His handsome face and expression were unclear. He was stunned. Why is he here? Didn't they say that it would take half a month to a month? It's only been a few days. Why is he here now? I came just in time this time. I didn't know you were being bullied to this extent. Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's arm with one hand. He didn't even need the police's help and easily pulled Yi Qian up. Chapter 10:22. Yi Qian didn't hide anything from him. When they were the closest to each other, she whispered, "I wasn't bullied. I'm just going with the flow." "Is there a need to go with the flow?" Xia Jinyuan's voice was extremely cold. It was chilling to the bone. "Little fox, what if you really fall into the water?" Xia Jinyuan's voice was extremely cold. Yi Qian chuckled. "No, I won't let myself fall. The silver thread in my hand will help me. It won't let me fall so easily." Ever since Yao Jing had been staring at her with malice in her eyes, she knew that not only was Yao Jing forcing Yang Heng to apologize, she was also scheming against her. When Yao Jing asked her to stand on the edge of the rooftop, she said that as long as she came up, she would let bygones be bygones. Then, she would know what Yao Jing was scheming. Yao Jing was indeed ruthless to herself. She was so ruthless that she would risk her life to scheme against others. Not only was she ruthless, but her meticulous thinking also sent chills down her spine. She stood on the rooftop for half an hour. In the end, she showed signs of exhaustion from time to time. All the teachers present saw how she looked like. They saw her swaying figure, and they saw her suddenly stumble and fall backward. Following that, any accident that happened could be attributed to her exhaustion. It was a good plan, but unfortunately, she had the wrong person. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. When he jumped down from the edge of the rooftop with her in his arms, he smiled faintly. We'll solve this problem once and for all. You don't have to worry about what happens next. I'll handle it. Now that things have come to this, you don't have to do anything. I can handle it myself. Yi Qian didn't reject him. Instead, she told him the truth. I have enough evidence. Evidence that Yao Jing didn't want to jump off the building. Everything she did was to push me down. She was only 16 or 17 years old. Her nature was so bad that she could easily harm a student's life. Yao Jing was so bad that no medicine could save her. Yi Qian originally wanted to let Yao Jing do whatever she wanted under her nose, but now that things had come to this point, it was completely out of her tolerance. Then, she would have to deal with it properly. Coupled with her mother's actions, I don't think the school will tolerate it anymore. Captain Xia, I can handle things like this on my own. Yi Jian said softly. Her faint voice had a certain calmness to it. The guy who stopped me just now is called Yang. He was beaten up several times by Mother Yao, and she even asked him to pay for it with his life. Captain Xia, this time, Yao Jing won't just apologize like last time. She didn't need Xia Jinyuan to deal with things that she could handle. She wasn't the only one facing the Yao family. The school and Yang were facing it together. The Yao family wouldn't be able to get away with a simple, sorry. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything more, but his thin lips curved into a cold smile. He said softly, well then, I'll leave the school matters to you. She's such a bureaucratic office director. She has to let people know how arrogant she is. Their conversation was short. Principal Chao and Teacher Tong were the first to gather around Yi Qian. Their tense faces only relaxed when they saw that Yi Qian's feet were steady on the ground. You child. You're too disobedient. Principal Chao scolded with lingering fear. Do you know how dangerous this is? She told you to go up, so why did you really go up? Chapter 10:23. Teacher Tong did not take another look at the man who saved Yi Qian. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian. She grabbed Yi Qian's right hand and pulled his uniform upwards. Something's obviously wrong with Yao Jing, yet you're still going along with her. We have to save her, but we have to take care of our own lives too. All the teachers are here, we're all watching. Do you need to listen to what Yao Jing's mother said? Don't our teachers know that what she said is unreasonable? Look at your arm. It's bruised. His arm was pressed against the edge of the rooftop, so it was more or less injured. However, in Yi Qian's eyes, it was just a small matter. Yi Qian retracted his hand and seriously accepted the criticism of the principal and teachers. He said, at that time, I just wanted to know what she wanted to do so that I could persuade her to come down. I didn't think too much about it. I didn't expect her to suddenly push me. At that time, I was panicking. When she pushed me, I don't even know how I fell. Fortunately, I grabbed the steel bar. She spoke softly, and her serious expression made Teacher Tong's eyes sting again. Yao Jing wanted to jump off the building, but her parents forced Yi Qian to pay for it with his life. Yi Qian clearly went up to save Yao Jing, but not only did they not feel grateful, they even thought that since their daughter fell, Yi Qian should also fall. How could this be? How could they be so cruel? Principal, as a teacher, I want to seek justice for my student. I want to ask Yao Jing's parents. I want to ask them properly. What right do they have to say such shameless things? Xia Jinyuan shielded Yi Qian behind him. His deep black eyes were cold as he said, I hope the school can seek justice for Yi Qian. This matter will not end just because another student jumped down. As the principal, I won't let this matter go just like that. Principal Chao's face was ashen. He said, I'll go down and check on Yao Jing's situation first. I took a look just now. It seems that she fell on the rescue mat. The voice of the policeman downstairs came through the walkie-talkie. The policeman on duty on the rooftop replied into the walkie-talkie, the students above have been rescued. What about the students below? How's the situation? There's no problem. He's conscious. He's just scared. After the policeman downstairs said that, all the teachers on the rooftop heaved a sigh of relief. When Mother Yao heard that her daughter was fine, her originally crazy eyes lit up. Her voice was loud and urgent as she said, my daughter is fine, isn't she? Are you all right? She's conscious. The doctor is checking if she's injured. When the student's mother asked, the police officer answered truthfully, parents, you can go down and take a look. The patient is now on a stretcher. Mother Yao rushed out and went straight to the first floor. Deputy Director Yao, who hadn't stood up for a long time because of his broken tailbone, endured the pain and got up. He shyly ran down the stairs with his big belly. The form teacher of class 6 had already sprained her ankle. When she heard that Yao Jing was fine, she couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed onto the concrete floor and pressed one hand on her chest. She closed her eyes and gasped for breath. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Finally, everything is fine. To the form teacher, it was good that his student was fine. To Principal Chao, this matter was fine. However, there was something else. Excuse me, does she need to be sent to the hospital? Principal Chao asked politely. His expression was gloomy. The policeman immediately asked. After a while, an answer came from the walkie-talkie. We need to send her to the hospital for a detailed examination. But from the outside, everything seems normal. Chapter 1024. She had to be sent to the hospital for a checkup, but from the outside, everything seemed normal. Xia Jinyuan, who had a cold expression, heard this and his deep black eyes became sharp. He said to Yi Qian, when I came up, the life cushion was half full. If she had fallen a minute earlier, the life cushion wouldn't have been able to save her. She wanted to push me down, but in the end, she fell down herself. Even if she didn't fall to her death, I'm sure she was scared to death. Yi Qian moved his right hand. This hand had been through a lot this year. His old injury had just healed, and now there were new injuries. Xia Jinyuan reached out and grabbed her wrist. Teacher Tong, who had finally recovered from her shock, was about to ask Yi Qian a few questions when she looked up and saw the man who had saved Yi Qian earlier. He had a cold aura about him that made people unable to look at him directly. He was holding her favorite student's hand. From her perspective, she could clearly see the strange gentleness on the man's face. What was his relationship with Yi Qian? When she saved Yi Qian, she heard him call out, Yi Qian. She could tell that they knew each other. Knew each other. What kind of knowing each other? The way he looked at Yi Qian was unusual. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that they were a couple. As this thought flashed through her mind, Teacher Tong's breathing became heavy. Yi Qian was only in high school. This man was obviously not a student. The inexperienced Yi Qian was in a relationship with a man who had graduated from high school? Don't tell me I've been cheated. Teacher Tong, who was on high alert, walked up to Yi Qian. She didn't ask more about Yao Jing's situation. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be deceived. Yi Qian, go back to the classroom for your exam first. Although her words were directed at Yi Qian, her eyes were fixed on the strange man who could make the girls' hearts race just by looking at his face. Teacher Tong smiled and said, thank you for just now. Yi Qian needs to go back to the classroom for his exam. Do you want to let go first? In the teacher's eyes, a handsome man who pulled her student was not a good person. On the other hand, Major Xia was too handsome. Even though his expression was cold and his aura was extremely low, in Teacher Tong's eyes, he was just a bad guy who was coaxing his favorite student. Hello, Teacher Tong. Xia Jinyuan could tell that Yi Qian's homeroom teacher was wary of him. He smiled and said, I know Yi Qian. We were comrades in the same army. She couldn't possibly say that she knew Yi Qian and that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, right? It was more appropriate to say that she was his comrade. Yi Qian did not panic at all when he took the initiative to introduce himself. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not lose his composure in front of her teacher. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian smiled and said, Teacher Tong, I've known him for a few years. We knew each other in the army. Ever since Regiment Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen came to the school, Teacher Tong knew that Yi Qian grew up in the army. When she heard this, the wariness in her heart disappeared. No wonder he could rescue you so quickly. You even scared the people in the army. So he was a soldier. No wonder he could rescue Yi Qian with his bare hands. They must have a good relationship in the army. Looking at their actions, they must have a good relationship. They must have a good relationship with comrades. Boyfriend and girlfriend. It shouldn't be possible. Although Teacher Tong still had some doubts in her heart, at least she didn't think of Major Xia as a bad guy who was coaxing students. Your homeroom teacher thought I was a bad guy who was coaxing students. Xia Jinyuan's cold expression softened a lot because of the teacher's sharp eyes. This teacher had good eyesight and could see the crux of the matter at a glance. Chapter 1025. Yi Qian did not respond. He smiled at the major, whose tone had softened, and then looked at Principal Chow, who had turned around to speak to him. A student had jumped off a building, and the police needed to understand the situation at the scene. After learning that Yao Jing looked fine from the outside, Principal Chow told her everything he knew. He then said to Yi Jian, Yao Jing is fine. You can go back to the classroom and prepare for the exam. The midterm exam is very important and will be used as a reference for the direct enrollment. You can focus on the exam. The school will take care of some things before informing the students. The midterm exam was in progress. He did not want the police to leave Yi Qian and Yang Heng behind in order to understand the situation. He then said to Yang Heng, the school will inform your parents to come over. Do you have any thoughts? He meant that if Yang Heng did not want his parents to come over, the school would not do so for the time being. Since Xia Jinyuan appeared, Yang Heng, who had been secretly observing him, stopped looking at him. He suppressed his anger and said, I don't have any thoughts. The school can inform my parents to come over at any time. This time, Yao Jing went too far. He could not take it anymore. He glanced at Yi Qian and saw her standing coldly beside an unfamiliar man. Yang Heng walked over and looked straight at Yi Qian. Did Yao Jing push you once or twice? Yang Heng did not evade the question and asked directly. Principal Chow and the police officer's expressions changed. Pushed him once? Or twice? Yao Jing wanted to push Yi Qian off the building. She wanted to push Yi Qian off the building? Yang Heng, you have to take responsibility for your words. Do you understand? Principal Chow did not ask further. He reminded Yang Heng to be careful with his words and not to speak without thinking. Sometimes, a single sentence could cause a person's reputation to be ruined, and it could also cause a person to suffer a fate worse than death. His words revealed too much information, so much so that Principal Chow couldn't accept it for a while. He couldn't figure out. What was Yao Jing's motive for pushing Yi Jian off the building? If what Yang Heng said was true, then Yao Jing wanted to kill Yi Qian. Then, he would turn his thoughts into actions. This was murder. This was murder. Yang Heng's gaze did not waver, and even his expression did not change at all. He asked Yi Qian again seriously, at that time, did Yao Jing push you? Or twice? I want to confirm it. 2 times. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and said seriously, the first time, she said, Yi Qian, go to hell. She didn't push me down, but she pushed me again in a panic. You saw what happened below. She lost her balance and suddenly fell, and in the end, I was still taken down by her. My luck isn't bad. Things didn't go as she wished. Too bold, too terrifying. This kind of student was too terrifying. It's too scary. Principal Chow roared. He had always been amiable and approachable in front of the students, but he was so angry that his face turned red. After scolding a few times, he was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down rapidly. He said in a tense voice, "You two go back to the classroom and take the exam. The exam is more important now." Principal Chow looked at Yang Heng, who had a cold expression, and then looked at Yi Qian, who was able to remain calm after such a terrifying fall. His anger towards Yao Jing deepened. There was no such girl in the province. There was no such murderer. She did not even need to be persuaded to drop out. She was directly expelled and handed over to the police. Chapter 1026. The police officer was a little surprised. His gaze swept back and forth between the two students. He nodded and said, "We will investigate thoroughly. For now, you two can go back to the classroom. Officer, Yao Jing is not afraid of heights. Also, she has been learning to dance since she was a child. Her sense of balance is quite good. She can stand on the rooftop for half an hour to an hour without any problems." When Yang Heng went downstairs, he provided the police with another useful clue because his tolerance for Yao Jing was already negative. Xia Jinyuan smiled and whispered to Yi Qian beside him, "This boy's voice sounds a little familiar." "Captain Xia, I think it sounds a little familiar to you." When he spoke, you had already sized him up twice. Yi Qian did not give him face and said with a smile, "He and Yao Jing have known each other for more than 10 years. Unfortunately, Yao Jing is too stubborn. As long as he talks to a girl or gets close to her, Yao Jing will secretly deal with that girl. I was not familiar with Yang Heng at all before. For some reason, I was targeted by Yao Jing. She even wanted to kill me. What an unexpected disaster. She didn't have any relationship with Yang Heng, nor did she have any excessive interactions with him in school. Yet, she was targeted by Yao Jing. Wasn't it an unexpected disaster for her to be targeted by her perverted obsession? The most pitiful person was Yang Heng. Having such a terrifying childhood sweetheart, he was under too much pressure. Students nowadays are really worrying. Young people want to kill someone over a trivial matter. If this matter is not handled properly, the reputation of the school will be ruined. While the police were questioning Yang Heng, Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian to stay by his side and whispered, "Little fox, you have a good chance of winning this time. The provincial first high school is a century-old school. It is the poster of the southern province's education industry. Principal Chow is an upright person and will not suppress this matter. That girl who wants to kill you will harm herself in the end. For people with evil intentions, life is like a prison to her. Yao Jing has evil intentions. She will reap the consequences of her own actions." Yi Qian looked at the time. It was already 15 minutes past the second exam in the morning. "I'll go back for the exam first. Take a walk around the school. I'll come and find you in the afternoon." Major Xia was not in a good mood when he rushed over and encountered such a situation. He knew who Yao Jing was, and he also knew Yao Jing's parents. They were Deputy Director Yao's family, who had insulted Little Fox and thought the matter was over with just an apology. Today's matter was not as easy to resolve as the previous time. He didn't encounter it the last time, but this time, he encountered it. He listened to her and didn't interfere with the school matters, but he wasn't sure about the matters outside. "Go take the exam first. I'm afraid you and that boy will have to go out of school in the afternoon. Don't worry about it." After he finished speaking, he pinched Yi Jian's cheek affectionately with his slender fingers and bent over. The smile on his handsome face was as gentle as water as he said, "Take your exams well. I'll be leaving first." There was nothing for him to do here. After speaking to Yi Qian, he turned to the boy who had been secretly observing him. "Yang Heng. Thank you for your hard work." He knew Yi Qian in the army and acted intimately with Yi Qian. Was it really just because they knew each other? Was it because they were comrades? Yi Qian did not join the army. How could it be because they were comrades? Yang Heng thought to himself. His expression did not change as he said seriously, "It's my duty." On his birthday, Wang Jin said he saw a man coming out of Yi Qian's room. Was it him? It might be possible. Chapter 1027. Yi Qian didn't like physical contact with others, but this wasn't the first time this man had interacted with her. Yi Qian didn't resist at all. Obviously, the two of them had interacted with each other regularly, and Yi Qian was already used to it. Sitting back in the exam room, Yang Heng thought for a few minutes before picking up his pen and starting to do the questions. He didn't expect to get a high score in math this time. The last few questions were blank, so he could only score in the next few subjects. Yi Qian had already picked up his pen and started on English. She had missed the first few listening questions, so she couldn't hide her abilities like she did in the monthly exams. At 12:10 p.m., the English exam was over. And Jessen rushed to Yi Qian like a gust of wind. Why did I hear that? Yao Jing jumped off a building? Although the students were allowed to stay in the classroom after the math exam, there were always students in the class who needed to go to the bathroom. Coupled with Yao Jing's mother's cries, the students more or less heard the commotion. Faced with Jessen's inquiry, Yi Qian put away his stationery and asked her, "How was the exam? Did you do all the math exams?" Before the school made a statement, Yi Qian wouldn't casually talk about Yao Jing's incident. "This math exam was okay. At least I didn't have the bad feeling of losing a layer of skin after the exam." And Jessen didn't ask further. She brought up the 2 exams and answered proudly, "Passing is no problem." To her, as long as she passed the exams, that was enough. At noon, the news of Yao Jing jumping off a building spread to all the classes. As for who exactly jumped off the building, it wasn't clear. But after the exams in the afternoon, all the second-year classes knew that the girl who jumped off the building was Yao Jing from second-year class 6. As a witness, Wang Dandan immediately went to the hospital after the exams. She didn't dare to stay in school. She was scared. This matter had blown up quite a lot. It was so huge that it was beyond what she could bear. All the second-year classes knew about it, and soon, so did the third-year class. The last to know was the first-year class. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, the reputation of the century-old school was indeed affected by the suicide of a student. Yang Heng's family was not the only one who knew Deputy Director Yao's family. There were other parents who worked in government offices. No, it's just a quarrel between children. Mai Jingjing was unhappy and couldn't hold back her tears during the exam. She was afraid that it would affect her classmates, so she left the classroom. Jump off a building? Impossible. There was no such thing. You must have heard wrongly. Mai Jingjing has always been cheerful. How could she do such a bigoted thing? Yes. She went to the rooftop to cry. How could there be rumors of her jumping off a building? Ha, no, we are fine. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye. Less than an hour after the exam ended, Deputy Director Yao's phone began to ring. Mother Yao immediately switched it off. She didn't want to receive such a call at all. No, it's just a quarrel between children. Mai Jingjing was unhappy and couldn't hold back her tears during the exam. She was afraid that it would affect her classmates, so she left the classroom. What kind of people were they? You don't ask about good things, but ask about things like this. Come, open your mouth. Mother Yao cut the peeled apple into small pieces and stuck a toothpick into the pieces for Yao Jing, who was lying on the hospital bed. Eat the apple and have a good rest. Deputy Director Yao's phone rang again, and Mother Yao lost her temper. Old Yao, Jingjing wants to rest. Can you switch off your phone? Don't disturb her rest, okay? Do you think I don't want her to rest? His daughter had escaped death, and he was still overjoyed. His friends who knew him were calling him one after another. How could he switch off his phone at this time? Yao Jing nibbled on the apple. The gloominess on her face had yet to dissipate. She said, "You all know that I jumped off a building? Did you say anything else? For example, who pushed her off the building?" Chapter 1028. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's face was extremely dignified. After looking at his daughter for a while, he couldn't bear to say harsh words. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "Jing Jing, you killed 1,000 enemies, but lost 800 of your own men. Yi Qian didn't fall. I can say that she pushed me down. Even if I lose 800 of my own men, I will accept it." With a gloomy expression on her face, she bit the apple as if it was Yi Qian's bone. "And I made Yang Heng apologize. Let's see how he will face me in school in the future." Someone suddenly pushed the door open. It wasn't a gentle push, but a forceful push with both hands. Mother Yang's eyes were cold. She rushed over with a face full of anger. She didn't give Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife any time to react. She, who had always been gentle, raised her hand, and a slap fell on Mother Yao's face. This slap contained all of Mother Yang's strength. Mother Yao, who was still holding the apple in her hand and still wanted to smile, fell back into her chair. There was a red and white handprint on Mother Yao's face. "My son has 4 wounds on his body. Li Shuhe, I don't only want to hit you now, I also want to sue you for intentional injury." Mother Yang wasn't angry, but she was exceptionally calm. "Your own daughter wanted to jump off a building, and you want my son to pay with his life. I want to see how you will make my son pay with his life for your daughters." The slap didn't only stun Mother Yao, it also stunned Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. Then, he immediately stood in front of him and said to Bureau Chief Yang, "Old Yang, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Then he said to Mother Yang, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood, really misunderstood." Father Yao and Mother Yao were stunned. Needless to say, Yao Jing was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes wide open. She looked at Mother Yang in disbelief. Auntie Song, who was very gentle to her family, actually hit her mother. How could it be? How could Auntie Song hit people? Footsteps could be heard from the open door of the ward. Each of the footsteps carried a cold aura as they approached. Yao Jing looked up at the door in a daze. When she saw who was walking at the front, her face revealed a look of panic. "Uncle Yao, I was hit by Auntie Li, is this a misunderstanding?" Auntie Li rushed up to me, scolded me indiscriminately, and hit me. "Is this a misunderstanding?" Yao Jing tried to force me to apologize by jumping off a building. "Is that a misunderstanding?" Yang Heng walked over. He was not alone. There were a few police officers and 2 teachers from the school with him. The last to walk over was Yi Qian and Principal Chow. Seeing so many people suddenly come, Deputy Director Yao's face suddenly turned ugly. He said to Yang Heng with a sullen face, "Heng Heng, Jing Jing was pushed down from the 6th floor. She is still on the drip. Why did you bring so many people here?" His gaze swept across Yi Qian's face. It was obvious that the person who pushed Yao Jing down was Yi Qian. "Old Yao, I only found out today that you really know how to distort the truth." Director Yang suddenly laughed. Although he was laughing, his eyes were exceptionally cold. "Xiao Yi, Yang Heng, all the teachers know that they went up to save your daughter. You, on the other hand, not only did you not thank them, you even wronged them. Old Yao, we have to settle the score today. We can't just let it go like we did in the past." Mother Yao, who was in a daze, finally woke up. She threw the bowl of apples in her hand to the ground and directly threw herself at Mother Yang. "Song Huiying, you dare to hit me? I will fight with you, I will fight with you." Chapter 1029. Mother Yao, who had always been proud and arrogant, had never been slapped in public before. Mother Yang's slap was equivalent to slapping her face, so how could she endure it? Ashamed and angry, she rushed over and reached out to scratch Mother Yang's face. Yao Jing wanted to pretend to be weak, but seeing her mother suffer, she didn't care about the 4 drip in her hand. She jumped out of bed and cried, "Don't, Mom. Don't. Don't." How could she fight with Auntie Song? Children quarreled with other children and reconciled, but once adults fought with each other, it would become a grudge. She had finally forced Yang Heng to apologize and make him promise not to ignore her in the future. She had done so many things to break the deadlock, so how could she accept the two families falling out and becoming a grudge? Yang Heng, quickly catch Auntie Song. My mother is still angry because of me. Can you quickly pull Auntie Song away? If there's anything, wait until I'm discharged and we can discuss it. She couldn't quarrel, she absolutely couldn't quarrel. Even if she wanted to quarrel, she couldn't quarrel in front of so many people. Also, the police's arrival was a bit strange. There was also a problem with the school. If they really wanted to visit her, why didn't she see her class teacher and classmates? Why did they ask Yi Qian to come? How many teachers did they come together? No, the situation wasn't right. Their expressions weren't right. All of a sudden, Yao Jing panicked. Her brain spun quickly, and her grip on Mother Yao's arm tightened around her mother's waist as she wailed, "Mom, I'm in pain, I'm in pain. Don't be angry, okay? I'm in pain, I'm in pain." Something was wrong, something was wrong. They definitely didn't want to visit her. They all came empty-handed, so how could they come to visit her? The whole ward was in chaos. After slapping Yang Heng's face, Mother Yang stood in the same place. Even if Mother Yao rushed over, she was still calm. She coldly looked at Mother Yao, who still had the face to make a scene. She pulled Yang Heng's wrist and pulled up his sleeve, revealing a rather ferocious whip wound. "This is the injury on my son's arm. It's the lightest injury among all the other injuries. Li Shuhe, I only gave you one slap. Wasn't it too light?" Mother Yang said calmly. Her usually gentle face became stern because of her son's injury. This wound caused Yao Jing to panic even more. Her heartbeat became uncontrollably erratic. What was going on? Was the wound on Yang Heng's arm caused by his mother? When did this happen? How come she didn't know? "Yang Heng, take off your jacket." Mother Yang had never shown such strength in her son's injury. After she finished speaking, she unzipped Yang Heng's school uniform and pulled up his shirt. Yi Jian, who was standing behind Yang Heng, finally saw the severity of the injuries on his back. There were 2 bruises on his left and right shoulders. What was even more shocking was the injury in the middle of his back. It was both bruised and purple, and there were even traces of blood on the surface of his skin. When she was suspended in the air, she did hear that Mother Yao was beating someone up. She also heard Mother Yao's insults, but she didn't expect Yang Heng to be injured in the presence of so many teachers. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was speechless. Even he was shocked by the wound on Yang Heng's back. How could it be so serious? This kind of fighting style completely beat Yang Heng to death. When Yao Jing saw the injury on Yang Heng's back, she couldn't accept it and covered her mouth to avoid screaming. Chapter 1030. Mother Yao, who was worried about her daughter, also saw the scene. Her face stiffened and her eyes flickered. Why was it so hard? Did she hit him so hard? She didn't seem to have hit him that hard. She only remembered hitting him a few times. How did he end up like this? Wasn't this boy a little too delicate? Li Shuhe, if it weren't for the fact that our families have known each other for so many years, I wouldn't have just slapped you. Mother Yang, who had the temperament of a scholar, didn't lose her composure even after hitting Mother Yao. She was so angry that she saw Mother Yao's eyes flicker. Mother Yang turned around and said to the police officer, "Officer, I would like to apply for an injury evaluation. This matter will go through legal procedures." What were officials most afraid of? Officials were most afraid of getting involved in a lawsuit. Mother Yao, who was still unwilling to give up, immediately said, "Huiying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really didn't think of anything at that time. I was anxious and angry, so I lost my mind and did something inappropriate. I apologize to Heng Heng. This matter is my fault. I shouldn't have done that." She immediately looked at Yang Heng and said guiltily, "Heng Heng, you also saw it at that time. Jing Jing was standing on the rooftop and could fall at any time. Auntie was so worried that I only wanted to pull Jing Jing up faster. Later, when Jing Jing was pushed down, Auntie was stunned. At that time, I really didn't think of anything. I only thought of Jing Jing. Can you forgive Auntie this time? Auntie didn't hit you on purpose. I don't know if I hit you at that time. Even your Uncle Yao was hit by Auntie. Good child, forgive Auntie this time. Auntie really didn't hit you on purpose. Yang Heng didn't take the injuries on his body to heart. Mother Yao's apology was dispensable to him and wasn't important. On the contrary, her words Jing Jing was pushed down by someone made Yang Heng's eyes turn cold. Auntie, let's not talk about you hitting me for now. I want to ask, why did you say that Jing Jing was pushed down? Who pushed her down? Who else could it be? Who else could it be other than Yi Qian? Mother Yao couldn't wait to change the topic. She didn't want the old neighbor to say that she hit her son. She pointed at Yi Qian and shouted, Yi Qian, you're so cruel. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Are you worthy of the troops that nurtured you? Are you worthy of your mother? Too ruthless. In order to climb up the social ladder, he even killed people. How can a person like you stay in school? Principal Chow, I strongly request that the province expel her. Principal Chow's face was ashen. After hearing Mother Yao's words, he sneered, you're right. He's so vicious at such a young age. We can't keep such a student in our school. We can't let a piece of rat poop spoil the whole pot of soup. That's right. The province no. One high school is a century-old school. Today's matter has never happened before. For the sake of the century-old school's reputation, let's settle this matter today. Director Yang said with a serious face and said to Deputy Director Yao, Old Yao, we have to rush back to school now. We have to figure out who is the one who is pushing the other down. Director Yang's words carried enough weight to make the Yao family's expressions change. Uncle Yang, I'm now. Yao Jing's face was slightly pale. She suppressed the panic in her heart and tried to appear delicate. I might need to stay in the hospital for observation. Director Yang smiled and said, it's okay. We've just consulted the doctor. You can be discharged. There's no need for observation. Chapter 1031. Bureau Chief Yang's smile made Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's face turn gloomy and cold. Because today's matter was settled today, the old Yang family already hated his own family. Otherwise, old Yang wouldn't be pressuring him like this. Old Yang, why don't we sit down and settle this properly? My daughter fell down the stairs. Deputy Director Yao said, still refusing to go to school with the excuse that Yao Jing needed to rest. However, the Yao family had no choice but to go to school. Yi Qian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up, Deputy Director Yao, your wife said that I pushed Yao Jing. This matter can't be settled just by sitting down. In order to save Yao Jing, I almost fell off the cliff. Not only did I not receive your family's gratitude, but I was also wronged by you. I won't let this matter pass so easily. 5 minutes after they entered, Yi Qian's first words made Yao Jing's face turn pale. She glared at Yi Qian fiercely. A weasel paying a visit to a chicken is up to no good. Is there anything you won't do for Yang Heng? Little fox, you wouldn't even kill for me. Why would anyone think that you would do something bad for a boy you've known for less than 2 months? Xia Jinyuan walked over with a smile. Behind her was Xia Yiwei and an elegant man who was about 35 years old. When Xia Yiwei saw Yi Jian, her red lips curled up as she walked over. She smiled and said, I told you that my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. I saw you getting off the car with Director Yang, but sixth brother didn't believe me. Deputy Director Yao knew the secretary of the southern province's governor, Director Yang knew her, and even Mother Yao knew her. She walked over to Yi Qian and hugged Yi Qian intimately. She smiled and said, why did you come to the hospital so late at night? I told old Six to pick you up in the evening and have dinner together, but he said you had exams and didn't have time to come. I did have exams, but something came up and I had to come to the hospital. Yi Qian's gaze slid past Xia Jinyuan's face. Why did he come to the hospital? Did he come for me? Or was it just to accompany Xia Yue? Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, smiled and said, "We're here to see an old friend. This is my sister's old classmate. I didn't expect to see you here. What's the matter? Haven't you settled the matter during the day?" As soon as they appeared in the ward, the atmosphere in the room became a little strange, especially when Deputy Director Yao and his mother glanced at Xia Yue and then at Xia Jinyuan. At the same time, their eyes showed their vigilance. The couple was very surprised. They were surprised that Yi Qian knew the provincial governor's secretary. Chief Yang smiled and spoke politely to Xia Yue. At the same time, they talked about the day's events. We were all very surprised. Originally, we were trying to save someone. Who would have thought that we would be accused of murder? This isn't a small matter. Saving someone has turned into killing someone. We have to investigate this thoroughly. Yi Qian, I'll go with you. How can you not have an adult by your side? Xia Yue didn't look at Deputy Director Yao and his wife's expressions. She held Yi Qian's hand and smiled. Don't be afraid. Those who save people won't kill, and those who kill won't live in peace. The Yao family didn't have a choice whether to go to school or not. They had to go even if they didn't want to. When Yao Jing left the hospital, Yi Qian saw that she was biting her lower lip so hard that it was about to bleed. What made Mother Yao unable to accept was that her family of 3 had to sit in the police car. Chapter 1032. The police car led the way and the siren sounded so loud that it could be heard by the whole city. Yao Jing became unusually calm after getting into the car. Her fingertips were trembling slightly. She didn't dare to speak to her parents, nor did she dare to raise her head. This was because, sitting opposite her was a police officer with a serious face without a trace of a smile. Where did the Yi Qian come from? How did he even know the provincial secretary, Xia Yue? I'm so angry, so angry. That arrogant look just now made me want to slap her twice. In the ward, Mother Yao didn't say a word. Although she was an office director, she was far inferior to Xia Yue. Every time she saw Xia Yue, she didn't have the right to speak up. Even her husband, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, didn't speak up. With Xia Yue around, Mother Yao didn't dare to speak up. Now that they were in the police car, Mother Yao dared to speak up in front of a police officer. Don't say so much. It's obvious that Secretary Xia is here to support Yi Qian. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. In front of the police, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was more cautious than his wife. He was really afraid that if he said something, the police officer sitting opposite them would take note of it and pass it on to Xia Yue. He didn't know Yi Qian's background, but he was sure of one thing: she had a good relationship with Secretary Xia. Mother Yao's heart was pent up. After being slapped by Mother Yang, she had no choice but to swallow her anger and spit it out. It wasn't easy for her to teach Yi Jian a lesson and vent the resentment in her heart. Who knew that Secretary Xia would come over and make her continue to hold her anger and not say anything more? Now that they were in the car, she still couldn't speak. Mother Yao frowned and said angrily, "I have a stomach full of resentment. If you don't let me speak, I'll get sick from holding it in." As she spoke, she grabbed her daughter's hand and suddenly exclaimed, "Jing Jing, what's wrong with you? Why is your hand so cold?" It was ice cold, as if she was holding a block of ice. Even her palm didn't have a trace of warmth. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao also quickly held his daughter's hand. His brows furrowed. "Is it cold? Do you want to wear more clothes?" It wasn't her body that was cold, but her heart. Raising her eyes, Yao Jing's lips trembled as she asked her father softly, "Dad, I want to know. Is the Secretary Xia you're talking about very powerful? More powerful than you?" She asked very softly, afraid that the police officer sitting opposite her would hear her. "Secretary Xia, the people around the governor can't be said to be more powerful than our parents. They can only be said to be closer to the center of power. Father only met the governor a few times at the end of the year, but she appeared by the governor's side every day. The officials she met were all extraordinary. Deputy Director Yao would not hide some things from his daughter. Knowing the rules of the officialdom in advance was also beneficial to her growth. She would know who she could not offend and who she needed to be careful with. Yao Jing felt that she couldn't even breathe properly. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably and her eyes were filled with panic. Dad, is Secretary Xia here to support Yi Qian? What should I do then? What should we do? What should we do? Could she still say that it was Yi Qian who pushed her down? Let's talk after we get out of the car. Deputy Director Yao sighed and secretly exchanged glances with his wife. It would take a lot of effort to resolve this matter. He hoped that Secretary Xia would not be too calculative on account of Jing Jing's status as a child. Chapter 1033. That's right, that's what Deputy Bureau Chief Yao thought. He thought that Yao Jing was still a child, and that adults should be tolerant of her mistakes. That's what he thought, but he didn't understand that Yao Jing had repeatedly challenged other people's bottom line. He also didn't know that in other people's eyes, Yao Jing wasn't even a child. A 17-year-old child, is there? A 17-year-old teenager. Yao Jing was scared. She was really scared now. Especially when she heard her parents say that Xia Yiwei wasn't someone her family could afford to offend, her heart sank. She didn't want to go to school at all. She wanted to jump out of the car and run away. Facing the sharp gaze of the police, Yao Jing didn't have the courage to run away all the way to school. At night, the lights of the provincial first high school were still bright. Exams were held during the day, and self-study classes were still held at night. The campus lights cast shadows on the branches of the trees, flickering between light and dark. Even the silhouettes of the people were blurry. Yi Qian walked side by side with Xia Yiwei, and Xia Jinyuan walked on the right. The three of them walked side by side, leaving Bureau Chief Yang and the rest half a step behind. They walked on the right side of Xia Yiwei. Bureau Chief Yang was quite familiar with Xia Yiwei. He could still smile and talk while walking, unlike Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who couldn't find a chance to speak. However, he wasn't in the mood to talk to Xia Yiwei. After he got out of the car, he kept reminding Yao Jing, no matter what they say later, you just have to remember to apologize. If they ask you why you went to the rooftop, just say that you quarreled with Yang Heng and felt upset and wanted to get some fresh air. You must not say that you wanted to jump off the building. Also, don't say that Yi Qian pushed you down. Yao Jing's mother was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She's really our daughter's nemesis. Yang Heng is really too much. He's always protecting Yi Qian, but he doesn't know how much he's protecting Jing Jing. Yang Heng must have been possessed by a demon. Maybe we're wrong. Yi Qian and Yang Heng are not in the relationship we imagined. A handsome man's face flashed across Deputy Director Yao's mind. He looked back thoughtfully and saw a tall and straight figure standing beside Yi Jian from the beginning to the end, guarding her like an unshakable mountain. When he appeared, no one was in his eyes. He only saw Yi Qian. Even when old Yang said something, he only responded indifferently. His expression was even more arrogant than Secretary Xia's. Mother Yao scoffed in disdain. She's just a village girl. Meeting a guy like Yang Heng is like a fly to a piece of meat. How could she bear to let him go? Don't be so rash. You're just a village girl. Do you see any trace of the countryside in Yi Qian? Also, look at her resume. Which part of her is worse than Jing Jing's? Everything is better than Jing Jing. You didn't study in high school for a year, but you took the exam again. Your total score was among the top in the province, and you entered the provincial first high school. You even skipped a grade to enter the second year. She was still in town in middle school, but she was able to represent the country in Australia and win a gold medal. What about Jing Jing? What does Jing Jing have? Is she better than Yi Qian in school? Can she represent the country in international competitions? Can she speak fluent English? At this moment, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao seemed to have been enlightened. He was suddenly clear-headed. Looking at Xia Yiwei and then looking at Major Xia standing beside Yi Qian, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao recognized the truth before his wife did. The truth was that his daughter was not as good as Yi Qian. Chapter 1034. Mother Yao did not say anything. She was speechless. In comparison, she thought that her daughter was better than Yi Qian in every aspect, but she could not compare to Yi Qian in any aspect. After a while, Mother Yao gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Then I'm better than her too. She's just a country bumpkin who didn't follow the school rules and tried to seduce Yangheng to change her identity. So what if her grades are good? Who would want to look up to someone with such a bad character? Take a good look at Secretary Xia, then look at the man who is close to Xia Yiwei. Aren't you women the best at understanding these things? Why, can't you see the relationship between Yi Qian and them?" Deputy Bureau Chief Yao could not describe his feelings. They treated Yangheng as the best son-in-law and were afraid that he would be snatched away. But look what happened. Yi Qian probably had no idea at all. Mother Yao had just turned around, but before she could take a closer look, she was frightened by Xia Jinyuan's cold and sharp gaze. She immediately turned back. "Dad, Mom, please stop talking. My head is swelling." Yao Jing, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. At this moment, she was only afraid. Even with her parents by her side, she was still afraid. Whenever she saw the police walking in front of her, as well as the backs of Principal Chow and the other teachers, she was so afraid that every cell in her body would scream and tremble. She was afraid of the police, afraid of Xia Yiwei, afraid of Principal Chow, afraid of the teachers. Now, she was afraid of everyone. No one knew better than herself what she was afraid of. She was so afraid that they would find out that she was the one who pushed Yi Qian down the stairs first. She was the one who purposely let Yi Qian come up and then tried to push Yi Qian down the stairs. No, she could not be so afraid. She had to stay calm, she had to stay calm. She could not let others see that she was guilty and afraid. She could not lose to Yi Qian. She could not lose to someone she had always looked down on. Yao Jing tried to straighten her back so that she would not appear inferior in front of Yi Qian. However, she did not know that in Yi Qian's eyes, she was no longer a threat. "I found a girl who has dance skills like her. She already stood on the stage half an hour ago. Later, you will stand on the stage according to your previous position and repeat the scene with that student." Xia Jinyuan, who had scared Mother Yao away with a glare, smirked coldly and said to Yi Qian, "This kind of trouble is trouble. Let's deal with it once and for all. Don't let these trivial matters ruin your high school life. If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment you deserve. If you want to use the laughable excuse of, 'I'm still a child and I don't know anything,' to escape the punishment, you are too naive." This time, Yi Qian had no objections. She wasn't magnanimous enough to let go of someone who wanted her life. Sixth brother has always done things appropriately. Previously, you were afraid that his appearance would affect his image, so you forbade him from doing anything. But now, his face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Xia Yiwei distanced herself from Bureau Chief Yang and his family. She smiled and teased them, "He really wanted to do something for you to show off. But you didn't give him a chance and made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't have a moment of peace at my place. Sometimes, he would get up and walk around. Sometimes, he would pick up the phone and put it down. Sometimes, he would watch TV and then turn it off. He made so much noise that my head hurt the whole afternoon." Chapter 1035. In the car, Xia Yiwei had made it clear that she was supporting Yi Qian. Now, she was teasing Xia Jinyuan. It was obvious that she had a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian smiled and glanced at Xia Jinyuan. His voice was gentle as he replied, "I always thought that I could solve the school's problems by myself. That's why I didn't want to trouble him. Your problems are my problems. I've never thought that it was troublesome. Besides, if there's a faster, more stable way to solve it, why do we have to take the long way around?" Xia Jinyuan was afraid that Yi Qian would reject him at a time like this. His expression was serious as he said, "We shouldn't waste time on Yao Jing. Let's end this quickly so that she won't stir up trouble later. She tried to jump off a building during an exam for personal reasons, forced another student to apologize to her, and even tried to push you off the building. The province's century-old school will not allow a student like her to continue studying here. Little fox, we have to know how to take advantage of the situation and not give her any room to retaliate. Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle when he said all this in one breath without any pause. How afraid was he that he would reject him? He said it all in one breath. Wasn't he afraid of stifling himself? I know. That's why I went to the hospital. Principal Chow told me about your arrangement and agreed with it. If I really objected to it and didn't allow you to help me, I would have rejected him when he asked. Xia Jinyuan coughed awkwardly when his thoughts were exposed. Your principal. I clearly told him not to tell you first, in case you didn't agree, but he actually sold me out. For the sake of the school's reputation and to prevent this kind of bad atmosphere from spreading, Principal Chow would definitely not tolerate it. Principal Chow, who was the first to enter the school building, turned around to look at Yao Jing, then at Yi Qian. His hands on the staircase railings tightened. He glanced at Yao Jing coldly before he went upstairs. The wind was strong upstairs and it felt a little cold to the neck. Usually, the rooftop was dark, but tonight, it was brightly lit, illuminating the entire rooftop as if it was daytime. When Yao Jing came up, she saw that the teachers who had appeared on the rooftop during the day were all there. When she saw a girl with a similar figure as her standing at the edge of the rooftop where she had stood during the day, her heart skipped a beat. The panic that she had tried so hard to suppress intensified. What was the school trying to do? Yao Jing, come and see if this girl is standing where you were during the day. The serious-looking police officer opened his mouth and pointed to the rooftop. His sharp eyes looked at the student who was trying to hide behind his parents and said in a deep voice, "You have to look carefully." Deputy Director Yao and his wife didn't understand the situation in front of them at all. Although they didn't understand, their intuition told them that the following situation was definitely not good for their daughter. The child was frightened. How could he remember clearly? It's almost done. It's almost done. Mother Yao said impatiently as she hugged Yao Jing tightly. This place had left her with bad memories, and she still had lingering fears when she stood on the rooftop. Xia Yiwei opened her mouth and said lightly, "Child?" Was Director Li carrying a child? How old was the child? 3 years old? 6 years old? I don't think so. She should be at least 15 years old. 15 years old is still a child. Director Li, if I remember correctly, the United Nations World Health Organization classifies children above the age of 13 as adolescents. Director Li, you're not carrying a child. You're carrying a teenager. Chapter 1036. Secretary Xia, in the eyes of us parents, children will always be children. There's no such thing as a teenager. What was the relationship between Secretary Xia and Yi Qian? Why was she always speaking up for Yi Qian? In the hospital, she vaguely heard Yi Qian calling Secretary Xia, Sister Xia. At that time, she was so angry with Song Huiying that she didn't pay attention to it. Now that she was speaking up for Yi Qian again and again, Mother Yao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had taken a few steps forward, didn't pay attention to what was happening behind him. He looked at the setup on the rooftop. The evening wind was cold, but there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. Things were getting more and more out of hand, making him more and more uncertain. Xia Yiwei walked to Mrs. Yao's side and looked at Yao Jing with a smile that did not look like a smile. She said slowly, "Director Li, you must have read a lot of books, right? Why do you sound like an illiterate?" In my eyes, Director Li's child is already an adult. Since she's an adult, she has to be responsible for her words and actions. She can't run away just because Director Li thinks that she's infallible. Mother Yao was a little flustered. Secretary Xia was a little overbearing. "No, Secretary Xia. Our Jing Jing is just immature. Don't judge her because she's 16 or 17 years old. She's no different from a child. Her far-fetched explanation made Xia Yiwei narrow her eyes. She looked at Yao Jing from head to toe and said with a smile, I couldn't tell. She doesn't seem to have a problem with her IQ. Directorly, I think your daughter is very healthy. She said that her clever daughter had a problem with her IQ? Mother Yao was so angry that she couldn't maintain her composure. She forced a smile and explained, Secretary Xia, there's nothing wrong with my daughter. She's very healthy. Directorly, why are you so contradictory? One moment, you say that your daughter is 16 or 17 years old and her IQ is no different from a child. The next moment, you say that there's nothing wrong with her IQ. Directorly, are you kidding me? Xia Yiwei's face turned cold. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and said, since there's no problem with your IQ, 16 or 17 years old is considered a teenager. You can think of it that way, but in my eyes, Director Li's daughter is definitely not a child, but a teenager with her own opinions, thoughts, and independent behavior. Secretary Xia, my Jingjing, I don't know what your Jingjing is like, but I do know that Director Li's daughter is very powerful. You're so powerful that I feel a chill down my spine when I stand next to you. Xia Yiwei was no longer as polite as before. They were so vicious and vicious. As their parents, not only did they not educate them, but they also blindly protected them. Why should she be polite to them? If they could bully Yi Qian today, they could bully others tomorrow. Keeping such a student in the provincial No. 1 middle school was a disgrace to the southern province's education industry. Xia Yiwei's domineering attitude left Mrs. Yao at a loss. Why wasn't her Jingjing a child? He was clearly an immature child. Even if she was the governor's secretary, she couldn't be so unreasonable. Her cold expression made Xia Yiwei reveal a mocking smile. How could such a person become an office director? She should be investigated thoroughly. The police officer who was waiting for Yao Jing's response waited until Xia Yiwei left before continuing to ask, Yao Jing, you better confirm it. Also, I need to remind you that in our eyes, you're not a child, but a teenager. A teenager with her own opinions, thoughts, and independent behavior. Chapter 1037. The policeman's words made Mother Yao's liver ache. You better watch your attitude. How dare you threaten my daughter? I won't let you off. Directorly, this is just a routine matter. Please cooperate. Thank you. Her threat did not affect the policeman in charge of this matter. They had encountered this kind of situation too many times. He asked Yao Jing again, you better go over and confirm it with your father. Director Yang, who came up a step later, deliberately stopped. He waited for the policeman to finish speaking before he said to his wife, Old Yao's family really kicked an iron plate this time. With Xia Yiwei's support, Yi Qian won't be wrong today. With Secretary Xia's protection, I can't acknowledge Yi Qian as my goddaughter. Mother Yang sighed softly. Her gaze fell on Yi Qian and she smiled. That's fine. You don't have to worry about her being bullied by the Yao family. Yang Heng heard this and laughed softly. Mom, even if Yi Qian is alone, no one can bully her. Also, I'm relieved that you don't acknowledge Yi Qian as your goddaughter. I don't feel any pressure now. How could an older brother not feel pressure when he had a powerful younger sister? With a powerful friend, he would not feel any pressure. He would only feel honored. Director Yang laughed and scolded, Brat, I know you're unhappy. Hurry up and take a look. The Yao family won't be able to get away easily. Our family doesn't hit people when they're down. If there's one, there's one. If there's two, there's two. We won't exaggerate or say anything. Old Yao and his wife had beaten his son to death. He was already being magnanimous by saying what he wanted to say. Director Yang glanced at the old neighbor who was talking to Principal Chow and said, Old Yao won't cry until he sees the coffin. Tonight, I'll let him know how much of a failure he has in educating Jing. He won't think that he failed in his education. He will only say that his child is still young and doesn't know anything. Mother Yang coldly replied and followed her son's footsteps to the edge of the rooftop. Just as Mother Yang said, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who had a premonition that something was wrong, explained to Principal Chow, "My Jingjing is still a child. She doesn't know anything, so we can't scare her like this." Principal Chow said coldly, "If I ask Yi Qian to beat up Yao Jing now, will Deputy Director Yao still think that the child is immature? If that's the case, that's fine too. Yi Qian has been wronged by you and is very angry. Why don't you let her beat up Yao Jing to vent her anger? She's just a child anyway and doesn't know any better." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao was speechless for a long time. He had always thought that his daughter was a child, but he had never thought that Yi Qian, who was just like his daughter, was also a child. "What do you think? If you agree, I'll call Yi Qian over now." Seeing this, Principal Chow's eyes became colder. He really did call Yi Qian over. "Yi Qian, come over here." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao immediately stopped him. Don't. Principal Chow, my Jingjing is immature, but Yi Qian is mature. How can you let her beat up Yao Jing for no reason? That's not right, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. In my eyes, Yi Qian is a child. And Yao Jing is mature. Principal Chow seriously repeated, "In my eyes, Yi Qian is a child." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao pulled a long face and said, "Yi Qian is mature." Chapter 1038. In my eyes, Yi Qian doesn't know any better. She's just a child who doesn't know any better. Principal Chow watched as Yi Qian walked over. Her frail body and strong steps made her look like a stalk of bamboo that wouldn't bend no matter how many times it was torn apart. Even the adults were full of admiration for her. In my eyes, Yi Qian is just a child. How can Deputy Bureau Chief Yao be so sure that Yi Qian isn't a child? At this point, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao finally understood. Once she understood, her face instantly turned ashen and her eyes dimmed. Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying Yi Qian, glanced at the defeated Deputy Bureau Chief Yao. His thin lips curved slightly as he said to Yi Qian, "Stand in your original position. This time, you don't have to worry about anyone pushing you down. Yao Jing is going to cry if I stand here." Yi Qian smiled as he glanced at Yao Jing, who had followed the police to the spot where she jumped off the building earlier in the day. His voice was as cold as the night wind. "There's no use crying. We have to deal with her as we should. As you said, I won't let her stir up trouble in my high school life." Good self-awareness. Although it's a little late, it's not too late. Xia Jinyuan walked side by side with Yi Qian. When he reached Principal Chow, he didn't say anything about keeping his distance. From his attitude, it was clear that he didn't mind at all that speaking up for Yi Qian would affect him in any way. How could Principal Chow really order Yi Qian to hit Yao Jing? When she came over, he said in a deep voice, "After Yao Jing confirms it, stand in her position and repeat what she said earlier. Don't be afraid of anything. Secretary Xia, the police, and I are all here." His words made it difficult for Deputy Bureau Chief Yao to back down. By the time Yi Qian, who had fastened the safety belt around his waist, stood in her original position and turned on the snow-white light, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, whose face was already ashen, suddenly felt his vision darken. They were so far away. Why did Jing suddenly think of pushing Yi Qian down the stairs? Yi Qian, who had returned to his original position, repeated every word that Yao Jing had said. Every time she said something, Yang Heng would confirm it, and the teacher beside him would also nod. Following that, another girl, who had been standing for more than half an hour, imitated Yao Jing and stumbled towards Yi Qian. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao had already averted his gaze. That girl had used her body language to say that. Yao Jing had purposely fallen towards Yi Qian. She had hooked her feet onto the steel bar and used the strength of her waist to fall towards Yi Qian. Because the distance was a little far, her entire waist was bent to one side. When Yi Qian said, "Go to hell, Yi Qian," Yao Jing's face was as pale as paper when she saw the girl mimicking her movements. Yang Heng said coldly, "Yao Jing's waist was bent at the same angle as this girl's waist. Both of them have dance skills. Yao Jing had no problem doing such difficult movements." Yang Heng, don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Mother Yao panicked and shouted, what kind of magic potion did Yi Qian feed you to make you help her like this? She doesn't really like you. She just likes the fact that you have a father who is a bureau chief. Then, she said to Deputy Bureau Chief Yang and his wife, Old Yang, Huiying, quickly persuade Heng Heng. What he said will kill Jing Jing, it will kill Jing Jing. Before she harmed others, did she ever think that what she did would also kill others? Mother Yang's anger rose again and she reprimanded, my son is not biased towards anyone. Yi Qian also doesn't like my family. Don't even think about stuffing that rotten daughter of yours into my family.